Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Yes, Mr. Z is late. Yes, Mr. Z pushed the time back and still was late, but of course I was. And we're here now, right? Hopefully you guys were able to check out the links in the description. Y'all obviously had enough time because Mr. Z was late lately, right? Man, okay. What's in a word, partner? So of course we are speaking about the word partner. The word that y'all heard Miss um Marcia Inhorn, or Dr. Inhorn will say, Dr. Inhorn say over and over and over again in her interview and in her lecture. The lecture is further down. It's the last link in the description box. If y'all also check out, oh yeah, this is a reckless streams. This is a reckless streams, but not too reckless, but we're still reckless. Okay. And don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. So y'all hear Miss Inhorn say partner over and over again. In her lecture, she spoke of, that she didn't interview men, so this is men in the eyes of women. And for those of you that don't know, we have covered Miss Inhorn twice already. So this is our third coverage of Miss Inhorn. What is he saying? We are speaking about Miss or Dr. Inhorn. I'm sorry, my apologies. No disrespect. We are speaking about a Dr. Inhorn. We are also talking about lavender relationships. And we're just speaking about partners and partnership in this word that and shout out to Passport OG. I will be linking his shout out to the replay gang that'll catch this a little bit later. I will be linking his video or think piece of partners that he did maybe a couple weeks ago at this point, a week ago, a couple weeks ago. I will be putting that in the description box also a little bit later. I forgot about it. I just remembered. But yeah, partners, right? This is the word that we're hearing more and more. Dr. Inhorn, men don't want to do partners because the women don't mean it. By your own admission, Dr. Inhorn, you can't want partner and hypergamy at the same time. By your own admission, the women are looking to be partnered and hypergamous at the same time, at the same damn time. Z, why did you put DMX My Negroes? Why did you put Down for My Negroes Snoop and No Limit? Why did you put, shout out to C Murder, why did you put Rich Homie Quan, rest in peace, DMX, rest in peace? All this talk about Negroes. Negroes is not the word I want to use right now, right? Because that's what partnership really looked like. Ooh. What was the theme of rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan? What was the theme of DMX? What was the theme of Snoop in No Limit? All three songs, dying for your Negro, your partner. Maybe deleting someone for your Negro, your partner. Uh-oh. Riding with your Negro, your partner. Oops. Huh? Loving your Negro, your partner. Uh-oh. You know, when times get tough, yikes. You know, all the things that an actual partner, if women really meant it, were actually about. Oh. But we already know that within 2 years of a man losing his job, his wife is gone. That's why we don't call you partners, because we know you don't mean it. Dear ladies, either you're playing this role or you could go fight for the elite rich white man. That's all women. That's working class white women. That's all black women. That's Latina women. That's Asian women. You can freeze your eggs. Shout out to Dr. Inhorn. Or you can go fight. Here's some boxing gloves and boxing shoes. You go fight for the elite rich white man, because that's all y'all are looking for, the top 20%, mainly rich white man or upper middle class and above white man. Or you do your rose toy thing while your eggs are on ice and you're looking for that partner. Thank you, Adric. DMX, Snoop and No Limit, Rich Homie Quan, Jeezy. Everybody's talking about ride or die. And what did all of those no struggle love black women tell us? Uh-oh. And all those black women and luxury women tell us, yikes, they're not doing ride or die. Yeah. Well, I guess you'll be fighting the white women, the Latinas, and the Asian women for the elite rich white dudes. Have fun. Partners? Dr. Inhorn, we're not doing partnership hypergamy, right? I really came up with a word earlier, but I'm trying to smooth it out. I really want to say partnergamy, but it doesn't, it's not smooth enough. This partnership hypergamy thing that women are attempting to do, where they, yeah, we're looking for partners, but actuality, I really want to marry up. Ma'am, then you're not looking for a partner. Oops. What you really mean to say, and shout out to black women for this, is you want a man to provide, protect, and shut up. At least the black women have the ovaries to say it to all you upper middle class white women. At least black women got the ovaries to say it. All you aspirational, I tried. Almost lost my religion. All you aspirational Latina and Asian and white women, we're looking to be equally yoked, right? Assertive mating, partners. No one's working class men, lower middle class men, working poor men should get it from the rich man, the rich white man. We're not doing your partnership patriarchy slash partnership hypergamy. We're not doing it. Now, Dr. Inhorn goes on to say how many of these women freeze their eggs around the age of 36 years old. That's, I think she said that was the average age, was 36.6 or something like that. 36.6 years. Woo! Right? Yeah. 36.6 years. Because these women are looking for a particular type of man. They're looking for someone that's similarly educated. We're not going to those colleges and universities, those feminist ass institutions. Once again, you could get it from the elite rich white man. Those those educational institutions, really indoctrination camps, that y'all call college and university, we're not doing it. Nope. And Dr. Inhorn admits it. She says it. The women also, and this is what I'm saying. Everyone speaks as if men are so hyper invested in patriarchy, and women want nothing more than to tear down patriarchy. No, women want all of it. I want it all, right? Shout out to Mac 10 and them. I want it all. They want it all. The women want it all. Huh? They want hypergamy and they want partnership and they want patriarchy. At the flip of a hat, they just don't want to call it that. This is why women come up with all these little weirdo terms. Shout out to Melissa Ford, right? Traditional, what she said, traditional, progressive traditionalist. There we go, progressive traditionalist. Yawn. Thank you, Line. They want both the benefits of patriarchy and the benefits of feminism. That's why Mr. Z says patriarchy by feminist specifications. And Line says feminarchy. Right? Huh. If y'all go through the links, I put up Kim Foster um, speaking about the women crying in their cars. I put up um, a clip from the Marines, No Man Left Behind, because that's what partnership really looks like. I definitely put up for the songs, Down for My Negroes, shout out to Snoop and No Limit. What did Snoop, quiz time, everyone, quiz time. What did Snoop say at the end of Down for My Negroes? What did he say? Does anyone remember the last words that Snoop said on that song? It's a real question. What did Snoop say at the end of that song? It's one of me and Sister Z, younger Sister Z's favorite lines of any hip hop song ever, any rap song ever. If you remember what Snoop said at the end of the song, welp, the collective of working class men and lower middle class men and working poor men, that is our message to all of your entitled, snarky, brat ass daughters complaining that they can't meet men on their quote unquote level. We're not looking for partners. We're looking for girlfriends, wives, and fiancés. Right? And from Africa I came says, mofos want hot ice. Right? That is our collective message to your college educated, highfalutin ass daughters who want patriarchy by feminist specifications. They want hypergamy, right? By partnership specifications. Is that going to be our new term on Mr. Z's channel? Right? Hypergamy by partnership specifications. Right? Absolutely not. Rich Homie Quan showed you and told you, Rich Homie Quan, rest in peace, and Young Gigi told you what that partnership really looked like. Snoop and No Limit told you what partnership really looked like. DMX, rest in peace, told you what partnership really looked like. That means you're something go bump in the night. We're both going down the stairs with our power tools. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. Huh? That's what partnership really looked like. The Marines told you what partnership really looked like. No man left behind. Uh-oh. They didn't say anything about benign neglect of black men, black women. Huh? The clips in Mr. Z's description box should paint a picture for everyone about what this actually looks like. This word partnership. That's why Mr. Z says, what's in a word? Right? Now these young people are engaging in quote unquote lavender relationships. Lavender relationships. What's that, Z? In the modern term, lavender relationships is a business arrangement. Shout out to all you, marriage is a business. Yeah, you got exactly what you wanted and it don't look good now, does it? All you brothers that would marriage is a business. Yeah, yep. How it look now? How does adopting a neoliberal economist view of relationship between men and women, how does that look like in actuality? Oh, it don't look too nice now, does it? Lavender relationships, everyone. Two young people who might be meh about each other coming together and getting married so they could pay these bills together. Huh? Lavender relationships initially, from my understanding, were about people that wanted to do something different, had a alternative sexual orientation, and the woman knows about what the man really is into, and the man knows what the woman is really into, and they both are beards for each other. Uh-oh. Oh, we getting to that, Calvin. We're getting to that because partnership was originally, you know, back when it was a real hardcore 10 toes down patriarchy, and this man negotiated for their children to end up with each other, their son and their daughter to end up with each other. But in more modern times, partnership was the lingo of LGBTQ folks. Uh-oh. and to be more inclusive, and so that women and men wouldn't have to play gender roles. Women wouldn't have to play gender roles. You see an increasing amount of people using the word partner. Unfortunately, the marriage rate is going to the dumps because more and more of your men know that the women don't actually mean the word partner. Not when the going gets tough. Because when the going gets tough, the women start going. See, it's supposed to be the tough. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. No, the women get going. Partners? Yep. Huh? What you will also see is a young man who walks us through the word partnership and partner, and more heterosexual folks using the word partner, women using the word partner and its etymology, right? The phrase or the term or the word partner in this context. We're not looking for partners, Dr. Inhorn. It's that simple. Dr. Inhorn, men know women are full of crap and they don't actually mean partner when the tough gets going. You know, when the women get going, when the going gets tough, that's what they say, right? When the tough gets going, the women start going. Z, Z, you don't say it wrong every single time, Z. When the tough gets going, the women start going. Dr. Inhorn, men know it. We're not looking for partners, Dr. Inhorn, and y'all can't socialize us to want partnership because we know the women are full of crap. Tell the women to go get it from the rich white man. Dr. Inhorn goes into some good detail in her lecture. The last link in the description box, I suggest everyone listen to it. She goes into some great detail about datanomics and essentially all the technocrats and the thinkers and the people that are researching, they see what it is. We all know it. FD signifier. The women said, who wants to do struggle love? Uh-oh. I told y'all they were all lying. Dr. Inhorn see what it is. Dr. Jennifer Lundquist see what it is. Dr. Chantel Bugg see what it is. Christian Rudder sees what it is. Everybody know it's all about the white man, particularly the well-to-do, highly educated, pretending like he's more progressive than he actually is ass white man. Huh? So Dr. Inhorn goes on to say a disproportionate shout out to let me say this first before I actually say that. Shout out to all you folks that swear that Asians got it all together. Huh? Shout out to all y'all that think the small hats have it all together. What did Dr. Inhorn say? A disproportionate of women that are freezing their eggs are who? Small hat women and Asian women. Well, damn, will you look at that? What happened, everyone? There are all you black folks that are secretly anti-black with your talking points, lecturing down to black people, black men. What happened? I thought you said these Asian men and these small hat men got it all together. Then why are they women freezing their eggs? Because their men, they say at least, are not on their level. What did Dr. Inhorn also say? A number of small hat men are marrying outside of their ethnicity and their religion. And so the small hat women that want to marry within religion are, oh crap. Are you saying the small hat women are saying the same thing the black women are saying? Uh oh. Well, damn. Ain't looking good. Huh? It's not looking good. Better you said nope. Won't F up my algorithm. No, it's good. No, it's educational. She goes through some of the numbers about how many, quote unquote developing countries, they see this trend with less men attending college and university, more women that have the means to freeze their eggs engaging in that, particularly professional women. Um, they speak about Norway and how many men aren't attending college and university, and how they see this trend in Norway. This trend is happening everywhere that has the technology to freeze eggs, and where the women are, quote unquote, out educating the men, out being indoctrinated, right? So once again, Kim Foster and the chubby LGBTQ dude that was speaking to Ole, they could all celebrate this, weaponizing these women weaponizing their bodies and I guess their singleness against men, right? Because that's what the chubby LGBTQ dude said, right? More women should be single cat ladies. Yeah, that sound nice. Dr. Inhorn goes on to say, at least in was it Australia or was it the UK, the number of women who are freezing their eggs, I think either a sizable minority or or a small majority. It was like 60 some odd percent or 40 some odd percent. I can't remember, but it was a nice number of women that even though they spent tens of thousands of dollars to freeze their egg, they didn't come back to retrieve it. One of the reasons was obviously they eventually met a man and conceived naturally, but one of the other reasons was because they never met that man. Oh, because these women are freezing their eggs for a very specific reason. They want to conceive with using their own eggs, but they're aging out the game. So they want to freeze their eggs. That way, if they meet a man in their early 40s, mid 40s, they could be injected with their own eggs that are 30 some odd years old, or better yet, from when they were in their 30s, I should say, and conceive that child, quote unquote, naturally. I don't know about that word, but okay, fine. And Big Mo says it's because they've given women advantages and moral support over men. And I'm going to use the phrase that Dr. Richard Reeves used. Well, that's going to come. There's some broken glass. There's going to be some broken glass with that. You can't have quote unquote egalitarianism, Dr. Inhorn, and hypergamy simultaneously. The women are looking for hypergamy by partnership specifications. It's not going to happen. And they're trying to browbeat the elite men into marrying these women. Absolutely not. Why would he? He's having fun because all of y'all are chasing after him. Y'all didn't raise the women to actually be in relationships of equals or dating and marrying socioeconomically downward. Ooh, Z. Don't tell the women that, Z. I said it. To hell with your feelings, ladies. Go put your eggs on ice then. Huh? I'm not gonna marry that. I'm not gonna settle. I'm not gonna settle. Yeah, you either are, or it's just gonna be you and that rose toy and that egg in the freezer. Huh? This is what partnership actually looks like. The men said no because the women are full of crap and we know it. Dr. Inhorn, you called yourself a feminist. You said you didn't interview men. I'm telling you right now, a lot of men, even if you write a second book and you interview men, they're gonna lie to you to your face. They're gonna speak like they're not on the women's level. They feel intimidated, like you kept on saying. The men feel intimidated. Let me tell you the honest to God truth. Let me tell you what we actually say in the locker in the barbershops, Miss Dr. Inhorn, better yet. We're not marrying your snarky, entitled, mean, condescending, rude daughters because they have a college degree and they make $250,000 a year. Not interested. We're not marrying your snarky, entitled, rude, mean, condescending, materialistic, consumerist ass daughters that make 150 plus $1,000 a year. Not interested. Your daughters that speak about egalitarianism and partners, but in reality, she wants to practice hypergamy. And what she thought was that if she became highly educated, that would elevate her status and allow for her to practice a even higher form of hypergamy, because that's what the women really are trying to do. When they say assortative mating, that's what they really mean. In other words, if she has no degree, her hypergamy is a man with a degree, or at least a man that's earning a lot of money, good money, stable money, that may not have a degree. If she has a bachelor's degree, a 4-year degree, then hypergamy is a man that has a bachelor's degree but earns significantly more than her, or that has a master's degree. It may earn significantly more than her. If she has a master's degree, it's a man that has a master's degree and earns significantly more than her, or it's a man that has a PhD, a terminal degree, and may earn significantly more than her. Women call that assortative mating. It's actually hypergamy. Huh? We're not doing partners, Dr. Inhorn. The women don't actually mean it, and y'all haven't socialized them to mean it. They talk a good game. I'm also gonna link. Shout out to Abba and Preach once again. I've linked it multiple times throughout the years, but definitely this year. If you want a relationship of equals, you must date as equals. And they covered this, and this was written. The article was written by a woman, and it's a woman that saw the trend of women talking all this equality stuff and calling themselves feminists right up until it came time to date and get married. Uh-oh. FD signifier, foreign man in a foreign land, Conscious Lee, Professor Odie, T1J, all of you supposed leftist men, Hassan, Destiny. The women want hypergamy by partnership specifications. They talk a good game right up until it comes time to get married. Then nothing drives the vagina than her spending her own money. God forbid she earns more than you. Huh? The men are not. Dr. Inhorn, you said you didn't speak to men. You said this is the view of men according to the women. This is how the women were viewing the men. You know how the men view the women? A bunch of entitled, spoiled brats who hide behind their degrees and money. Stop telling us how kick ass these women are. We have determined that was a lie. The test has come back. Wait. We're opening the envelope. We're opening the manila envelope. Wait a minute. The yellow envelope, we've opened it. That was a lie. You know how you know if your daughter is kick ass or not? Is she married? Ooh, goddamn, Z. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Ooh, Z. Kind of punch it under the belt, Z. In other words, the men aren't even talking to each other, and we have collectively decided that your kick ass, highly educated daughters aren't marriage material because they're using the word partner, they're using the word egalitarian, they're calling themselves feminists, and we said red flag. Your daughters are throwing a temper tantrum because they thought their college degree and they're within the 10% of American income earning asses. They're throwing a temper tantrum because the elite men said, yeah, I'm going to play the field until I'm 50. And the women say, I can't play the field until I'm 50. Yeah, you're bad. Dear Dr. Inhorn, the men, the working class men, the lower middle class men, the men that your daughters look down on, we're not even talking to each other. And our actions are telling the women, go get it from the rich white man then. And if he won't give you the ring, whoop, shrugs. Huh? If the top 20% man won't give you the ring, well, shrugs. Huh? You don't want to do blue collar, fine. You don't want to do men that are not college educated, fine. Huh? And this attempt to shame men to earn more so your snarky ass a-hole entitled brats could live their power couple ass dreams, kick rocks barefoot. So she could live out her Disney princess ass fairy tale dreams. Ma'am, if you don't go get it from the rich white man, huh? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. It's a bunch of entitled, snarky brats complaining about how it's not fair that they went to school for this long and the men aren't mature enough and the men are not trying to get married and what's going on? And the men are intimidated by me. Ma'am, I don't know about white men or Latino men and Asian men, but for the most part, black men at least aren't intimidated by your degree and your education and your advancements in this society. That is not black men's problem. That entitlement, that snarkiness, that rudeness, petulant child behavior, temper tantrum throwing behavior, that's the problem. Quote unquote Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Oops. Huh? Ebony K. Williams. Yikes. Huh? Amanda Seals. Oh. Huh? If you want to know what the issue is, y'all swear y'all did y'all really socialize your daughters for quote unquote egalitarian relationships when they're still trying to practice hypergamy? Dr. Inhorn, did you Dr. In, you're a PhD. Did you hear yourself? She literally is talking like we haven't socialized the men to accept egalitarianism. Oh, you mean the elite men? Why would they? You mean the elite white men for the most part? Why would they? That's the question. Why would he? That's a real question. Number one. Number two, the men know that the women don't actually mean it. That divorce rate says it. Uh-oh. The women are not actually looking for partners in egalitarianism. They're not ride or die. Who files for divorce at 70 and 80% says it. The fact that the number one or the very close number two reason for divorce in America is financial and women are filing for 70 and 80% of divorces says it. They're not actual partners, Dr. Inhorn. They're 12-year-old, 7-year-old spoiled brats and 30 some odd year old and 40 some odd year old and 50 some odd year old bodies. The men, at least black men, are not intimidated by your daughters. They're disgusted by them. Goddamn, Z. It's not intimidation, Dr. Inhorn, it's indifference. The black men, at least, Dr. Inhorn, are not intimidated. They're indifferent. And the women swore, because that's what y'all told them. The women swore that if they got an advanced degree, God forbid a terminal degree, then that would elevate them into the level of the upper middle class and above. White man, and y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. The women swore that their advanced degrees and terminal degrees would elevate them to the position, or at least in the spaces, that the upper middle class and above men would be, primarily white men. And it did elevate them into those spaces. It did. And those men said, yeah, about that. See, I'm gonna have fun with all these other women. And if you're still viable in the next, like, I don't know, 20 years, then maybe. But I'm gonna have fun. Imagine that. Telling average men that they're actually below average and you're not interested. And then the elite men that hear you saying that, saying, so that means I'm the viable one. Oh, I'm gonna have fun. So it's a race game and a class game, and class is kicking y'all in the ass. Ooh, look, rhyming. See, those men of your same class are willing to date and potentially marry all across the education and income ladder. Or at least they have fun when they're younger, and then they marry the women in their class when they're older, but they marry women that are 7 and 8 and 10 and 12 years younger than them. Ooh. And the women that are their same age, uh-oh. Huh? Thank you. And Trell says, women use the term partner to say they want someone to pay for their lifestyle while no one has authority over their decisions. Partners? Huh? And Namus says, having a degree doesn't compensate for slash elevate a woman's temperament, demeanor, physical traits, and genetics that men seek in a potential partner? Spouse. He said partner, spouse. Thank you, Namu, right? Exactly. Huh? DMX told you what being a partner looks like. Rest in peace. Rich Homie Quan and Jeezy told you what being a partner, rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan, looks like. Snoop and No Limit told you what being a partner looks like. And the women said they're not doing it. So the men said go find it from the rich and elite men, primarily white men. And if you can't get them, or if you get outcompeted, so be it. Ramen. Huh? And St. Cyr says, Z, they were saying 90K is broke to a systems admin on Kendra G's show. The women can't count. It's this simple. Your average woman and above average woman cannot count. It's that simple. They don't know what percentage of men earn less than 90,000. They don't know who earns more than 90,000. And 90,000, that's pretty good money, but she still is going to have to contribute. She's still going to have to work. That much she does know, and that's why she's saying that's broke. What she's saying is you can't pay for everything outright and then some. I can't live extravagantly off of your 90,000. I'm gonna have to work probably. That's not good enough. Exactly. Ajax's girl math. Girl math says I would rather do 100 by myself than go 50-50. That's what girl math says. That's what girl math says. And so the men said bet. Huh? The men said bet. And Snoop said, F what you going through and F what you stand for. By the way, that's the end of, right? Down from our Negroes. Huh? Thank you, Trell. But if she came in with at least 40K, they could build real wealth over time. His 90 with her 40. God forbid she's making 70, 65, 70, 80. But the women said no. And Dr. Inhorn herself said that one of the women that she interviewed ended up marrying a firefighter. And initially she was fearful of introducing the first of all, she was kind of scared to date him, but she did. Then she was fearful of what her friends would say because they were all Ivy League graduates and highfalutin degrees and money and jobs and stuff. And eventually she said, the friends end up liking him and they really like him and love him and whatever. And he's the interesting one of the group. Cool. But that says something. The women are using men as a status symbol marker. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. You want to brag on your man, but not enough of you feel that you can. So you rather not end up with that 70, 80, $90,000 a year, $60,000 a year blue collar man. Well, as Mr. Z has said, well, you have choices, ladies. You can engage in the same sex loving relationships, partners. You can do your single rose toy, frozen egg thing, or you could get these boxing gloves and boxing shoes and go fight for the top 10-ish percent of men. You got choices, ladies. But all of this badgering the men, Dr. Inhorn, we're not budging. All of this badgering the men, what's going on with the men? The men are not mature enough. What's going on with the men? We said we're not doing partnership. That's what we said. You know what's wrong with the men? Your daughters keep on talking about partners. We're not doing it. Because she doesn't mean it. When you show her what partnership really look like, the ugly parts of partnership, she's not signing up for it. Exactly. And we knew it. Because partner means if we get in an argument in the middle of traffic and I jump out the car, you jump out the car. That's what partnership means. Uh-oh. That's what partnership means. Partnership means if something go bump in the night, I grab my power tool, you grab your power tool, and we're both going down the stairs. That's what partnership means. To that Russian lady that was speaking to that Arab dude, that Coach Greg Adams covered when he said 50-50, and she was like, yes, 50% of your money, 50% of your property. She lucky she wasn't talking to me. I would have said 50% of your life. Oops, that's your whole life. Thank you. Huh? He was flummoxed. I wouldn't have been. Oh, yes, we could go 50-50. 50% of your money, 50% of your property. She lucky she wasn't talking to me. Protection, I'm Russian, ma'am. If you don't get the entire hell out of here. What's the population of Russian men right now? God damn it. That was before the war. If you don't shut the hell up, she lucky she was talking to him and not me. Ma'am, I would have got you to call your uncle and yeah, your uncle would have to delete Z after I was done with you. Partners? Man, if you don't get out of here, we know the women don't really mean it, Dr. Inhorn. We know the women don't really mean it, Kim Foster. We know it. That's why we're not signing up for it. That's why they're crying in their cars because they can't meet men. They can't find husbands. Kim Foster, the women don't mean it. And you know they don't mean it. Kim Foster, you yourself, you want me to show you the video if you still left it online? Of you in that somber tone you took before you was in a relationship with your man? That somber tone you took when you were like, I'm pretty much resigned myself. I'm probably going to earn more than the man I'm with. Yeah, exactly. Y'all don't really mean that partnership talk, and we know it. That's why we're not signing up for it. We know it. Huh? We, we're not talking business. We're not talking LGBTQ lifestyle and activity. So what's this partnership word? Oh, so y'all don't have to play gender roles. Y'all really want to go there with it? Y'all didn't really think this all the way out, did you? I know what we're gonna do. We're not gonna call ourselves wives anymore. We're gonna call ourselves partners. That way we don't have to play our wifely role in duty. And the men said, ha 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 ha, you thought you won. Someone play Lauryn Hill, Lost Ones. Alexa, play Lauryn Hill, Lost Ones, please. Oh, you thought you won. Okay, watch this. We'll use the word partner. That way we don't have to play our wifely roles. And the working class and lower middle class and working poor men said, she thought she won. You thought you ate with that, huh? Show you what partnership really means. Partners? Dear ladies, we know you don't actually mean it. That's why no man that's not baller at control and could afford that divorce. No men are not signing up for marrying women talking about partners. We're not signing up for partnership. You're hypergamy by partnership specifications. Absolutely not. Who's signing up for that? That's a divorce waiting to happen. So your ex-wife could be like, oh, he wasn't on my level, and he was so intimidated by me, and he always tried to bring me down, and he always made fun of me, and he always mocked me, and he always made fun of my career, and he didn't understand me, and he wasn't on my level anyway, and I should have known better. Haven't we all heard this already? And now the women are. I said it, didn't I say they were screaming? Shout out to all of you. No, the women don't care. It's the men, the men, the men. Oh, the women are good, huh? The women are good, huh? Dr. Inhorn says that's not true. Even Kim Foster, in her own way, said that's not true. These women are crying in their cars. We already knew that, Kim Foster. When I said the era of hypergamy was dead, y'all thought Z was lying, huh? Partners, huh? Those active says go back as to where you came from with this partnership rhetoric. You feel me? Huh? Partners. And better you says in my Bobby Womack voice, when it's cold outside, who are you holding? Right? If you think you're lonely now, wait until tonight. Uh, I guess tonight we'll just hear a bunch of buzzing from their nuclear powered Rose toys. Who said it the other day? The fission powered Rose toy. Was it you, Passport OG? Yawn. Partners? We're not signing up for this. What's going on, Art? And that's exactly what I'm saying. And Lion says, I don't think hypergamy will ever be dead, but the success rate will plummet. That's my point. That's exactly what I'm saying. Who's signing up for that? All of these people swore they educated and they socialized their daughters to be egalitarian and equality, and no, you didn't. If she's still trying to practice hypergamy, y'all keep on saying assortative mating, cut the crap. If she's still trying to practice hypergamy, then clearly you actually didn't raise her to think of this equally. On a macro level, if 60% of what college grads or is it college enrollees, if 60% of college enrollees are women, Dr. Inhorn said something like 27% more college educated women across the board. This is not even, excuse me, this is not even specific to the black community. 27% more college educated women than men in America. Well, I think it was the UK, but America has similar numbers, if I'm not mistaken. 27% more. Did you truly socialize your daughters of what that actually means for them? No. You're talking about the mating gap and the quote unquote partnership gap, the partner gap. That's because we're not doing partner. The women will be wives, girlfriends, and fiancés, or they could go end up with that handful of men that actually use the word partner and mean it. Have fun fighting for those guys. Y'all didn't expect the men to be so indifferent so quickly and that it would rip your daughters to shreds. Now, did you? You should have told them two can play that game. Shout out to Vivica A. Fox. Most men have not really interacted with any type of manosphere. Most black men haven't interacted with any type of black manosphere. And yet their actions are showing you they're not signing up for this. Huh? Their actions are showing you the elite men are not. One of the test subjects, or one of the, I said test subject, one of the people that Dr. Inhorn interviewed, since she was with the professor she was with, I think for 10 years. The professor, so the lady was highly educated, earned her own money, but the problem is she froze her eggs at 40. And when she went to thaw them out, it didn't produce any children. So they got tens of thousands of dollars down the drain. But yeah, the she was with a professor for 10 years. He didn't want to get married. When she got off birth control, he refused to have sex with her for 14 months. She went and froze her eggs, but it was too late. Even the professor knew better. He was with her for 10 years and he still wouldn't marry her and have children. We're not signing up for partnership. We're not signing up for partnership. Dear ladies, dear technocrats, you're going to get a handful of men that use that word and actually mean it, or at least mean what they think the women mean. But for the most part, men are not signing up for no partnership. And even if they were, your daughters don't actually mean it. Dr. Ann Orton admits that the women kind of want to practice hypergamy. She says it. So when you couple everything that Mr. Z has in his description box, it's the women that's trying to practice hypergamy, realize that they can't, so they crying in their cars. Shout out to Kim Foster. They're using this word partnership when really they mean hypergamy by partnership specifications. Huh? Mr. Z puts DMX, rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan, and Jeezy, rest in peace to Rich Homie Quan, Snoop Dogg and No Limit, all speaking about, hey, really street activity, but riding with your Negroes, riding for your Negroes, deleting for your Negroes, maybe potentially being deleted for your Negroes, partners, if you really mean it. Uh-oh. That's what partnership really look like. Doing some dirt with your partners and not telling. Uh-oh. Not snitching. Yikes. Doing a bid for your partners. Huh? Y'all were all watching that movie. I mean, that series with Taraji, and she did a bid for her husband for the business. Y'all were all watching that television show. Taraji did a bid. She served prison time. Partners. Now, if you're a wife, we may not be asking you to do all that. If you're a wife, you don't have to jump up with your power tools when something go bump in the night. If you're a wife, you don't have to jump out the car if we jump out the car. If you're a wife, if you're a wife and there's a creepy crawler in the kitchen, we're not just gonna look at you and be like, "Hey, you kill it." If you're a wife, you may not have to be the one to go to the mechanic to go get the car checked up. If you're a wife, but if you're a partner, if that's what you really mean, ladies, if you're a partner, oh, you gotta have to eat all of what partnership mean, huh? You're gonna have to eat all of what partner mean, and we know you don't mean it, dear ladies. We know you don't mean it. So that marriage rate will continue to go down. The elites that get married will stay married. All the women that don't get married to those elite men gonna have to catch them second round draft after he's divorced the first time. You better hope he divorced young enough so you can get them kids, huh? And for all those women who don't, well, frozen eggs, if you can afford it, if you can afford it. Thank you, Els Active. Partners open their own jars. And this is not about like, I know I made a bit of fun, poked a little bit of fun, and like you hear this, you're like, Z is celebrating the downfall of these women. Yeah, it's a little funny, but it's really sobering. It's really sad because they can't get out of their own way, right? They've been indoctrinated to what once again hypergamy by patriarchal specifications. I said patriarchal. Hypergamy by partnership specification. Sorry, everyone. Right? Hypergamy by partnership specifications. And it's sobering. It's sad because you know how this ends up on the macro. We're not talking about on the micro here. We're talking about on the macro. Huh? Thank you. Line says partners clean their own cars while their man is at home. Partners wash their own cars. Huh? Tie into the lavender relationships. Y'all want to play lavender relationships? You can do that. Huh? That's why I put the clip for lavender relationships up there. That struggle is real, ain't it? That's for all the women that's trying to hold out for the right partner. Now you engage in a lavender relationship with your homeboy you know you put in the friend zone, who you don't find attractive, and he still might smash one day, right? Now you're engaging in that while you're holding out for a partner. Dr. Inhorn, we're not doing partnership. The women don't mean it, and the men know it, and they're not signing up. By your own admission, the women don't mean it. If she's talking hypergamy and dating up, if she's talking about how online dating is so much work and she got to get off of work to essentially do this online dating thing, which is work, and she's looking to be quote unquote equally yoked or practice a sort of mating hypergamy, then the men are right. The women don't mean it by your own admission. Kim Foster, you better believe these women are crying in their cars because they can't find husbands because they're looking for partners. And the men, Sid, Kim Foster, by your own admission, the white women are not crying in their cars like the black women. And according to Dr. Inhorn, the small hat women and the Asian women are disproportionately freezing their eggs. Because y'all are all looking for the same, mainly white, elite, well-to-do man, throwing a temper tantrum that you can't meet him, freezing your eggs, hoping that eventually you'll meet him, and y'all are getting married. And if you can't conceive the quote unquote natural way, then there's always this. So, yes, the white women are crying in their cars like the black women, and the small hat women and the Asian women are freezing their eggs. Once again, that's for the women that can afford it. And it's not a guarantee. Dr. Inhorn made sure in her lecture to stress that it's not a guarantee, it's not an insurance policy for aging. 20 eggs is the ideal number. 15, but at least 20 eggs is ideal. And she said there's been women who they had very few eggs and they were able to still conceive. And there were women who had over 20 eggs and all of them were duds. You're still in the crapshoot, ladies. It's not an insurance policy. You're still in the crapshoot. It's not an insurance policy. All it, you know, being a millennial, so you're in between the Gen Z and Alpha on one side and the Xers and Boomers on the other side. It's fascinating just watching the world burn. Huh? Watching feminism kick itself in the ass. Huh? Watching what happens when you're in quote unquote an advanced society and this ideology just continues to quote unquote develop. That's not the word. And watch it come to its logical conclusion, because we were always going to get here, right? And watch the hypocrisy. All these feminist women, all about equality, and then the TRANS people walk in the room. Huh? And the cheaper immigrant women walk in the room. Yikes! Or the passport bros walk out the room. Yikes! What happened to all you feminists? What happened? Or the women start becoming more indoctrinated. I mean, sorry, excuse me, everyone. More quote unquote institutionally educated than the men, and you're watching all of these feminists be like, wait, wait. So the men are leaving and doing passport bros, and then there's the TRANSs, and then there's the cheaper women, the immigrants that recently came to America, and then there's a yeah. What happened? So nobody did the social math. So no, yo, Mr. Z, you're about to say it again, huh? Is a community college dropout. All of these goddamn PhDs, man. PhDs. Advanced degrees, master's degrees. This shouldn't need to take a book and a lot of research. This is common sense. Oh, y'all thought it was more nurture than nature. Y'all still on that. Y'all are still on more nurture than nature, that you can what nurture this out of women. You can defang the masses of men, and then what, and didn't expect to watch the women run to the exit where the elite men are, and then the women that don't end up with the elite men, they were gonna be like, okay, I didn't get the elite man, I didn't get the first round draft pick, cool, I'll quote unquote settle for the men that I didn't consider before. That's what you thought was gonna happen, huh? And the collective of women more and more are saying, I'll rather do battle by myself. And the majority of them are literally doing battle by themselves. The birth rate is going to the crapper. The marriage rate is going to the crapper. Y'all wouldn't even care about the marriage rate if it wasn't associated with the birth rate. Dear technocrats, whoever y'all are, whoever the days are, whoever the social designers are, the days and the technocrats and the thinkers and the, you know, if this is not some tinfoil, you know, smoke filled room conspiracy theory, you really thought you could socialize the women to not want this, and then the men wouldn't respond this way? What in human history made you think that the women wouldn't respond to the environment this way and the men wouldn't respond to the women and the environment this way? The women can make up all type of new words and phrases and terms. It's all hypergamy. At the end of the day, the women are throwing a temper tantrum because they said that I'll be damned if I went to school for this long and racked up this amount of debt. I now have this advanced degree. I can now go to live in this part of the city. I can now drive this type of car. I now have access to this type of environment, And you want me to end up with the blue collar man that I worked really, 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 really hard to get away from? The not college educated man that I worked really, 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 really hard to get away from? That doesn't still mean he's not having sex with those type of women, though. Oops. And the women said, nah. And the men said, bet. Huh? Huh. And where's that comment for Passport OG? Breastfeeding at 55. Passport OG also says, pushing baby strollers with bad knees. Say that. Huh? And Passport OG also says, these older women have no idea what kind of energy goes into raising a kid, nursing a baby at 45 plus. Dot 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 work. Black Uru responds, and try selling geriatric parenting to a sane, productive man. It'll happen here and there every blue moon, but that's not a thing. I'm not even doing the what's possible. The the plausibility of it all. Is it possible? Yes. Plausible? No. Your stable man is not signing up for that, let alone your elite man. They're just not. And you're. I want to stress this before I bring y'all up, dear Doctor Inhorn. You're not going to get the men to sign up for this. Not the majority. Not ever. Damn, that's a bold ass statement, Z. Not ever. Not ever. Y'all better wait for the advancement in technology. Y'all gonna lose a couple of generations. The millennials gone, Gen Z gone, maybe even alphas will be gone. I guess y'all could try to build back up the human population and the economy. By the way, whoops, with the B generation or betas, I'm not sure what they're called. The B generation after the alphas, the men are not signing up for this. And why would they? That's the real question that like no one asked the women ever is why would, as Black Uru said, as accountable commentary says often, why would a productive man sign up for that ever? Huh? Why would a productive man, first, before we even speak about your daughter and her egg on ice, why would a productive man sign up for your highfalutin a-hole daughter that's hiding character flaw behind a college degree? Huh? That's number one. Before we even get to everything else, why would a productive man, I'm not even speaking about the elite men yet, why would a stable, productive man sign up for your daughter? Not that he's intimidated by her education and her accomplishments. Why would a stable man sign up for your entitled, snarky, brat, materialistic daughter just because she has what, a nice car and a condo downtown and she's kick ass in her career? What about that character flaw though? What about that messed up personality traits though? Ooh, why would he? Now we could speak about that frozen egg. Calvin Rogers says, wish in one hand, her eggs in the other. Hysterical. And let me read this now. And Meat says, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? And Meat says, not only is it not an insurance policy, it's a crapshoot because the eggs that get frozen typically come from older women. They're not 20 years old eggs. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat. Once again, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and thank you for the super chat, Meech. Exactly. Let me say this again because I said it earlier. Some of you might have missed it. Apparently, the first age of on average for women freezing their eggs is 36.6 years old or something like that. 30, let's say 36 years old. Let's round down for them. 36 years old. So it's exactly what Meech said. They're not freezing their eggs at 20 and 25 years old, even 25. They're not even freezing it at 28. On average, 36 years old. That means they flew past. This is why we call it the wall. Shout out to Raj. Even Dr. Inhorn said your quality of your eggs and the egg production falls off a cliff at 32, and it's really downhill after 37. Dr. Inhorn said that. That's a white woman. Huh? So when Roger Report and others say the wall at 30, I get it, ladies, it may hurt your feelings. So all I am is a baby making machine? That's all I am? I get it, ladies, it hurts your feelings. So all I am is my womb? I get it, ladies, it hurts your feelings. All these men want to make us barefoot and pregnant and they want to bring back the Handmaid's Tale? I get it, ladies, it hurts your feelings. I'm still a woman even if I'm not a mother. I get it, ladies, it hurts your feelings. So the men can't respect me because I don't have a husband? I get it, ladies, because it hurt. I get it, ladies, it hurts your feelings. I get it. I get it. You heard Real Talk with Yanni say it. Well, I'm 30 now, so you know. I done hit the wall. I'm 30 now. And she said it kind of mocking the black manosphere. But if you hear the tone of her voice, yeah, that it bothered her. It bothered her. She know what that mean. Once again, it's fascinating listening to black women talk like they act like we're not their brothers. We're not their cousins. We're not their nephews. Like we don't know when she put it on. That fake ass smile, that fake ass smirk. We call it the wall for a reason. Yeah, it may hurt your feelings. There's science to this. Dr. Inhorn told you it's not a guarantee. Especially when you freezing your eggs in your late 30s. At 40, this is not about humbling women, black women. You got to get your mind right eventually. Hopefully, it ain't too late. Oops. We're not signing up for partners. The women don't mean it, and the men know the women don't mean it. And so the men said no. Absolutely not. Right? So I have an article here, also from CNN, right? I want to say it was Buckeye fan that sent it to me, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't recall, but yes, somebody emailed it to me, and it's from CNN, and it's speaking about the word partner once again, and speaking about how it's inclusive and it allows for people not to necessarily have to play strict gender roles. All that sound nice. Once again, look at who's getting married and who's not. And Dr. Inhorn mentions college and the essentially women are marrying college educated men. This is the same thing that Leisure Miller said to us. That's cool. And as the share of the male population that attends and especially graduates college and then has an advanced degree decreases, women will be fighting for a smaller and smaller pool of men. Have fun with that. And I guess when that fails, because it's going to fail for the majority of you, y'all will do your Golden Girls thing, same sex loving thing, side girl thing. That's another thing they didn't want to admit that women are engaging in. Lavender relationship thing. Huh? We're not signing up for partner. And I'll say this one more time. Rest in peace, DMX. Rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan. DMX told you what partner looked like. Links are in the description box. Rich Homie Quan and Jeezy told you what partner looked like. Snoop and No Limit told you what partner looked like. What I really should say is I'm going to actually put that link in the description box also. When Snoop was speaking about Master P buying him out of the contract with Suge and Master P driving him into that exclusive neighborhood in Baton Rouge and telling him pick your house, and how Master P turned Snoop into a businessman. Uh-oh. Partner. All these lying ass women. I built him up. Okay, Mary J. Blige. I was your lover and your secretary. Okay. Yawn. You know, you build up these men and then they leave you afterward. Yawn. Because Snoop is telling you that Master P helped to build him up, and he speaks high praises of Master P everywhere he goes. So why is not your ex-husband saying the same thing? Oops. Or your ex-boyfriend? Yikes. Or your fiance? Oh. Or your ex-fiance, better yet. All these men in their pride and their hubris and their ego. Well, what happened? Huh? That's what partner look like. Snoop told you everybody from excuse me, everyone from No Limit had a car, a house, a bank account, and 2 guns. That's what he said. Because Master P believed in people, true partner. Uh-oh. Huh? All these women talking about building men up. Be the same one that tell you how they wasted their years in the relationship with you. Oh boy. Right? Partners? So I'm about to put the link in. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And here y'all go. And definitely want to hear from Lion though, so he can tell us about that matchmaking event that he went to last week. All right. So here we go. Oh, we got two. Okay, we don't got a guess yet. Let me see. Oh, and Cyrus says, and thank you for the super chat. Right, but I was a little confused. I'm looking over here. I'm like, wait a minute, is that guest or is that okay? And Cyrus says, and thank you for the super chat. Question for everybody: how long until the U.S. lets go of maintaining a mostly white dominance and starts mass importing women from all over the globe, thus leaving most American women on the lot? I think the women would catch on really quickly. That's a really good question. That is a really, really good question. Um, I don't know if I have an answer to that because I think they I really think they're I don't know if I have an answer to that. That's a good question. How long before the US starts importing women and pretty much leaving US women on the lot?
Well,
I think they might be doing that now on the low, on the sneak.
well, I can kind of speak to that to
Go ahead.
given given last week. Well, you know what, Z? I'm going to preface by saying this. One, we're more right than we know. Two, I think millennials. I think we just might be the last of the social experiment or what it means to be social.
Mm. Go into that. Go into that.
Um, I think the young. Well, I'll talk about the chicks that the women that the particular woman I was speaking to. She was a Korean woman. I think she was 28. I'm willing to bet, just judging and looking at the faces of the women that were there, she was probably the youngest woman there.
Ooh.
I'm willing to bet it was no younger. I think no younger than that, given where I was there. Um, Two, yeah. White Brad ain't going for Keisha. Brad's not going for Keisha. No, he's not. Brad's definitely not going for Keisha. No, he's not. And that at this particular location where I was at, there were some Keishas there, but you remember how I talk about how the average woman weighs 176 pounds and the average black woman weighs 186 pounds?
Yep.
Yeah, when you see it in real time, God, it's beautiful and tragic at the same time.
What would you say was the male to female ratio?
Now to that, it was about I would say it was about even, give or take. Now the race is different because there was only a total of 3 black men there, 3 or 4 black men there. Um, Two of them were talking to Keisha, including my two of them were actually engaging with Keisha, but the other two, like me and another black man, I was talking to a Korean chick, and the other black man was talking to a white girl.
That's 50%. That's 50% out. It's gonna get worse. It's
And
gonna
I'm not
get
even
worse.
talking. Yeah, and I'm not even talking about the hell with the not even just with the success rate, just the very act of doing it. Thank God, because one of the Keishas tried to talk to me. Oh, thank God I got away,
How many
because
black women do you think were there?
there was at least 4 or 5, at least
Okay.
4 or 5, at least 4 or 5.
You you know what? That's interesting. Who covered it? Detro just covered it. I want to say, or at least I just watched it. Of one of them sisters that went with the mousy ass voice. She actually has a video circulating from a few months ago. Anyway, with the mousy ass voice, high pitch ass voice. She I guess threw a matchmaking dating thing, and she was saying how few men actually showed a black man because it was for black women. And I'm like, and I think it was in Brooklyn. It was in Brooklyn. It was in Brooklyn. It
Yeah,
was in Brooklyn. And I was like, yeah, them Brooklyn dudes are literally across the bridge from Manhattan. They
no,
are. Why would they sign up for, like, the question I think women need to really ask themselves, because their head is so far up their ass and they're smelling their own fart so much, and they're blowing smoke up their own ass and collective of women, black women's ass so much that they never actually ask themselves, why would a man sign up to be with you?
no, they don't. Because, well, it's two things. One, because society feeds them, and women are notoriously live vicariously through other women. It's like
Yeah.
Yes,
it's
they do.
hence the
Yeah.
hive mind. Like that
Yep.
hive
Yep.
mind. What
Yep.
what shout out to not compatible what Nameless was speaking to.
Yeah.
That hive mind, I swear to God, that hive
Yep.
mind is
Yep.
It's a
Yep.
on
real thing.
10. It really is.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I was speaking to, because of all the other men, like only 2 of us, of all the other men that was there, I think we were the only 2 men that weren't speaking to women that were of the same race, that were actually willing to go that far. to actually.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is, you had some black men speaking over. You had some black men speaking to a black woman. You saw Pakistan, or I don't want to mislabel them, but you would say Middle Eastern men talking to other Middle Eastern women. You saw a white dude talking to white dude talking to a white girl. You saw some of that. You saw a Spanish dude talking to another Spanish woman. But of the entire spot, me and that other black dude were the only dudes talking to someone that was clearly not the same race.
In a race. Yeah. Yep.
Like, it's the start. Like, the difference is night and day.
Wow. Yeah. See that like I said, I truly think that I don't think they really appreciate what they signed up for. They just feel it and then get angry. They just feel it and see it and then get angry at the results.
Yeah.
If Sonny Holston and Whoopi Goldberg are telling you, yeah, we got a matriarchy over here, how do you think the men of means are going to respond to that? And that's why they call us sexist. Because the men said, I'm not the men of means. I'm not talking about the men that have got no choice. That's why they call us sexist. Because the stable men and above, once you, for all you brothers that's still working on it, once you get to train tracks, once you get to stability, it's a whole different ball game. It's a whole, when you no longer need women at all financially to sustain yourself,
at all.
Oh, it's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different, man.
You start looking at them. You start looking at them totally different, because you're actually looking at women like, yo, are you really a liability?
Thank you.
Are you
liability
really
and risk?
Are you a help?
Which is why.
Are you a help or you a liability?
Which is why at a subconscious level, there's a lot of sabotage of men on their part. And they don't even know it, but for their setup, it's a self-protective thing to sabotage black males. But to prevent black men being able to have that choice. That's why, I say you have to really seriously consider mating out, because there's an inbred sabotaging of black males that go on in many black communities and black families. They don't even know that what they're doing.
I would agree.
Yeah, I would agree. But I even saw it when I was out, because when I left, by the way, I left with that chick, that same Korean chick. We went out and did our own thing. So even when I was out and about,
line making moves.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm out here.
Can anybody say kimchi?
But we were out and we were hanging out, and I was actually looking amongst the environment when we were out, and I was like, the majority of men I saw there with women were with women of their own race.
Yeah, that always leaves black women out.
Exactly.
That's their fear. That always leaves black women out, because not only is it men with their own race, cool, but even when those men date out, it's rarely to black women. So black women are hemorrhaging black men. Men of other demographics are staying within race, and then when they do date or marry out, it's rarely to black women.
Rarely.
So black women are just this explains the same-sex loving rate. Go ahead, AB, and then we'll get Meech, and then we'll circle around. We'll get Neyma and everyone. Go ahead.
Yeah, it hurts me to say this, but at this point, I'm with Sauchi. Finito, it's over. We don't have time for them to figure this out.
Agreed.
We don't have time for them to figure it out. You grown, you grown. You think you're independent. You don't need me. Fine, figure it out.
I mean, I would push back on that.
Finish with that line, and then we'll do Meech, and then we'll go to Meech.
When I was out there, man, out there in there, and actually seeing the code, I'll tell you this: it should be over, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Well, what he meant by that, though,
I know it's not over for some black men, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, what I think he was getting, because we've been saying this for a while, is not that it's like a car going downhill with no brakes, right? So you haven't hit the bottom yet, but you don't have brakes. You're done. Yeah. Right. I mean, you can try to jump out the car, but you're probably going so fast that you're going to be messed up anyway. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's what we're saying. We're saying at this point, there's nothing you can do. We can see it happening. We don't have brakes. We're going downhill. We got a damn pickup with a refrigerator in the back of it, making us go even faster. We're not going to be able to stop this and reverse this vehicle, is what I mean. Is what I think.
Well, amongst us, amongst us here on this panel, and men who are listening, and men like of the manosphere, we're already getting out the fucking car. We've been out the car. We're pretty much.
But that's part of the when we say that it's done, we're talking about the black people as ADOS as a whole, the way we used to be, right? As a collective, the way we look at it now, it's on its way out. Now here's something though, is that they're not understanding, and BGS was saying this the other day, especially when you talk about California, Miami, places like that, right? You don't have to even leave the United States to get women of different races. Come down to Houston. In Houston, there are a whole lot of people of all different nationalities coming into Houston.
Shout out to KMS. He say it all the time.
You can find it down. And these women, what they don't get is they're so focused on, let me tell you something. One of the biggest follies of black women. They're so easily distracted with something that's social. So if it's on social media, if it's on TV, if it becomes popular or viral, they fall for it so quickly. They'll focus on passport bros and don't know that the woman, the laundry service that the guy uses, he might date her.
Yeah.
Right? He or her daughter. They're not getting. You're losing your men to women that you walk by. She might work at the grocery store. You're losing your men. You know what they don't seem to understand is that a compliant cashier at a grocery store, right? Now it's only certain grocery stores. We ain't talking about a Walmart, but let's say we're talking about like a Whole Foods, right? Something like that.
Right.
We're a compliant, especially if she's fairly young, in shape, and look, if she's a 6, but she's in shape, she's young, and she's compliant. These used to be 9s, used to be an 8, 35, 40 years old, likely got children, attitude and all that. She beats you. She's of higher value than you are. And they're not understanding why we would take her, why we would take a compliant 25-year-old that's a 6, right? Over somebody who used to be an 8 and is now 35 and 40 years old with attitude. And there was a chick, this black chick on social media, and she made a post. She said, "I'm shitting on the old me." And she put up a picture of herself when she was probably 22, 23. And at this time, she's probably about 36 as she looked, right? Chick, just because you have more money and you're wearing designer labels and you can afford a more expensive hairstyle, you don't look better than you think you are. If you ask guys, we're gonna go with the younger you.
Yeah, but they don't care. But hence the solipsism. That's why it's called solipsism.
And let's be very clear. Like the women get it. They get it. They understand that we want the younger, cuter, more pliable women. That Dr. Sabrina Springs said it. They know what it is. They're angry that they cannot break us and make us want them.
There you go.
That's their issue. They're angry that they can't. No matter what their accomplishment is, what we look is especially once again stable and above men. Risk analysis, right?
Yeah.
Risk analysis, right? So we're like, okay, you're older now. Okay, that's they're going to issue with fertility. Okay, cool. And you've acquired certain habits that bad habits die hard. So you ain't budging on certain habits.
Old and set in your ways.
And you're set in your ways. And you look like you got the propensity. The old habits die hard. And you look like you have the propensity to curse a Negro out. Oh, absolutely not. There's just you've acquired way too much life to quote unquote build something with each other. So one of the things that's true is that super young marriages have a high divorce rate, but what they don't tell you is once you get to a certain age, your divorce rate goes up again. Once again, there's like a Goldie. I forgot with the in between, but there's like a Goldilocks for like what the likeliness that your marriage lasts. Once you get past a certain age,
third marriage, it's that 60-something% chance of divorce.
Yeah. Well, if you get married 3 times, I don't even know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
So, why did you even get married the second time? But cool.
Yeah,
if you get married the third time, then I really don't know what you're doing.
I got a friend. He on his third marriage. I'm like,
wow,
whatever, nigga.
Wow.
Like, whatever.
Right?
I'm like, whatever, nigga. I'm like, I've been married once, and I don't need, but it's okay. Go ahead, whatever. Hope it all works out. But,
and so that's what it is. And I don't think these people appreciate y'all are having these type of conversations in these circles, and y'all really are y'all talking to regular people, regular men. I'm talking about 40 to $80,000 a year earning men. Are y'all talking to those guys? Because that's middle America. Middle America right now is making about anywhere between men. I'm talking about anywhere between like not even 40. Let's say 38 to like $85,000 a year. That's middle America men right there. And if you're not talking to those men, white collar, blue collar, if you're not talking to those men, then you're not really talking college educated, not college educated. You're not really talking to your average man. So y'all having these conversations with these elite women about their struggles.
They don't want an average man, remember.
Yeah, true. And then eat what that means.
But that's the thing. This event I went to shows that most of them have no choice. And here's the thing: the women that were there were fairly attractive.
Yeah.
Like the women were fairly attractive. There was one chick who she was honestly probably the finest chick there. I think she was either Hispanic or mixed, and she had some nice ass breasts. But something tells me that the way them breasts was sitting, she was probably a single mother.
Well, and that says a lot too, though, because
if I wasn't like so caught up in the conversation with the Korean chick, I probably would have went and shot my shot at her. But I was actually enjoying the conversation with the Korean chick. That's why I ain't go over there.
Lying about to have a goddamn Tiger Woods baby on our ass. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey,
wait. Alexa, can you play Lucid's Fried Rice?
Wait, what's her name again? The tennis player. We're about to have one of those.
Oh, you mean
Naomi Osaka?
Yeah, Naomi Osaka. Lana about to give us a Naomi Osaka ass fucking niece, y'all. Go ahead,
man.
I'm going to the next event. I'm like, regardless, I'm going to the next event, and I'm doing the same shit again.
Wait. To be more accurate, Mr. Z, because we're about being correct and accurate here. This motherfucker is about to give us is going to bring us the next Amory. Because remember, Amory is half black, half
Amory
Korean.
she is.
Amory
is a baddie too. Back in the day, boy, I had a thing. Name her.
Like you, like I said, you and me, like she ain't gonna like. If you see me ever in a relationship and or maybe married again, I guarantee you she probably won't be American, and she damn sure won't be a Keisha. I guarantee.
And there you go.
Here's the thing: is that you asked earlier there, Mr. Z, what makes them, or why aren't they going to speaking to these average men? Here's the thing: you don't want to speak to a group of people that will not support your delusion. If you're somebody who you feel like the thing that you don't believe you're delusional about, right? Well, you won't admit you're delusional about, even you try not to even admit it to yourself, right? You feel like it's almost like people who go to church, but they used to be ex-criminals, ex-hookers, and all this shit, right? And they feel like if they don't stay here, they will not of their own will do what they need to do. And without that delusion, they don't feel like they'll be able to keep it together. Do you know how many of these chicks, if you were to really, let's say, for those, if they were to, let's say, if you could snap your fingers and they would snap to reality and all that delusion, they would realize in that moment, they would actually feel themselves, recognize themselves, coming to the realization of what their situation actually is in this country, with their men, or who's supposed to be their men, and in the world, right? And they saw themselves realizing that they've been delusional, and they truly came to an understanding of what their place is. Do you know how many meltdowns? Do you know how many car accidents we would have out here right now? If a woman if they were driving down the road and that delusion hit them, do you know how crazy they would go? They would have nervous breakdowns. They're not prepared for this.
Well, you're not going to see it because it starts mentally. It starts mentally when they're at home. That's when the wall actually starts mentally. That's when the wall starts. When they start
Well, here's the thing. When realization doesn't wait for you to get home. When it hits you, it hits you.
Well, it doesn't. No, it doesn't wait for you to get home. But what I'm saying, it doesn't hit them until they look at home, until they actually look in the damn mirror. And that apartment or that luxury condo or whatever the fuck is still empty, or whenever. So eventually, it's going to hit them mentally before it hits anything. You're not gonna. And here's the thing: you're not gonna see it. Most of us not gonna see it.
No, what you're gonna see is their actions. You're gonna see it in the act because they're not. Look, you can only put up so much of a front when you truly admit to yourself what your situation is. You can only put up so much of a front. It'll be like this: if you're out in the middle of the woods at nighttime and you feel like you're safe and you're just walking along, you're not even thinking, you're not sweating it. But if you really start paying attention around you and find out you're surrounded by wolves, you might piss on yourself.
Oh, my thing is they can put up a front all the hell they want. At the end of the day, they gotta live with that.
Exactly. No, I was saying that though is that they're not going to be able to. We'll be able to see it because they're not going to be able to hide it when that realization sets in. They're not going to be able to hide it. In fact, I tell you what. And Mr. Z was talking about their begging, even though they don't want to call it begging. You want to see some real begging?
Swaggy begging.
You know what I was going to say there, Mr. Z, the other day? It's beg barking. They're coming at you with bass in their voice.
You said it's beg what? Beg bartering?
Beg barking.
Actually,
they're barking at you.
Beg barking. Yeah.
Like you. How are you gonna beg? How are you gonna big dog me while begging? That's not the way this works, right? No, if you're gonna big dog beg me, then you're taking something from me. You're gonna have to try to take some shit. Other than that
to you.
Shit, Barack Obama didn't get a goddamn thing, did he?
Nope.
And what did he get? Exactly, because you know what? He puts on his pants one leg at a time too. And at the end of the day, the collective matters more than he does. He's only here because of the collective. So
that's a fact.
Take his old ass back to Martha's Vineyard.
Hey man, look, hey, you know, I was telling one of my boys, I was speaking with him just earlier about this, right? And I was telling him, I was like, you know what? I actually feel sorry for these chicks in this way. Not completely. I hold them fucking accountable, but I feel bad for them in this way. And there's two things.
Right.
We were all first off, they weren't trained to be the way that they should be, right? But none of us were, right? But here's the advantage that men do have naturally. We want to unfuck shit. We try to get shit. We try to put things in a way to where we can be consistent for our survival and for advancement.
I gotta say it like Jason Blackmeat. I gotta say it. My apologies. In its proper order, in its proper context. There you go.
There you go. Because that allows you. What do they say? You repeat. You put it together and then you repeat it. Right? We try to make stuff repeatable so that it can be, so that we can make plans around it. They don't think like that at all. It's like, look at, you know what, and I'm not, you want one of the most disappointing things.
They don't really learn Meech how most things work.
And they're not supposed to. You know who's supposed to? We're supposed to know that.
That's why most conversations with women at some point very quickly become futile.
Yes,
because you thought about the actual detail about how things work, and even if you don't even know, you know enough about how things work to know that there's a process, there's a particular structure and planning of things, even though I myself may not be capable of knowing or replicating. I know that exists. Exactly. And I respect the fact that exists. And I'm going to defer to those who do know how to manage and replicate that process. So
Exactly.
these are things that men naturally do. And that's why men can more easily adapt to a hierarchical system, because this guy knows better how to do it than I. This coach
Exactly.
knows better how to work the triangle offense than I do. So I mean,
Exactly.
it doesn't matter how great I am at this or that or the other. He knows how to do this
What you said about
particular
Scottie
thing.
Pippen,
But
Black
Fundamentally,
Guru?
Black Uru,
fundamentally, but
Black Uru. That's exactly where I
fundamentally,
was getting ready. That's exactly where I was getting
go
ready to
ahead.
go with this, Black Uru. When you were talking about the triangle defense, that's exactly where I was just getting ready to say. One of the most disappointing things that I've seen from them in a long time is how they hit the WNBA and Caitlin Clark. I'm like, you bitches really care about attention so much that you're gonna fumble the bet. This, who knows when you're gonna get another opportunity like
But I
this?
mean, yeah, but y'all don't. I don't think y'all. I even, and I should have actually spoke to BGS about this when it was a bigger story. But I think BGS knows it, but I think we were in the heat of the conversation. Black women will burn the world to the ground before they give a white woman the chance to be the face of anything.
Ain't that crazy?
They despise the.
As
Y'all thought I was
especially
lying. Like,
sports.
I really mean it when I say, like, for black women, it's like, listen, if y'all don't put me over that, excuse my language, y'all. If y'all don't put me over that white bitch, everybody can die for all I care. That's where black women are with it.
Well, you want to know
They
the
really are
irony of
with
that,
that with
though?
it. Go ahead.
You know the irony of that, what you said,
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Z?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
They don't think white women don't think that.
Yeah.
They think white women won't. You think white women don't feel that way?
Yeah. Yep.
That's
And
the irony
Well,
in that.
I think the good thing about the WNBA losing so much money, apparently they lost $40 million this past season. So ironically, they lost more money during the Caitlin Clark experience than they did even in previous years. I think in previous years, the average annual loss was somewhere in the 10 to 20 million range. They lost more than twice that amount this season. And I think what happened was there were some expenses, some additional expenses that came along with Caitlin Clark, and the setup of their revenue sources were not commensurate with those increasing costs. I think, for example, this was their first year where instead of flying commercial, they flew by charter. That had to add, hell, $10 million, I guess, to their expenses alone, I would imagine, for all to accommodate all the teams. So, they don't know how things really work. They
And they don't
don't
want to know.
know.
They don't care.
They
don't
were,
care.
and they were not designed to know in the way and to the degree and to the commitment levels that men were designed to handle things. That's why
Exactly.
and so putting women over men, and when you think about it in particular amongst black people, given where we already were, is is evil, diabolical. When you think about it in hindsight,
Yep.
it is I mean, evil is not even a severe enough term to use to describe what they did to black people by propping up black women.
Oh yeah,
Let, let me,
they've made them
Black Roo,
crazy, and BGS doesn't agree.
let me add this. Let me add this to what Black Roo was saying. You
Yeah,
know, so I think what adds to that is the outliers. So, I would argue Ms. Z is like this. There's certain things she don't really want to know about, but the outlier women that actually care about societal mechanisms, what makes things work, that understand hierarchy, that actually adhere to it. Ooh, goddamn, right? Those outlier women, because some of those women that we're describing, like I would say, Ebony K. Williams completely understand that. She resents it, but she gets it. Kim Foster resents it, but she gets it.
Let me
Khadijah
tell you
resents it, but
something. Most of those women,
Mhm.
with all due respect, most of those women are being propped up by men.
True,
Look, I
no.
know
I
these
agree.
women. I work with
No,
these women.
no, I agree.
Even most of them. Well, and the ultimate example is this phony chick they got so-called running for president right now. She's
Yeah,
like the ultimate
yeah,
super Ebony K. Williams,
Well,
where
what's the other one that
she
just
went
got
to
married?
college, whatever. She's dressed a certain way. She has a certain articulation. But I promise you, most of the real work is being done by men.
Exactly.
Most of the real work.
I agree.
She's just a face.
When I say that, what I'm saying is the outlier women that get it. What ends up happening is the system or whoever the theys are. They use them like, look, it's possible. These women they're capable. They want to know. They're in the rooms, and it's like, yeah, okay. Even if I concede that that's not a woman thing, you can bring up the outliers all you want. That 5% or so. That if you're lucky, 10, it's not 10. That 5% or so, that's not a thing though. And you're putting the women in the position to resent everything and burn they're really letting the women be Tasmanian devil to everyone outside of them because they feel like they're
Right.
shielded and protected. The elite men
Right.
have essentially shielded themselves. Yes, one or two of them get hit upside the head every once in a while, but they've shielded themselves from the fallout of, I would say, 90% of women throwing a goddamn 20 at least I'm sorry, 90 to 80% of women throwing a temper tantrum because they quote unquote can't find men they can be hypergamous with. And that and
Well,
like the masses of these people that I watch and I listen to and I watch their lectures and I read their articles, they're acting like they don't get it. And it's difficult for me to believe you don't actually appreciate what's going on. That's where Mr. Z comes in. I'm like, ain't no way you don't get it. You're either one of
Well,
the hoo-ha-ha
you'd
folks
be
or
surprised. You'd be surprised how ignorant of some very basic things that a lot of high post women are. A lot of those women have scripts. They have. I mean, again, a Kamala example is a prime. Have you noticed every time we see her, we witness a script.
Yes,
That's
literally.
what we do. Now, this woman has been a district prosecutor, has been a state attorney, attorney general of the largest
Senator,
state in the country, a
vice
senator,
president.
a vice president, and all she knows is a fucking script.
Yep.
Look, I'm telling you, most of these women in high post positions, I certainly wouldn't say all, but most of them, the woman that ran Facebook, fucking script. What was her name?
Oh my God! Not the lean-in chick. You talking about the lean-in one? The one that wrote
Yeah, and
lean-in?
she was propped up.
Yeah, her
She
face
was
is right there.
propped
Her
up.
name is
She
right
was
there.
a
Yep.
DEI prop to give the proper face to Facebook. That's all she was.
Yeah.
So I mean,
The
that's what
same thing with.
most of those women are. The only woman that I've ever seen in public that I think was really about that life intellectually was
Hillary.
probably Condoleezza Rice. No,
Yeah, no, I
Condoleezza
agree.
Rice.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
probably
I
Condi
just talked
Rice.
about her the other day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say
Yeah.
this is what I will also say to that propping up, because they're propped up by the men, and that's the name I wanted to say. Elizabeth Holmes is another one. So Elizabeth Holmes took the fall, but she was trying to snitch out her ex boyfriend, her ex fiance. The She was saying like pretty much me and him did it, which means, let's be honest, he did it. You just was so you were so hell bent on being the face and being a fake ass Steve Jobs that you didn't really fully
No.
appreciate how he was.
Let's be
Yeah, go ahead.
real,
Yeah,
but be fair.
yeah.
Everybody wanted this white blonde.
Yes, yes. Well, they wanted to show that
They
a woman could
wanted
do it.
that,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
and
Yeah, they
yeah.
did. They
So
did.
they
They did.
wanted to, and they wanted all the PR
Yep.
associated with that.
Yep. To show
So it
that they're
was
not
very
sexist.
easy for
Yeah, yeah.
them
No,
to
no, no. Yeah, yeah,
all
yeah.
rally, and the fact that she's the only one
That took the
is
fall.
a
Yep.
whole lot of other people associated with that should be
Yeah, yeah,
doing
yeah.
federal prison time
No, I
too.
agree. I agree. No, I agree. And that's my point. You were so. First of all, that shows that you weren't as talented as he was. Number one. Number two. You didn't. You knew like they were propping you up because you're a woman, and then you played it down with your fake ass Steve Jobs voice and whole wardrobe and get up. The fact that y'all really let her imitate this dude is ridiculous to me. But fine. Then because you're not really invested the way you should be, You don't appreciate that you're the fall guy or fall woman in this. And there you go. So the shit blow up in your face. And I'm not saying she's not complicit. She's complicit, but she didn't appreciate how much she was the fall woman because you're not as talented.
You know, Desi Arnaz built that production company. Yeah, he was the brain behind that, but he was the Latin dude. You know, the Cuban dude. So they wanted to give all the credit to the white one because of who she was. I mean, you got a lot of these power behind the throne scenarios with these so-called, high performing women.
Yeah,
and so whenever I see women like that, I'm always like, okay, who's really behind her? Who's the real brain trust behind, Queen Elizabeth?
Good point.
Yep.
Good point. Sheryl Sandberg. Damn, I finally remembered it, Black Guru.
Yeah, Sheryl Sandberg.
Yeah. I was like racking my brain with her faces right there. Yep, Sheryl Sandberg. Jesus Christ.
They propped her up, made her the kind of symbol for female corporate, ascendancy, all that kind of bullshit. But that's what they do. Yeah. My biggest issue
what Michelle said about that too. Remind people what Michelle said about that when they interviewed her ass. And she said that's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
She knew, that lean in thing. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and then when the men started pulling out or supporting these women, she was the one on the front line saying, "Oh, we got to make sure the men," because she knew herself that she wouldn't have gotten shit if there weren't men behind her.
Yeah.
She knew that. She knew that all this women can do it by themselves and build it by themselves. She know in real life. See, here's the thing: women like her know who really actually do the work. Who really actually is doing the programming at, for example, Facebook. That's not a whole lot of females. Let's be real. Who's really, laying the piping and the infrastructure in this skyscraper that's not women. Women ain't nowhere involved in that. Yeah. They didn't do they very likely didn't do the architecture and engineering. They very likely didn't do the planning. We know damn well they weren't driving to and fro in no damn cement trucks and steel trucks. We know they weren't doing that. So what were they actually doing? So a lot of this is, I wish you guys would start telling these women, y'all don't really do shit. Like y'all don't really do important shit.
But the thing is that this is the problem. Real quick, the problem is the outliers that do. The thing is that we live in it's 8 billion people on the planet, like 4 billion and some odd change women. So what ends up happening is a man will say that, and then they'll drag out the one outlier chick that really can lift 350 pounds. Exactly. Right? They'll be like, look, see. Right? And we all know that's not a thing for women, but the one woman that can lift 350 pounds and might actually still be a straight woman, they'll be like, you see?
Well, and that's on top of that, on top of that, Mr. Z, though, is that same woman doesn't work in a field where she's constantly lifting 350 pounds. She's probably just some sort of Olympic performer. There's not a whole lot of them, and she's not doing this repetitively to earn a living out in the damn elements and shit like that. She's in the perfect environment for this. She's sponsored. She has the best food and everything else, and she only does this when she needs to do it. This isn't how she makes a living. You get what I mean? Or this isn't her actually working a regular job doing this kind of thing. You get what I mean? And on top of that, when we talk about outliers, like you said, 7.5 billion people on the planet, right? I don't even think it's 5% of these women that can do that, Mr. Z. I would say 2.5 to 3, right? But what's 2.5% of let's just talk about the United States, right? 340 million people roughly here, right? A little over half of them are women.
And after this, we'll get better.
Half of them are adults, right? So let's say 85 adult women here in the United States. 3% of that is 2.55 million women. So yeah, you could punt them out 2.5. You can go out there and you can grab 1,000 of them. But all the other ones, if they can do it, then why isn't it more dominant when there's 2 or 3 million of them that can do it?
Meech, the thing is, the narratives, the media, whoever the technocrats are that's pushing a message. I'll give you a prime example.
Yep.
Some almost 9%, some 8%, it's pretty much 8% of women earn, or sorry, excuse me, earn over $100,000 a year. 8% of women.
Yep.
And yet, whether it was Kevin's show, whether it's Kendra G, whether it's even some quote unquote established, quote unquote reputable publication, everyone's talking like all of these women are kick ass and they're all earning these high 6-figure incomes. 8% of women, 17% of men. And yet the entire conversation about relationships in America, intimate relationships, the lack thereof, childbearing, the lack thereof, marriage, the lack thereof, is hyper focused on the handful of people that earn not just even the base 6 figures, 100, some at least 200-ish or more. And yet only 9% or to 8% of women earn that. And are the ones really complaining, and not even all of them, are the ones really complaining about not meeting men on their quote unquote level. So if you're able to make 8% of the female population seem like 50 or so percent of the female population, imagine what you can do with the narrative of men not being on women's level. This is why the women that can't afford it are freezing their eggs.
Exactly. And not understand, and it's so we can talk about, because when we talk about levels, I have a different view of levels when it comes to between men and women. Women will sit up here and say, okay, if I make 100, if they make 150,000, that man makes 150,000, then they're on the same level. Let me tell you why that's not true. Because you have our socialization, and then you have nature, and nature has a program for you to follow for men and women, and it's different, right? A man who can provide and protect and lead a woman he's at a whole nother level, right? If me and you both make 150 living in the same place, but I'm a better leader than you, I can protect better than you, I have more knowledge than you. That is, as a man, that's what I need to be able to do. If that woman is 40 years old, 35, 40 years old, just because she makes 150, she's not fulfilling her nature side. Now why would I want to get you pregnant? You already knocked out a peg or two. You're not on my level. I'm knocking out both sides. You're only knocking out one side. And the side that you're knocking out isn't even intended by nature for you. So you make 150. Men don't give a shit unless he's using that 150 for something specifically. He doesn't care. You think a man that makes $2 million a year, it says I'm only gonna date a woman who makes 100,000? He don't give a fuck about that shit.
Here's the thing: when women say, and from my experience and what I'm seeing and reading, when women say equal, they don't actually mean equal. They mean hypergamy.
No, they don't. Exactly.
Right. So before we even get to what you're saying, where it's 150 and 150, no, she's saying she earns 150, and you gotta earn at least. And this is actually, she means $500,000, but you gotta earn at least 200, and that's her quote unquote equal. Right. So that's what you heard pretty much Dr. Inhorn say. Especially, she said it on the first interview that I have. I think it's either it might be the first link or one of the first links. But the last link, which was the lecture that she gave, these women are they're she didn't say it in these words, but she mentioned hypergamy, but she also mentioned partnership a zillion times. If women are saying partnership and hypergamy, then they don't actually mean partnership. That's not a thing. You really mean hypergamy. If you're saying partnership and y'all talking hypergamy and the women are talking about dating, just like the young lady, gorgeous ass black woman on that morning talk show, we're looking for men at or above our level. Well, bitch, then you're looking for men above your level. And the men told you that, well now it's called dating down. Bitch, you're looking for men above, and then, which by the way, if that's your prerogative, then that's okay. But then you don't get to say at or above. No, above your level, and you're throwing a temper tantrum that you don't get to meet a man above your level and called what you're practicing assortative mating and partnership. That's not partnership.
You know
But
what I
that's
would love to hear there, Mr. Z? I would love one day for one of these men that make $500,000 a year, and this chick makes $120,000 and $150,000 a year, talking about somebody on her level, and for him to look at her and say, "You only make 150. I need somebody to make at least 250. That you're not on my level," so that they can see how ridiculous they sound.
Well, here's the thing.
They just pipe them chicks
They're
and toss.
being told that. They're being told that. We're just not seeing it on social media. There's way too many women earning or quote unquote claiming to earn, crying about somebody not being on their level. No, you chicks are finding out you're just too old. Case in point, Melissa Ford.
Yes. And Chili from TLC.
All these chicks, Ebony K, they're showing you already see it. Ebony K is a walking example of a chick who earned a lot of money and still failed. Couldn't optimize hypergamy. You're already seeing it. All these women, all these examples. Yanni, the women Z's watching, Yanni, like freaking No Neck. No Neck was single for how many years before she finally found that dude?
True.
Who's No Neck?
But here's the thing.
Gabby.
The garden gnome. The garden gnome.
No, but here's the thing. When you see
me really don't know who we talking about. We talking about Kim Foster. I'll just say her name. We talking about Kim Foster. Bro.
A browser, like browser.
And when you see browser, or you could call her. What did better you call her again? Diglett. You could call her Diglett.
Are you talking about Stacey Abrams?
No, not Stacey.
No, not Stacey Abrams. Kim Foster, the browser.
Okay.
Stacey Abrams should have married her a chubby ass white man and a chubby ass white politician and call it a day. That's what she should have
said. When she finally found the dude looked just like her. They look alike. They look alike.
Hey man,
no, y'all can practice. They can practice hypergamy all the fuck they want. The overwhelming majority of these women can't optimize it, and I'm telling you this. I saw it. You see it live and direct at this singles mixer. I'm like, no, most of y'all can't. I know all of even those women there. They all want to optimize hypergamy, but they can't optimize it to the best of their ability. Because if they could, they wouldn't be there.
You know, something else you talk about a lot, Mr. Z, is manifestation, right? Manifesting. They think they're just out of thin air are going to make, as long as they write their mantras in their notebook, right? They have their Post-its that are all on the walls and everything, motivational sayings and all of that, right? Here's where they don't link it together. And there's a comedy show I'll follow called Roast Me, right? And they got a lot of spinoffs and everything else.
Who doesn't watch Roast Me? We all watch that. Yep.
Okay. Lulu Gonzalez, right? You know who that is. She was telling a story because she's doing really well right now, right? As far as the money coming in and endorsements and all of this stuff, right? And she was talking about somebody saying manifested. She said a guy had her, I don't know if he was a promoter, a manager or whatever, told her to come out on stage and picture it, right? What she wants and say it out loud, right? Manifest it. But the way she spoke about it was as though she didn't understand that the overwhelming majority of what she was doing was believing in herself and then putting the work behind it. And that you weren't just, I know people believe in, spiritual stuff like that. And I do to a certain degree, but that's not the majority of it. It's the work and it's the belief in yourself to keep on going because you're motivated and not giving up and not believing that manna is going to rain down from the heavens and your blessings are going to come along with it. That's not the way.
What is the magic of manifesting? Because most people don't understand this shit. When you manifest something, when you visualize something, what's the first thing that it's going to change when you visualize?
Yourself.
In other words, you have to.
Space without works is dead.
In other words, if you read The Secret, read all this stuff that they teach as far as manifestation and energy work and all that kind of stuff. Okay, it's changing yourself first. All your great books talking about business and stuff like that. Okay, it's internal work first. You change yourself first. You become what you want, and then guess what? Like attracts like. Okay, you have to become what you want to attract.
And that's what I was saying. When you're listening to her, when you're listening to her, she doesn't link that together. She doesn't understand that, hey, what you're doing is changing yourself around what you want. It's not You're not pulling something from another universe like your Doctor Strange or something like that, right? It's not. It's you. It's you wrapping yourself up in a manner, changing, like you said, changing yourself in a manner to where you would get what you want.
When most women think about manifestation, they think that the world is supposed to magically change around
In other
them.
words,
That's what they
yeah,
mean.
that's what they mean.
That's what
Exactly.
they
They
mean.
think it's magic.
I knew Black, what I was gonna say is, yeah. No,
which is
it
why.
really is.
Go ahead.
When they say manifest, they really it's not even alchemy, because alchemy even tell you even exchange. It really is. I thought and felt it into existence.
Yeah.
I thought and felt it into
Exactly.
existence. That's
Yeah.
what they really mean. It's not about working anything. It's not about putting any effort. It's not about changing your mindset. What Professor Black would say, think yourself into better practice. None of that. Nope. I thought and felt it into existence. I'll pause.
Which is why so few of them put in the work.
Which was why that's why it's so they have to wait so long to manifest something into existence, right? Is because they don't put in the work. They don't change themselves.
Exactly.
And they're still waiting on the sidelines. Girl, I'm gonna manifest this into existence. I'm just gonna keep saying
literally.
Yeah.
You know, one of the easiest examples you can give of that is working out. When you really want it, when you really change your life, what do they say? Your body a body is made in the kitchen. When you live your life based on you wanting to lose weight, you wanting to get toned, you wanting to look better and feel better.
Yeah.
And then the women who don't do it but have been manifesting as long, quote unquote, that's when you really see the envy. Why did she have it and I don't get it? That's when you hear, well, if God wanted me to have, hold on a second. That's when you hear, well, if God wanted me to have it, he would have.
He would have gave it to me. Yeah, and we expect to be given something.
You know who I cannot stand to watch? That brother Greg Grogan, the brother who run all over the country.
The former military. I know you're talking about.
I can't watch him because when I watch him, it makes me feel, damn, I need to get my ass up and start running.
Yeah.
Because he looking at him forces you to really think about what you're doing with your body.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, damn, I'm like, this motherfucker is doing it, man. He's doing it hard. There's no excuses. He's fucking relentless, man.
It's how he says, how bad do you really want it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
How bad do you? Hey, let me tell you something, Black Uru. Hey, when you have the kind of job I got, man, where you out in the fucking elements, out in the goddamn heat, the freezing rain, you are constantly doing all this rough shit, and you can listen to somebody like that and say, I gotta step my goddamn physical game up. He's on a whole nother level. Check this out. He
be running past moving cars and shit. I'll be like, God damn.
So check this out, right? The girl that I started dating, I had a live-in girlfriend after I got after my ex-wife, right? This is when I was in my mid-20s. We were going to the store one day, right? And she was, the chick that I'm about to talk about, she was actually older than my ex-girlfriend, right? We were going to do some grocery shopping. And this older lady, she looked like she might have been like 42-ish, right? But you know those 42, 43, but she keep herself up like she's still fine at 43. One of those, right? And she had on a little, jumper, the female jumper suits, right? And she didn't even notice us there. She was just minding her business, walking into the store. But it was very obvious that she worked out, and very obvious that she's probably particular about her diet, right? Just going about her day. And my girlfriend at the time, who was slim, she wasn't in shape because she didn't exercise. She's just slim, right? Naturally slim. And she just, almost under her breath, almost like she didn't even really want to say it out loud, like it might have jumped out and she didn't want me to hear. She's like, it ain't all that serious. And I just looked at her. I didn't even say anything to her. I just looked like, hey. Any one of you motherfuckers say it hurt my feelings again, and you're gonna get shot. That's her. I was like, y'all really do believe you want what they have without putting in the work. It's the same damn thing as it was with the white women in this country. White men would not have what they have in this country if white women weren't staying at home doing their fucking part, even if they didn't like it. But they had to do that.
Same thing with the Jewish women.
Same thing with the Jewish women.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all want to think you want what you perceive Miss Ann to have, but you don't want to put in the work that Miss Ann put in.
The thing is you don't want to raise. They want a white man that does all this stuff, but they don't want to raise a white boy to do it.
Exactly.
That's the problem. That's the disconnect. Still the disconnect. Okay,
And they don't think you're deserving of it too. That part.
well, the thing is, okay, whether you're deserving of it or not, right? Basically, if you don't build it, okay, they're not going to come. Okay,
Exactly.
how you going to get something that you don't put together?
Manifested.
He's just supposed to emerge at age 25 to be this kick-ass
Yes,
dude.
yes, BGS. This is what
He's
Meech and you are
supposed to.
telling me. This is me,
Hey,
what Meech and me and Meech are trying to tell you. Yes, yeah.
they're supposed to
Manifest
pray.
into existence.
They're supposed to.
And basically, after 100 years, how's that working out for you?
BGS. They're supposed to pray.
Michelle
They're supposed.
Obama, didn't she?
They're
To who?
BGS. They're supposed to pray, and then when they're done, he will walk out of their closet like Weird Science.
Yeah, because I was just listening to before I just jumped on. I was listening to Helena Pascal talking uh, about having a degree, a career, or a marriage, right? And she's spot. I mean, she's a baby mama. She never been married, and she's in her mid 40s, and she's still spouting the same crap. Okay, same crap. To get your degree, negotiate your contract, yada yada yada. Don't worry. Basically, don't worry about being married, yada yada yada. And I said, okay, but you look at the stats. Okay, you wonder how come your
Exactly.
stats where you're the most divorced and the least married.
But
I mean, those two things have to go together at some point,
Well,
right?
what happened?
that's the
Well,
same
what
thing.
happened?
So Helena is a little bit lighter than a brown paper bag. The
Oh, a
same.
little.
That's the she's lighter than a brown paper bag.
She's lighter than most white people. Let's put it
Right.
that way.
So she's
Yeah.
saying that, but then um um Stephanie Perry, darker skinned sister, she's saying the same thing. They're
Yeah.
both they're all saying the same. And remember, we're not talking about the 20 somethings now.
Hmm.
We're talking about the
Exactly.
40 somethings.
Yeah. And
They
Exactly.
saying the same. They failed. We're talking about the people that
no,
failed
no,
in
they.
partnership, quote unquote partnership.
Well, the
They're
thing
supposed to
that's
be.
it. What the thing is, no, they didn't. This is the kind of partnership that they want. They get the partners that they deserve.
You mean
Well,
the rose toy and the
what is
frozen eggs?
What
Yeah,
what
you're
the
right.
thing, or get the thing is they don't want the partners they deserve.
what it is
You're not settling. You're getting what you qualify for.
You're
right?
getting what you
Let
qualify for, just like
let's
if
let
you
And then
do
what I
on the
was
job.
also saying,
after this.
and
Let's
then
not get
what
big Kev. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, and then what I will also say is overall, pretty much what we're pretty much learning um is that what a lot of these people, what it is this, right? Because some dudes engage in this too.
Big
They
Kev, you
have
sound a
been
million miles away. We
He
need
does
you
sound
closer.
like
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
you're
yeah.
right.
You
You're
might,
right.
don't, use your big voice, man.
hold on, wait. Hold on, wait.
You
Wait, can you
sound like
guys
you
hear me
talking to
right
us from
now?
a goddamn can.
Basically, his woman is in another
Telephone.
room. He don't want her to hear. Okay.
No, man, it's not that. Hey, man. Hey, so can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, that's right. I just had to hold the phone closer to my voice. All right. So, pretty much what's happening right now is that all the people that have been relentlessly anti-marriage, anti-male, anti-family, etc., for the last 56 years,
Mhm.
they're pretty much they want to divorce themselves. Ironically, said divorce. They want to divorce themselves from the consequences of their ideas. They want to
Yes.
let you know that
Say
they
that
hate
again.
marriage. They hate men. They hate marriage. They hate family. They hate an honest day's work. But they want to be divorced from the fallout of their ideas being taken to their logical conclusion. Oh, you don't
Exactly.
respect honest work. Oh, so don't complain about getting scammed by somebody like Sam Bankman-Fried or somebody like that. Oh, you don't respect marriage? Don't complain about why motherfuckers are not marrying you. Oh, you don't respect men? Hey, don't be surprised as to why men are dropping out and why we're having a lack of economic upper mobility. Oh, you don't respect marriage? You don't respect family? Oh, don't complain about why your children are acting up in school and or are functionally fucking illiterate up to the age of like 15 or 16. Like they want to have these harmful ideas. They just don't want to deal with the consequences. They want to deflect the accountability away from their ideas being taken to the logical conclusion. That's all that's happening, man.
And they're being supported with that shit by the greater society.
They
Yes,
used
The
to be.
greater
exactly.
Not
society is
not
hypercharging it.
not anymore.
Well, not as much anymore, but
Not
but
anymore.
the thing though is that at this point now, here's the thing: younger girls.
And after this,
Again,
Chef Butter
I'm
Biscuit.
not. Okay, after this, at the end of the day, I'm still not going to take accountability away from an 18-year-old girl. But when we're talking about people like Mr. Z said, double their age, 2.5 times their age, that
Yeah.
still make 19-year-old mistakes. They have 19-year-olds and they're making
It's not
19-year-old
a mistake
mistakes.
when you're that old. It's not a mistake.
The environment always self-corrects, okay?
Yes, it
Always
does.
does. And that's
But
what's
when I say to
happening
you,
right
Can I
now.
jump in next?
what did I tell you before though, BGS? I said this to you years ago. The environment will self-correct. The problem is where will you be when it does?
It was
Because
that is true. That's true. And that so when what did they say? I think it was, I forget the name of the movie, right? No matter where you go,
there you
There
are.
you are.
Mhm.
Yes, indeed. You
I
can't
mean,
run from
BJS
yourself.
has asked that question. He has asked like, are
I've
you
been
going to
saying,
take
yeah,
them back? Yeah,
are you
are
going
you
to
going
take
to
it
take
back?
them back?
Yeah. And I have no problem with one way or the other. Okay,
Because
I don't.
I'm gonna be honest with dear Black Manosphere. I'm just gonna burst y'all bubbles right now. The majority of these Negroes will take them
Go
back.
take it
Nigga,
back.
let me
Yeah,
tell you,
that's good.
the majority of these Negroes are laying on their stomach, kicking their feet up, waiting for the phone to ring. That's what the majority of these majority of these
Hell
Negroes
no.
are on their bed right now,
They're
laying on their
they're
stomach with
they're,
their
they're
feet
brain
spread right now, waiting.
Hey, Mr. Z with the controller pad in their hand.
Right, literally
hey
waiting for the phone to ring.
Yeah, but hey,
as long as the government and the cops stay out of their business, it's okay. It's
Ooh,
okay.
say
It's
that,
okay to
say that, Black Group.
it's
Say that.
okay to do a new deal with these hoes if the outsiders stay out of your business. Because it's
hey
really the outsiders that are the problem.
Hey, I got 2 words for you, Uru. Market forces. All right.
Yeah,
exactly
Hey, hey,
exactly.
Can I
hey.
jump in next?
yeah.
Notice what Black Rule said. I'm saying that negotiation that new negotiation gonna be a mug.
Yes, it
That
is.
Mark.
Now,
if you could get the
any
white dudes to stay
negotiation,
out the way, oh, that new
any
negotiation.
deal
No.
that
The white dudes are on our side now because they're having the same problems called
Yes, indeed.
market forces.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
yeah,
And you and
yeah,
no white dude is gonna come snatch up a westernized black woman. He's like, if I'm gonna deal with a western woman, I might as well deal with my own. Why the
Hey,
fuck
Who?
would I deal with?
let me read this real quick. Let me read this real quick. And Venom says, legs up, waving them back and forth. I'm telling you, that's what the majority of Negroes are laying on their stomach.
Like,
That's what I was trying to say. He said it to me. That's what I'm trying to say. Yo.
Is the game that bad now? Is the
No,
game
hey,
that bad?
yes, is that bad?
This
Yes,
is
is
the
that
thing.
bad? Because a damn
The,
Keisha tried to approach me when I was at the spot last week.
I'm telling you.
hey, do they have corded? Do they have corded telephones?
Yeah, you know what I think? It's your non-select man and just about all your women are both playing like top Trump's nuclear weapon with each other, right? The minute like the few pennies I got, I ain't gonna share them with you. And the women like, well, I won't have your kids. And everybody's like, I'll press the red button. I swear to God, I'll press the red button. I'll press it. I'll press it. I'll press. And the men and women, that's pretty much what they're doing right now. I'll press the red button. But the men actually mean it though.
And
Exactly.
they already have. The women just haven't felt the
Exactly.
shockwave yet. That's right.
And according to
Yeah,
Dr.
that's
Chris
true.
Marsh, she even said it. Men and women, when they get a certain age, the women are still invested in potentially ending up with in a relationship. The
Yeah.
men usually give themselves an age, and they say, if I don't find what I'm looking for by this age, I'm gonna just
Yeah.
live free lifestyle.
Yeah. Basically, and that's what I was trying to
And
tell.
that's
I
a
think
PhD black woman that said that. Go ahead.
I was
Go ahead.
trying to tell somebody,
After the
right?
chef butter biscuits, go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
when I first started, when I first got to YouTube, right, first got to the manuscript, I was a MGTOW, okay, and we in the MGTOWs were arguing about should MGTOWs be mainstream because at the time MGTOWs were a very small, tiny group, radical. Like we're not gonna date, we're not gonna have babies, not gonna get married, all the yada yada yada. That was in 2013, right? 11 years later, 60% of your Z's are MGTOWs, okay, 60%. Okay, what are they complaining about? Generation Z, they're not having sex, they're not going on dates, they're never going to
Yep.
get married. Okay, they're not in a relationship, stuff like that. They've given up on relationship. That is MGTOW. They were calling MGTOWs crazy in 2013. Okay, now it's
Mhm.
Yep.
normal.
You know what you're not hearing anymore? You
What?
better go get you a white woman.
Meech, I gotta pause you. I gotta pause you because we gotta get Chef Butter Biscuits in here. We done skipped him too many times. Go ahead,
Oh,
Chef
okay,
Butter
go ahead.
Biscuits.
No doubt, no doubt. Appreciate me, man. Also, first off,
It's an honor to be up here with Mr. Z, my fellow Florida man brother. We got
Hey,
representing down here, bro.
dig on it. No, go ahead.
Hey man, mine day where that, bro. That's where it's at, bro. For sure. But speaking of the environment, BGS, I have a doomsday question for you. Now, of course, we know most of the men in society, they're not really about what they talk about. If they get the woman they want, they suck their dick. They're going back to it, blue pill, all that shit.
Yeah, one blow job away. Yeah.
Exactly. But in this extreme situation, how much will it take for the United States to give up the white dominant, I guess, hegemony they want?
It's over. It's over.
It's already over? Okay.
It's already over. Yeah.
So in regards to
next question.
Women, wait,
BGS don't just get to answer the question without explanation.
No. Yeah.
Detail about that.
It's basically. Go ahead.
Can you explain
Go ahead.
Can
I was going to, but it's okay. Go ahead. Explain it for me.
I want him to define what he means so that you can properly respond.
Okay.
What do you mean by the white hegemony? Hegemony? What do you mean, brother?
So essentially, for what we've been observing, they've only been focused on importing, I guess, the fair-skinned Latinos, pretty much because of proximity, they're closest out of everybody else. It's gonna be easier to do that versus, the black.
Haitians light skinned and white?
No, but I'm saying like
what is the majority of if you look at the majority of people in these two continents, what color are they?
People of color, brownish.
No. What I'm saying is, are they black African?
No.
So what color are they?
Fair skin, white.
Well, they're brownish, right? They're closer to white, but they're brownish, right? Those are the majority of people that are in the continent. Okay, so where you gonna get your numbers from? What are they gonna look like?
Oh, of course, down south you're a little more brown.
What I'm saying, those are the people. The people that are coming in are from Central America and South America. They're not coming from Mexico. Okay.
Right. But more so regards to Africa, because essentially they want to, I guess, hold on to the idea of keeping it as close to
you could, but the thing is, how far away is Africa?
That's a big ass trip right there.
It's a big ass trip. What's closer?
South America.
South America. So, in other words, the people from South America can drive or walk, can't they?
Absolutely. But my question was more so: when did they actually start pushing resources, try getting people from Africa as well to bolster our numbers?
Well, you can, but the thing is, when Africans can actually afford to actually be over here, because there's no restriction on Somalis and Ethiopians and Nigerians actually coming over here.
Sudanese and all those.
He said there. In fact, you have how many Haitians have you had that are dark skinned that have come through here? What is it? Hundreds of thousands already? Okay.
A couple hundred, yeah, something like that, probably. Yeah.
300,000, right?
They're black and brown skinned people throughout the Western Hemisphere. Shit, there are probably 1.5 billion, or maybe not that many, but certainly hundreds of millions of darker in Brazil alone.
Brazil got 80 million by itself.
What I'm saying is, okay. Sometimes we have to step back and push racism aside, even though that's what we've been taught, and look at what's practical, what's pragmatic, right? The easiest people to actually that actually come to the United States are the people that are right next door. Who are the people that are right next door? They can walk across the border.
Oh, absolutely, definitely. I definitely don't doubt that at all. My question
Central Americans that are mainly like brownish.
Oh, absolutely. And my question is more so, what will it take for them to extend it beyond to South America?
It's called number one. It's called money. Okay. Number one, and number two, the Africans right now, okay, that I've talked to, they want to keep their talent at home. They don't want to ship it out no more. Yep. Okay. In other words, the only positive fertility growth on the whole planet is Africa, right? Okay.
Right.
People, even Latin American countries are trying to resist sending people up here, is because they don't have enough people to maintain their structure. Okay.
So in other words, there's a serious labor and brain drain that the Europeans and the Americans have been benefiting from. Lesser Canadians, actually Canadians, like 1/3 of their population, I think was like some crazy immigrants. It was like 20% or third. I think it was a nice sized minority. Australia too. A lot of these, pretty much, let's just call it a thing. White countries have been benefiting from the brain drain and labor drain from the quote unquote global South, and pretty much the global South is closing doors. It's like about that.
Yeah,
Right.
and for the most part, and Bill Clinton actually said it. You white women are not having enough babies. We have no choice except to import people. That's what Mr. Z was saying when he
Yep,
says those
yep, yep,
cheaper women. That's what he was
yep,
talking
yep,
about
yep,
from
yep.
other places. Okay. In other words, at some point, you cannot produce enough people. Basically, in the just the United States. We're not talking about Europe. Europe actually did that years ago. Okay. Okay, basically, United States, as far as white people, their death cross, as far as more white people dying versus more white people being born, was in 2015, right?
It's
Mm-hmm.
White
already
Yep.
over.
white people peaked out as a population in 2019. Okay, 5 years ago. Okay,
It's
Yep.
already
going
over.
f-
I've
yeah,
talked to. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, going forward, I'm asking you to do your own homework. What do you think?
Well, of course, yeah, because I've definitely been following this as well. Because of course, in your Patreon too. But my question is more so just importing women. But I thank you for asking that
Mm-hmm.
question as
I
well.
mean,
But
I
we
mean,
got that part.
women don't build roads. Women don't do labor. Women don't do a whole bunch of shit that you need men to do. Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Women are good for what? Producing babies. If you import a whole bunch of women start having babies, when is your labor pool going to grow up and actually become
It
productive?
takes about 20 years.
About
Yeah,
20
about
years.
20 years minimum.
As far as males are concerned, right? When are
Mm-hmm.
males actually the most productive?
Like, was it
Or
pretty much what
20s,
30,
30s.
no, 34,
30?
35, right? So in other words, it's going to take
Okay.
you 30 years to get a whole bunch of productive males into this system, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so
Right.
do you have that long a time to actually get to do that kind of stuff?
No, no, not
You
at
don't.
all.
So in other words, what are your options?
Yeah. Get them where you got them.
You get them when you got them. And guess what? Now, why do you think you see so many women? It's because coming through here is because they need to keep the males at home. Okay. If you want to
Mm-hmm.
develop, you need males. So the males are staying at home and being put to work. They're sending the women up here.
Mm-hmm.
All the
Uh-huh.
former baby mamas. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have no man.
Uh, well,
And guess what we have? You send them into a system that's already what 55 60% female. What's
Yep.
that going to do?
well,
Make our
exaggerate
life a whole lot
all years.
easier. No, I'm playing.
So, so in other words, I mean, I don't have to tell you. I mean, you're asking me a question that you should already know the answer to if you've done the work. Okay. I mean, the numbers are the numbers. Mr. Z just stated the numbers. That's why I said
Yep.
market forces. In other words, you want to be a boss chick. You want to wait till your 40s, yada yada yada. Yet this, that, and third. And the thing is, that's how I came up here, right? I hear what men are saying that women want to do, yada yada. So fine, you can do whatever you want. Okay. The
There's a cost
men
to
that are
that.
here do not have to choose you. In other words,
Thank you.
are you the market? Okay, are you in the market to purchase a guy, take care of a guy, whatever it is, and put your stuff on the market
BGS, I
and,
gotta
and
pause you
acquire?
for a second.
Go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
gotta pause you for a second because I gotta ask Lion to say his quote because that you're right there. Lion, you want to say your quote? Oh, he not talking right now. Okay.
But it goes.
Oh, that's cool. What he say? You can't. What he's talking about optimizing your hypergamy. They
hmm
can't optimize their hypergamy. This is what you're
Yeah.
saying right now.
I mean, it's like okay, it's like selling a Mercedes in basically some little town in Mexico, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Right.
There's like
great car,
yeah.
But no
But who
market
can
for it.
afford it?
but no
Yeah.
market. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
go ahead.
It's like, but it's like I was saying earlier. I'm with your number two, BGS. It's over. We don't have time for them to catch up anymore. If you want to be on that independent crap, go ahead.
That's what I was listening. I mean, you're doubling down on the same crap and and then crying about your numbers. Okay. In fact, I don't. Personally, if you look at black women, and I was just thinking, I probably have to do something on this, right? If you look at their numbers, right? Okay, the optimal time to have a baby, okay, is before you're 25, right? Okay,
Right.
almost 60% of black women have babies before 25, right? Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, you should be married when you're having
But
a
there we
baby,
go.
right?
There we go.
Okay,
Yes.
but the thing is, black women have babies earlier or as earlier than anybody else, right? As far as having a
And
baby,
then don't
okay,
get married or get married
and
super
and
late.
they marry later than everybody else,
Hmm.
okay. So what does that
Yes.
mean? They don't care about being married. Why are you crying about
And,
it?
and
No.
and by the way, I want to stress this because once I saw Juicy literally say she did this by a choice, what BGS is speaking about right now, I think
Mm-hmm.
when Juicy got a master's degree or something like that, she done
Yeah.
met with Michelle Obama. I want to be very clear to y'all. Juicy met and interviewed Michelle Obama.
Mm-hmm.
That same Juicy elected to be her and the child's father, biological father, are friends apparently, but they're from my understanding they're not married. I don't even know if they're in a relationship like that.
Uh-huh.
But she chose to have the kid and not get married, and it was a conscious, deliberate,
Yeah.
intentional choice. Deliberate,
It-
excuse me, intentional
which is fine.
choice.
Which is fine. My,
Yeah.
my thing is, my thing is, stop blaming the men about you not being married and say this is the path that we want to walk. We want to be baby
Yep.
mamas. Okay, we don't want husbands. We want our raise our children in a certain manner, and we're willing to actually either make up for the deficiencies or accept the results that come out of it.
Well,
That's
but
all I
see,
want to hear.
right there though, BGS, you're asking them to fucking take accountability, and women hate accountability as much as they hate being ignored.
Okay,
Why is that my problem? Go ahead.
yeah. Go ahead. I don't want to hog
Well,
all
no,
the
no,
whole
Oh,
mic.
oh,
Yeah.
what I'm saying though is that
Meech, you
it's
got to read the super chat
and
now. You done messed up. Go ahead, read it after you
what
make your comment. Go ahead.
okay. Well, if the moment, see, the government can't come through and they're not even trying to, but even if they wanted to, they can't make women do anything. That's supposed to be on us. We're supposed to be able to make them do it, and the government is supposed to not tie our hands behind our back so that we can do it, right?
I I think with Roe v. Wade and the pushback on
They're starting to loosen up. To be fair, Jay. Go ahead.
when I think when women, white women especially, started to push back on Roe v. Wade, I think the government basically threw up their hands. You know, the hell with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead
No,
and
the
equalize
make
everything. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
and the government can make women do a lot once they
Yes.
stop paying the bill.
Yes.
Once you be surprised how much
Well, but
you can make
Hold on, Meach. Hold
Wait,
on.
wait,
Let me
wait, wait,
finish.
wait,
make
Meech.
yeah.
and compel women to do when you stop paying the fucking bill,
No,
or you establish more criteria for which those bills will be paid. You'd be surprised.
yeah. In other words,
I,
you
rem-
change
I remember
you
I
change the
remember my
environment. You
own
change the woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember my
Yeah.
aunt
Well, the super chat passed by, so
Oh no,
I,
no,
overspent.
I,
I'm gonna put it
I,
back up.
yeah.
I
Go ahead,
remember my
Doctor.
aunt overspent. This is way back in the day, like the 70s, right? Overspent, on the credit cards, all that. And my uncle's very easygoing guy and very supportive by whatever you want, at first kind of thing. And then she overspent. And then my uncle grabbed every credit card, checkbook, everything he had, cut them all up right in front of her face.
Mm, okay.
Mm.
And then he started paying all
well,
the bills himself directly. Now,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
before that,
Yep.
his wife paid all the bills.
Mm-hmm.
After that, for about a 6-month period, he paid all the bills.
Mm-hmm.
And as he was paying the bills, he was auditing her as he was paying the
Mm-hmm.
bill. So they would have these
Mm-hmm.
conversations
Mm-hmm.
about why this bill was so fucking high. What is this? What can we take back? Etc. Whatever.
Not the return.
You'd be
Oh,
surprised
hurting
how
women.
much you can control women when you get a hold of that budget, when you get a
That
Mm-hmm.
hold of
purse
that
string.
money.
Yep.
Oh yes.
yeah, but that's for
And by the
you to
way, Meech,
that's supposed
real
to be
quick,
for
Meech,
you to do.
Please read the
read the
chat.
super chat, and then I also want to say,
Yeah,
Kenny Man
okay.
put into the chat.
I'll
Go ahead,
read it.
go.
I'll read it.
Go ahead, BG. Go
I
ahead.
Very,
got I got it right here.
I got it. I got it. Very great
See,
points, gentlemen.
Okay,
I
he
can't.
asked me to do it. That's what I was going to do.
Okay.
yeah.
Very
Go
great
ahead,
points,
BJ. Go ahead.
gentlemen. Very great points, gentlemen. I can't tell you how many women I've asked to write down and tell me what happiness looks like or what life they want. Haven't
Mm-hmm.
received one loose leaf or phone. Was it phoning? Shaking my head.
That thing is
Uh,
the
uh,
thing he meant today, like phone call or
text me.
phone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
phoning.
phone or
Yeah,
something.
okay. Or
Well,
text
Yeah,
message. Yeah.
bro,
That's very
because
true.
it's a scroll, bro. We already
Yeah.
know the second you start telling them to start listing, thing is gonna. You
No,
got a composition book.
no, the thing is, they know what they want. The thing is, they know if they put it out loud, it makes no sense. They know what they want. They just can't say it because
I
Exactly.
want you to, I want
if
you
they
to
admit
listen
it,
to me, but I don't want you to critique me. Shut
yeah,
the hell up.
in other words, it'll be up to scrutiny if they put it down. Because I've asked women, and I said, "Give me your top 10." Well, I don't have a top 10. This is bullshit. Give me your top 10. Blip blip
Kevin
blip blip
Samuels
blip
has
blip blip
entered the
blip.
chat.
Yeah,
They
blip
got.
blip
Right.
blip 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 blip
Look,
blip.
check this out.
And they keep going. That's it.
So
Oh, then go ahead.
yeah,
And then after
with
this, we're
that
gonna get
message,
better
because
you.
that's
We're
why I
gonna
want
get
to read it,
AB,
because I
and then
have
we'll
it.
get Chef
can't.
Better
Oh, you one
Biscuits
at a
again.
time, y'all. One at a time.
Okay.
No,
Okay. I'm getting a
I'm
headache.
doing the
So
organizing, Meech. Wait. So, Meech, real
Hold
quick,
on.
real
Host
quick.
first. Host first.
Wait,
Host
wait.
first.
After Meech, we're gonna get Better You. We're gonna get AB. We get Chef Better Biscuits. Namer hasn't said much, surprisingly, and then
Yeah,
we'll get
I'm
Namer.
shocked too. Yeah.
For me, I know Namer got to be at work. He got to be. Go ahead.
Read the chat
all right.
while it's up there.
Okay.
um, there's a
So
whole. Oh,
what do
go
they
ahead. Go
say?
ahead, Meech. Go ahead.
There's a whole single mother by choice TikTok trend. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But
There
on
should be.
that last comment though, but that last comment, right? He was like,
Mm-hmm.
he wanted them to tell them what happiness looks like. Let me
Mm-hmm.
tell you, and I said this years ago too. They don't even they think happiness is an item. Like, oh, I want a degree, I want a car. They don't understand that happiness is a result of getting the things you want. So, like BGS just said, hey, tell me the top things you want. They should be able to list those things, and those things should provide them happiness. The problem is somebody else told them that would make them happy, and the person who told them that aren't even happy when they have it because they're lying to them.
The thing is, women, you can make a woman happy. Okay, if you give her the lifestyle that she wants and let her do what she wants, she'll be very happy. The thing is, she doesn't want to do what it takes to make herself happy. She wants
Yep.
you to make her
And,
happy. Okay?
and I'm gonna say the
Exactly.
most cliche, corny shit ever said. Happiness is within, and it is a fleeting feeling, and it's not a constant. These bitches
It
can't
is
even be
not.
content, let alone happy.
Nope.
Before we could we talk about being content first, please, man? Right?
Oh, what is that? Content?
Thank you,
Content sounds
thank
No.
too
you,
much.
thank you,
Content
BGS.
sounds too much like
Thank you.
average.
I'll be happy when I can show off my house and
Yep.
my dinners to my girls and get
Stun on these
validation,
hoes.
get validation and attention and stuff like that.
Yep.
Shout
Exactly.
out to the WNBA, right?
Hey, start. We
And
literally
say
mentioned it
that
before you
again.
jumped up here. We literally mentioned, and I was
Yes,
telling Meech, I
indeed.
was like, these black women would rather starve in the middle of the streets than let the white girl get the attention so they could all eat.
Yeah.
That's crazy as hell. Hey, we're gonna work you up to at least 800,000.
Which
With Caitlin Clark here, maybe we
Mhm.
can work you up to an $800,000 average contract. Fuck no,
Fuck
we
that.
don't want that.
I'd
Let us
rather
keep
make
making
$80,000 a
85,
year. Yep.
as long as she
Exactly.
don't get the attention.
Yep.
if black men could give her the what is it, the Gone with the Wind lifestyle, where she can get in her dress ball and sit down and eat tea and brag to her girlfriends about her lifestyle, she'd be enormously happy. Okay, she would be. I could,
I just want to emphasize this. If y'all paying attention to Angel Reese right now,
hmm
Angel Reese said, "Watch what I'm gonna." So Angel Reese is sucking all the air out the room while all the other NBA hosts starve
Yeah,
because
yeah,
she's using her position to
yeah.
gain all of that attention that
Yes.
should have been spread amongst all of them.
Oh, yeah.
With
But
with
she's
Caitlin
black.
Clark,
But
yeah,
she's
exactly,
black.
With the
Yeah.
yeah,
democracy.
Exactly.
yeah. And that
It's not.
and you know yeah whatever. Angel Reese to me is very interesting how she's moving, and I want to see what that look like in the next 5 or so years. Because I think I know where this is going, but let's see.
Just like Holly
Rapper
Berry,
enters the
probably.
chat. Anyway, no, it's gonna be a rapper, bro. Most likely,
You
it's gonna
think
be a
so?
rapper. Yeah, I think it's gonna
Okay.
be. I think it's gonna be maybe another sports star, possibly. Oh, remember, white boy's always in the background, so that could happen. That always could happen. But probably a rapper or a fellow sports star, black, if not the white boy. It's gonna be one of those threes to me, but most likely the rapper. We'll see. I'm giving it 5 years. We'll see how wrong I am.
For sure, for sure.
Yep.
But I think,
And
especially with this election
go ahead.
cycle. Oh, my bad, my bad.
No, go ahead, and then we'll get better you.
Gotcha. But yeah, we already know the women, they're on what they're on. They don't want to change from that. That's set in stone now. But my real question is, with this election cycle, especially after it passes, we're gonna see how many men, black men in particular, want to be free from this shit, and that's gonna be
Mm.
really telling by the election, well, voting turnouts. That's why I'm looking forward to going forward.
I think at least a quarter of black men that vote are gonna vote for Trump. At least a quarter, if
Yeah,
not a third. I think it's gonna be at least a quarter. I don't think this is just some online stuff. Not this time around. Not this time. I think for your typical Republican, I think black men are usually more alt talk, because when you actually get in the voting booth and you think about policies, which most Americans don't, to be honest with you, we're voting from the gut. But when you actually think about policies, yeah, you might be trying to get at your baby mama or spite your ex-girlfriend, but that's just a difficult proposition. But the way Trump moves does entice a lot of men, and that means something. And the Democrats know that. They know that. They know they left their sons out there in the wilderness for the past 50 years. If it's black men, well, since the plantation, right? So they know that, and well, the chickens have come home to roost, and there you go. They know.
Yep.
They know what the consequences of this is. And so they're attempting now to shame what they see as more quote unquote sensible men to just bite
Right.
the bullet and vote for Trump anyway. I'm assuming, that's gonna happen. Vote for Kamala anyway, even though you have some serious reservations about how the way that we've been speaking about you and the benign neglect that we have committed on you over the past few decades.
Very arrogant.
They know what it is. They know what it is. But let's get Better You in, and then we'll move around. Go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, I would echo a lot of that stuff.
Goddamn, Better You, you sound like you calling from the goddamn submarine. That thing. Go ahead.
Oh, dang. Let me switch off the Bluetooth. Hold on.
Okay.
He had a McDonald's drive-through.
He calling us from inside a
You hear me
whale. Damn, yeah, you're good.
Inside a whale from the blowhole.
Goddamn Moby Dick does something.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Messing with you, Better
I
You. Go
would
ahead.
echo a lot of that sentiment with the election, because I do think a lot of black men aren't going to vote Democrat. I think you're probably going to see a quarter to 30% going either third party or Republican. But what I really wanted to get into was, and I know we kind of moved a little bit away from it, so if redirect me if I'm
No,
out of
you're
line.
good. You're
But
good.
like
Go ahead.
when we was talking about the whole women's empowerment thing, I would just simply say two things. Don't underestimate that there are a lot of programs that are designed to create these pipelines, where they're seeking out these young women. They're pushing these young women into the various roles and positions, and it's very quickly in certain corporations becoming environments where you're talking about certain departments of 60% women, 70% women,
Yep.
and you're getting really close to that percentage to where you're starting to have lockout. And the other part of it too, I would say, is don't never forget that the truth of women's empowerment is, honestly, all this shit comes from the back of men.
That's what Black Guru
If
was
the
saying
moment
earlier.
the moment men say no, that's the end of the whole experiment, because
Yes.
the power they're taking, the power and opportunities, most by and large, is coming from us.
Yeah. Well,
If we could get over our own fucking arrogance though and admit it and stop saying, well, we sound like victims. Motherfucker, you are a victim.
well, I think it's that. I think it's that our mothers have done a really good job in raising us. I'm talking about collectively, raising us to do for women as some way of cosmic justice, cosmic retribution for what some man did to. So what some Arab man did to some Arab woman 3,000 years ago. It's all of our fault, and so we are uplifting women for some type of global patriarchy spanning millennia, not even centuries or decades, millennia. And so there's a number of men that truly have bought into that men are what's wrong with the world, and it's up to him and other like-minded men to make things right by propping up women at the detriment of other men, and so be it. And there's
Exactly.
a number of men who think like that. They think that like that about their wives, their daughters, their nieces, the random woman at their
Yep.
job. They will always suffer, because in their mind everything wrong with the world is at a man's hands, and all women have been are victims of men. And there's a cost to that.
Exactly.
There's a and some of those men are in positions of power. Some of those men are in positions of influence, and they're like the Pied Piper for a number of young men, but also women. Right? The Derek Jackson pretended like he was that guy. He's not. But the way he spoke, right? you see this with a number of men of varying backgrounds. They might be they might be alpha as hell until it comes down to speaking about women and history and patriarchy and all this other stuff. Then you hear how they speak, and you see, better yet, you see how they move and how they advocate. This is everything. And to those men I say, well, have good luck finding your daughter a husband in the future. So there's a cost to that. There's a number of men who raise spoiled brats. All of these spoiled brats are not the product of single mothers.
Some of these men try to manifest to their Mr. Z, which is why they don't put in the work to raise their daughter to live in reality. It's easier to just coddle her and spoil her, and then you think you're going to end up with a daughter that's going to be productive.
Hello?
Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
No, my apologies, me, because I went to a dead zone and you kind of had cut out. So it was on my end. So let me say this. I have a niece. I have a younger sister. I have an older sister. I'm not about men raining down terror on women. When I speak this way, it's not about because we're black, and so I'm doing this on purpose. I'm putting out like this PSA on purpose, right? With that said, my own younger sister will tell you every day, all day, I'm not putting no goddamn garbage out. I don't care what the hell. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that, and that's a man's job. But she plays her role, though.
Exactly.
Right? And this is no pushover woman. No one would call my younger sister no pushover woman. So what we have is, that's why I'm saying the women are trying to double dip. They are trying to do, a hypergamy by patriarchal specifications, right? Or I said that the wrong way. Hypergamy by partnership specifications, right? So and there's a cost to that. So that's number one. Number two, when I was mentioning my family for a second, I'm not about raining down terror on women. With that, you got to be honest with the ladies would come with this. And the thing is, y'all are not being honest with them on a macro level. I keep on bringing this up because we do have a dearth in birth. Birth dearth, all right? We do. And much of that is coming from the way people now, women, see relationships and marriage. They do not want to do struggle. And y'all have so thoroughly, used them and put them in these positions educationally, socially, politically, that it does have an effect on your society, on overall society. Number one, your different ethnicities, your different races, different class groups, all across the board, the women are saying they don't want to have children. They don't want to get married. Unless it's in the most optimal situation ever. That's not a real thing. A handful of women are going to be able to get married to Elon Musk in a lifetime. So far, Jeff Bezos, what is he still engaged? He got one wife, he's engaged with another. Like, that's not a real thing.
He doesn't have kids, does he?
Elon got kids. I mean, Jeff got kids.
Bezos.
Got kids. Yeah, he got kids. He has kids.
Okay.
Yeah, from Mackenzie Bezos. Yeah, I think like 3. I think it's 3 kids, if I'm not mistaken.
What does any of that stuff have to do with reality, right? Because we have all this talk, and guess what? The world is going in a different direction, is it not?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And I think that's what I'm saying to this is, if we're not having real conversation and y'all are not maneuvering the women a certain way, because I'm saying it right now, younger Xers, you already lost them. Millennials, for the most part, our generation is gone. From what I'm seeing with Gen Z, from the oldest of them, that they're gone. So maybe alphas, maybe, right?
So if you don't have millennials and Z's, you're not gonna get the alphas.
Nope.
Exactly.
And when I say, I don't mean like every person to a man it's over, or every person to a woman. What I am saying is the trend is looking like a continuation in the birth dearth, a continuation of the women out, quote unquote, educating the men. And what the fallout of that is, and that's what Marcia Inhorn, Dr. Inhorn kept on saying, is the partnership what did she call it? The partnership problem or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, because we're not trying to do partners.
Okay, I mean, okay. The thing is, okay, what does partnership benefit a man?
That's my question.
Okay, at the end of the day, okay, men will do partnership if I'm gonna get this, and this with a partner. Okay, you know what? I can rock with that. Okay, what do they get out of a partnership?
You get a woman that has one foot in patriarchy and one foot in feminism. You get a woman that got one foot in hypergamy and one foot in partnership.
No, no, no.
You
What
get
I'm
a
what I want to say, what on the ground,
Mhm.
what do you personally get that's going to make your life better as a man with partnership?
Gorilla
Nothing,
grip.
because
Huh?
they're gonna want you to do
Gorilla grip.
basically it's split partnership is, hey, let's split everything down the middle. Let's split the
Oh,
household chores down the middle. Let's split you pay the most of the bills though. We don't want a partnership where,
Yep,
you know,
yep, yep.
we
so
still want at least the 80-20 partnership.
so does that benefit you as a man?
No,
Hell
no, no,
no,
no,
because
no.
if
So
I'm
in
doing the
other,
cleaning up, I can just live by myself and clean up.
so in other words, and men have found out, and that's one thing
Yep.
that COVID taught men. Okay, I can live better. I can live without a headache. I can live without a
BGS, you gotta
responsibility.
say it.
I've been yada 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 without all that headache. It's called
BGS, you ain't
emotional
say it.
labor. What's that?
You a
What I not
boomer.
say?
Exactly.
Shame on you, BGS. You ain't say it. You should have said we could do better by ourselves. How did you not say it? You were
No,
right
no,
there,
no, 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 no,
BGS.
no, no. The thing is, women say I can do bad all by myself. Men
Yep.
say I can do better by myself.
Good
Okay,
point. Good
Exactly.
point.
I
Good
can do
point. Good
great
point.
by
Good
I
point.
myself.
can do better by myself.
Good point.
Somebody asked me, said, how come men earn more money if you have a wife and kid? Is because you
Mm.
have to.
Yep.
Okay.
Look,
Exactly.
let me tell you, most men, all they need is a hooker budget. Let's be
Yes.
real.
I
Yeah.
said it. I
That's
said
all
it.
you need.
Yeah.
I
That's
said it.
all you need is a hooker budget.
So
You
let me
know,
say this to
that's all
Black
you
Uru.
need is a $40 budget. That's all you
Yeah.
need.
Oh,
$40.
hey, and $40 is expensive
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
look up the market pressures.
right.
Okay.
Well, I
Your
mean,
fellow.
definitely, it's going to be trending. You know, in a lower direction
And
coming soon. But I'm just
because
saying for now, yeah.
because that white woman said I will show up a couple times a week if you pay my $100 cell phone bill.
Yep, yep.
There you go.
And I saw that
There you
clip. And
go.
you know what? BGS beat me to it because what's his name sent it to me too, and I was like, I'll get to it eventually. And I saw BGS cover. I was like, God damn, I can't follow behind that. That's a rap. But no, yeah, no,
why, hey, why does it? Because Dr. T says the same thing. He said, "You don't leave no meat on the bone, do you,
they
kid?"
really don't. Right. All I could do is comment on what you said and be like, yeah, in the background. That's what I could do when I do my stream. Like, but no, goddamn, don't lose your train of thought. So what Black Uru was saying, oh yeah, the $40, first of all, that's your fellow Chicagoan that really made that popular, Corey Holcomb. And he was like, all I
Yep.
got for you is $40. And
Yes, indeed.
it's the funniest thing in the world when he says it, because he acts like a drunk uncle when he says it.
Yeah,
That shit is hysterical. All I got for
yeah,
you is $40.
yeah. You want $200 for a meal and no sex? Are you
Right.
kidding me?
Hey, BGS, I was talking. Hey, look, I was one of my buddies I served in the military with, right? He checks out these our channels and everything, y'all channels and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were talking
Uh-huh.
earlier just about this, right? That this you were just talking about that $200
Meech, I
meal.
gotta pause you.
When
I gotta pause you. I'm sorry, I gotta pause you.
Okay.
Meech, you could have just said our channels. Meech, you part of the Black Manosphere. You've been here forever. You corrected yourself and said your channels. Yeah, you might not be producing content, but you've been here. So yes, our channels. Now you could go ahead.
good to go. When in the hell did Cheesecake Factory become a bottom level restaurant?
When women said
Mm,
they said it was,
literally.
Cheesecake is Papa Dough level restaurant. You're not going in there with a date and spend less than $100.
I
And
yeah,
she
went there with
don't.
my
She wants that as a. That's not even good. $100 is too little for an introductory date.
I'll give you an
Listen,
example.
we going to this arcade for $20. Shut up.
no, we no, we gonna meet on the park bench and chat. That's what we gonna do.
Exactly.
Yep, or that.
I went to it's funny because I went to Cheesecake with my I took my mom, my lady's mom, me and her, obviously. All four of us, obviously I paid. It was 300 and something, and
Yeah,
then maybe let's say about beginning of August I went with my lady to Cheesecake Factory. I bought food, obviously food for me and her, and I bought her mom and her aunt cheesecakes, and I came out the pocket $20. I'm
yeah,
with Meats on this. It ain't a cheap place. It ain't
Hell
no little
no.
freaking $10 place. It's for them. I think it's about the specialness. It's about the ambiance.
Right.
It's about bragging rights. It's really about bragging rights.
It's
Really, what
not
it is.
Status
Applebee's.
is equal to
Yeah.
attention. When you hear
Yes.
women talk
Yes.
about status, it's attention they're
It's
really talking
attention
about.
and status is king. We found that WNBA is nothing else. The WNBA showed you that it's about status and attention. It's not about money.
Yeah,
Now here's the
it's
thing: the
about
Cheesecake
status.
Factory is better than most of what their friends are getting taken out to. So they're still gonna have the status.
Hey.
Most of your friends ain't getting cheesecake on
Hey.
even once a month basis.
Yo, listen, the Cheesecake Factory and extravagant restaurants of the like are for girlfriends and or wives.
Say that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Say that.
You got chicks out here.
No.
And special occasions at that.
Yeah,
There you go.
Oh yeah.
But honestly, I'm not taking her to an extravagant place unless it's our year anniversary.
Hell, you better take these Applebee's 2 for $20 over here.
Let me say this.
You get some
As a-
biscuits if you want.
As a person who has spent a couple dollars on his lady, these people are full of crap, bro. A lot of these people are not. These women are lying to y'all faces about
Yes,
their
they are.
experiences and where they have been. Some of them have really been with the local baller, and he dropped a couple of hundred on him on a date. Very few. For the most part, these chicks is going to Fridays and Applebee's, and the dude is spending $60, if
Yep.
even. That's what's
if
really
even.
going on.
And
what's
that's
really going on.
starting to dry up too.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Exactly.
When I was telling you about the mixer I went to last week, and I left with a Korean chick, she suggested she wanted to go out and she wanted to do something. She wanted to do something cheap because she likes arcades. And I was like, I like arcades too. So there was a local arcade we went to. It was only $20 for some tokens.
I just want you to know we're all gonna be uncles to goddamn Naomi Osaka ass kids from Lion. I'm just letting y'all know this is coming.
I got a question for Lion.
That Korean chick said, "I got something for your ass."
I got a question for Lion.
Here's the thing. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about it. It was just an organic, like, dope experience. We were playing games, right? And she was like, "Do you know how to shoot?" I was like, "Yeah, I can shoot." She was like, "I bet you I can shoot better than you." I was like, "Oh yeah, want to find out?" Drink.
This nigga gonna give us a goddamn Tiger Woods baby. I'm telling y'all. Go ahead.
Hey, I got a question for Lion though.
What up?
Does all other things being equal, does her suggesting an arcade and talking a little crap at the arcade, does that not instantly, all of things being equal, make her a higher value woman?
That's sexy as hell to me.
Thank you.
That's sexy as hell to me because she just wanted to take. I was like, hey, it's kind of a ways away. It was like 15 minutes away. She was like, that's okay. I'm fine with walking.
Nigga.
Imagine that.
Boom.
Imagine that.
Well, that's why.
It's gone. It's over. It's over.
That's why it makes me mad about the passport bros. Stop trying to base your manhood on women. Okay. Try. Well, I took her to Cheesecake Factory. Well, nigga, I took her to the yada yada yada. Okay. Stop trying to base your status on this bullshit. Okay. And then get mad when women actually hold you to that.
Hey.
I want to be treated like her.
Now, well, he's a better. I'm a better man than just like Yada. I 50,000. I'm a better man here because I spend more money. Okay, well then, and then what the woman going to say? Well, he is a better man because I'm getting more from him. Of course, she's going to say that.
Yeah.
Because that's what you base your manhood on.
Right.
Don't do it.
But she don't base her womanhood on how much money she spends, does she?
No, she does not.
No.
No, look, if these chicks gotta understand this. If you want what she has, you have to do what she does. It's that simple. You know, if you want the $200,000 Mercedes Benz that other lady is in, well, you got to take $200,000 to the damn dealership, or you got to have the credit and the down payment for it. You can't go there without the credit, without the down payment, without the $200,000, but you want the car anyway. Mr. Z, holy shit! Earlier this year, I believe it was, or last year, me and you was joking back and forth, right? I wasn't on. I was sending you a super checks.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about baby Benzes and baby Beamers, right?
Shout out to Indigo Flow.
And
I love saying baby Benz.
And remember when I said, if your car can be taken out with a Plan B pill, you need to humble yourself. I shit you not.
You mean the Kia, the Hyundai Accents, bro? Stop doing that, bro. Stop.
Hey, look. When I tell you that this chick, a couple of weeks ago, she was in a dead wrong in traffic, right? And had the nerve to have her ass on her shoulders with this, right? She did not have a baby Benz. She didn't have a baby Beamer. She had a baby Buick and
What's
had the
Oh wow.
nerve.
a
Wait,
baby?
Had
Is
the
it
What's a
the little
nerve.
baby? What's a
SUV
baby
ones?
Buick?
When
The
I
little
say a
SUV?
baby, when I no. When I
Okay.
say I mean she had something that looked a bit larger than a smart car.
Yeah,
Oh,
Rolled the
okay.
Buick.
that's a little SUV. I know exactly which one you're talking about. The baby
No, no,
Buick
no, no,
SUV.
no,
I
no,
know
no, no.
exactly.
I know which one
No,
you're
no.
talking about. It's not that
Yeah.
one. This was a car.
Y'all ain't shit.
Oh, it's a car. Wait,
Yes.
what?
Yes. You have the no, it wasn't even I'm gonna look it up and send you the link. When I say she was doing all this shit slowing, there's the fucking audacity. I was like, you did all that. You driving a baby
Oh, you
Buick
okay?
and you got your
We
ass on your shoulders? Where's my other phone? I'm gonna look this up.
But it's new
we
and I got it.
exactly. And to be honest with you, but this is the thing. First of all, the fact that she was talking crap. This is a so I'm lucky to have met my lady with this. Shout out to her to her father, rest in peace. Is that she knows better than to pull that because we live in South Florida, and Chef Butter Biscuits will let you know. Look, in Florida, bro, you you can't get out the car reckless eyeballing and talking. You just that's not a thing in Florida. You will get your ass popped with the quickness, and the cops will eventually catch that person in a day or two or a week. But you gone, it don't matter. So like that
Right.
getting out the car, talking crap thing. First of all, it's not safe, but that lets us know number one, your upbringing. Number two, you don't got a man, because a man would tell you about that. Because when you're with him, you're putting him in danger. A man will let you know you ain't doing that with me, right? So like
It'd be a whole lot
they,
worse if it was in Houston,
go
whatnot.
ahead, Naaman, go ahead.
Because no, it'd be.
This
I
is
remember.
Houston.
Oh no! Oh, this was in Houston. Yeah, definitely. No, well, no,
Yes.
this is definitely in Houston because BGS. You remember you talked about Craig B. Hewlett. He talked about
Yeah. Yeah.
one of the dangers about driving it like road rage in Texas, especially
Yeah.
on the
Guns.
freeways in Houston, because
Yeah.
everybody be packing heat.
Yeah.
Oh,
They even
Oh
let me
no,
have
fear
he
one
BGS read.
another.
Naaman, let me have BGS read this one real quick. And BGS, this
All right.
question is directed towards you.
I
Like, share,
said
subscribe, hit the super chat. Thank you, Chef Butter Biscuits. Go ahead, BGS.
I wanted to say this, but BGS dipped out previously. Thank you for answering my question and flaming me. I'll work on articulating my thoughts better and being more concise. Forever a student. Yeah, my internet kind of blew up, so I had to reboot.
Yo,
Oh,
yo,
I
BGS
wondered, but I was
also.
like, BGS ghosted us. I thought you
No,
just
no,
left.
no,
I
no,
didn't know
no.
that.
I got the circle of death, man. I said, what happened? Is it me or them? So I had to reboot the
Oh,
router.
okay, 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 okay,
Yo,
okay.
BGS. I
Cool.
also want to give you your flowers real quick because
Uh huh.
you were talking. You did covers of Psychax, so you know who Psychax is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He wrote his book, The Value of Others.
Right.
Probably the best fucking book I read this year, and
Okay.
he has a specific chapter
Okay.
that says love has nothing to do with relationships.
True.
Say that. Yep.
And like, because when I was reading that chapter, I was thinking about because I've heard you break it down before, but you also broke it down recently on here on Z's channel when we were talking about love and how it has not. You were pretty much saying that.
Mm-hmm.
In the entire chapter, the way he broke it down in this chapter, yo, it's fucking phenomenal.
Yeah. I heard that. I heard that from Carolyn Mace back in '95. I was going through with my baby mama and my children, right? And what she said is true love is loving without the possibility of an outcome.
Yeah, that's what true love. That's exactly what he was saying. He was like,
Yeah.
love is what's left when everything else is stripped away.
It's stripped away.
And you
Yeah.
still, and the love and that
Yeah.
desire to do it
Yeah.
or desire to sacrifice is still there.
It's still there. That's when you know you truly love that person, and that
Yeah.
doesn't mean that you're going to put up with their shit
Yeah.
or pander them or baby them or do something outside what you're supposed to do for them. It has nothing to do with love. The thing is,
Yeah.
with my children, with what I was going through, I was going through this stuff with it was with the kids don't want to call you or talk to you and that kind of crap because of the mama. Okay, I
Yeah.
said, do I truly love them? I still do for them. Okay, even if they don't show it back. Okay, because I feel I need to show them that kind of love. That's my love is. That doesn't mean I'm actually gonna bend over backward for some stupid shit. No, that doesn't mean that.
Understood.
Yeah,
Understood.
yeah.
I
But
try and
don't.
keep in touch, and I try and keep in good touch with my parents to let them know that I give a damn and that they
Yeah,
are.
yeah, yeah. But if you do some dumb shit, that doesn't mean I'm gonna rock with you. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
My kids know that. But the thing is, that I told my kids, I told my kids, I'll sit in on death row for you. Okay. But
But that's
you're not gonna give me that bullshit. Okay.
but that's the thing. I think that's the only sacrifice that people are willing to make when it comes to their children. I don't think we're willing to make that same sacrifice when it comes to a spouse.
That's a different calculus.
Well, that's okay. The
And
thing
that's a
is,
different calculus. I'm just
okay, okay. The thing is, okay, with your spouse, okay, why do you love that spouse? If you truly love that woman, no matter what, okay,
yeah,
and that's your
The
spouse,
outcome.
and,
The
and
outcome.
the thing is, and the outcome doesn't matter, okay, because
yeah,
that's what you want to give. Love is something that you give, okay.
yeah. I
Love is
agree.
something that you get because of what that's what you want to give. And if you truly want to go balls to the walls for that woman, I got no problem with it. The thing is, okay, then you have to take what's coming back.
Yeah, but
So
that's the thing.
in
But
other
that's
words,
not making love,
I've told my fiance, okay, and I loved her dirty draws. I loved her piss. That's how bad I loved her. But thing is,
yeah,
I said, bitch, if you're not happy with me, I will find you my replacement. Okay.
can't say shit to that.
Okay. If you're not happy, I'd rather you be happy with somebody else than sitting up making us both miserable. Okay. I love you to
Amen.
death, but the thing is, I want you to be happy. Okay. If you are happy with somebody else, I will find him for you. Okay. And then go about my merry way and still love you. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't
right,
mean I
man.
don't love
If you
you,
ain't
but
happy with me, please don't waste my time and yours.
the thing is, I told her that you're not happy with me. Okay. I'm not gonna hold on to you because I need something from you. Okay. I want you to be happy. I will find your replacement.
You were nicer than me, BGS. I told my ex-wife, I'm like, listen, we're splitting up, but as far as the living arrangement is concerned, I don't care if you leave or I leave, but somebody's leaving.
My things. I drop the key in the mailbox and keep it pushing.
Nah, but that's what I
Oh,
was
that's
on. I was
cold.
like, I don't care who does. I was pretty much like,
No,
however
no.
you want to do it, I don't care.
With my baby mama, she asked me, what if I walked in one day and we got two kids and you find me in the bed with some other man? I'm gonna give him the key to the house and the bills and the
Gone.
ownership to the kids, and I'm gone. Okay.
Yeah.
I will basically I will drop
Drop you like a bad habit.
I will drop the key and all the other crap and I will start over in my fucking car before I be miserable with you. That's me. Okay.
My ex-wife asked me, my ex-wife at the time when we were on the rock, she asked me a question similar to that. She was like, how would you feel if we split? I was like, it would sting for a bit, but I'll be all right.
I prefer it. I said, let's do it now.
And thank you,
I
Chef
remember
Butter
you.
Biscuits, for the super chat.
I remember your kids were asking you when your baby mama got remarried. Like, you're not going to say anything. You just had a smirk on your face. Like, he's like, yes, you said it ain't my problem no more.
I did say that.
like, well, shit, it ain't my problem no more. What you bothering me for?
Mama said she has a husband, doesn't she?
Meech, you're not showing up. Let me read this from Johnny Vegas, and then we'll have Dre. And Johnny says, a question for the chat. Break down in your educated guesses what the
Metamorphosis.
what the metamorphosis will look like 5 to 10 years with the environmental change for the women.
You're
So
already
like what?
You're already seeing it. You're already
Okay.
seeing it. You're already
Yeah, these
seeing
shits are
it.
miserable.
More homeless women, more
Yes.
women,
Literally.
more big head calls, more women willing to make the deal, more women approaching men. You're already seeing a change start to happen already. It's just going to accelerate. Go ahead.
I was
Let
out
me add
last
to
week,
real,
BGS.
real quick,
Hold on,
let me
let
say
him
this because
land.
after pause for a second after this. Going to exactly what BGS is saying and probably what Lions going to say in a minute. I was, y'all know I work outside, talking to one of my coworkers,
Mm-hmm.
and young, maybe around Z's age, Lions age, around like 40-ish, late 30s-ish.
Mhm.
Walked up to me and my coworker, black female coworker, and was like, "Hey, do y'all have you have any outlets where I could charge my phone?" And and we were like, "No, we turn everything off at a certain time," and yada yada yada. And we told her that. And when she walked away, I told my coworker, I said, "Listen, we're gonna get more than I'm preparing you. You're gonna see more sisters walking up to us, asking us for outlets, asking us to bum a cigarette, asking us all different type of homelessy questions because they're gonna be homeless." And I told her I had the straightest face in the world, and she looked at me like, "Oh, okay," like right. But we know what the environment is. But yeah, no, I pause right there. Go ahead, Lon.
Nah, but going out and actually seeing it and actually seeing the code from where I was, like from the venue I was at last week, yes, it's that. But it's also, like as I was saying before, Z, I think us millennials are the last of the actual what it really means to be social.
I
You mean
think it'll reverse itself.
you mean social? Well, I mean, like, well, Gen Z already looking like rhetorically they're saying no to social media and dating and stuff, but I don't really buy it. I think it's a bit of a temper tantrum. Too many young, as a matter of fact, if y'all look in the shorts I posted most recently, I think it's the second to last one. I post you see the acceleration of online dating, how people met when they interview people, and at one point it was met through friends, met through family used to be the number one, and now it's online, and it's online by 60%.
Yeah.
So 60% of people right now are meeting online, are in relationships that started online, which is okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But there's a cost to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So
There's less relationships, don't?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But from a social experiment, I think as far as women going to the gym, I believe it when I see more women at the gym than men.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you gonna see more women at the club than men, though.
Of course.
Oh yeah, that's already happening.
That's already happening.
Well, the men, why are they walking up? They're not buying drinks anymore.
That's because they're getting dating app. Like the women are getting dating app. Well, people in general are getting dating apps fatigue. So now they want to go out more and try and want to reverse it as to what
Yeah. Because what they're finding out is basically the men are basically saying I'm playing a sucker's game by doing it this way. So they're actually withdrawing. The men are not there anymore.
But the problem, the contradiction is that these women come outside and they date exactly like they're on the dating app, even outside and for real. That's
a fact.
That's the contradiction of it.
So that's always going to happen. That's always going to happen when you have a transition. Got to go through a transition phase, just like you did from from online, from personal to online. There was a transition.
Yeah.
There's always going to be a transition phase.
Dr. Richard Reeves said broken glass.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dre.
Yeah, where I wanted to jump in at was when I heard BJF mention that Yada dude. Because like when I first seen him, like I seen like the clips going around him talking about like he has his wife on a $250K salary for the year, and I'm like, I thought that was crazy when I see that shit. But like just recently, I seen him debating Anton, and yeah, he was saying that like you can't even ask a woman to go out for a date if you're not willing to pay her $50,000 from the jump.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
Yeah, that's
how's that going to look for your whole social structure when the average salary is median salary is about what, 50,000? How's that going to look?
Something like that. Two-thirds of men never make more than 65. So I don't know how that works out for women. If it's 2/3 of men, then it's probably more like 70 some odd % of women that never make more than 65. So yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
Even rich guys. How many rich guys can actually have women on the side and pay her $250K?
Well, it's not even just that. Like he was saying, for his wife, he has her on a $250K salary, not including whatever else he does.
Yeah.
But he was saying for the average dude that if you don't have $50K to pay the check up front, you shouldn't bother.
In other words, I'm a better man than you, and we're basing your manhood of how much you can pay your woman. That's what he's trying to shame men into. That's what he's trying to do. Okay.
I should cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm basing my manhood on how much I earn, how much I can actually take care and pay my woman. Okay.
And the thing is with that,
I think that kind of talk is really for the entertainment. And
let them be.
It is.
The suckering women. I don't think that's for men. I think that's a fantasy scenario that's being sold to women. You know, it's your latest Derek Jackson scheme.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He definitely has a female audience. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that's what he's going for.
Even women are not that stupid.
Compassionate just jumped in the chat. Compassionate will tell you, I keep on saying these outliers are doing way too much talking.
I mean, at this point, let them, because they had to come outside and contend with reality.
They already are.
What have you always told us? BGS, the simps will always be with you.
Will always be with us. In other words, it sounds
I don't
good.
see what the big deal is.
It sounds
Yeah.
good. They'll clap just like they watching a movie, and then they have to go outside and try to find that dude, and they know that. And look in the mirror. I'm not gonna get that dude. Okay.
No, you're
But
not.
a lot of
Just
these
to
chicks
finish off
don't
what I
want
was
to
saying.
talk about. Hold up.
So,
But a lot of these chicks don't want to talk about is it be them simps that be wilded out on y'all. Oops, did I say that out loud?
In fact, I don't think cousin T-Tar won't mind me sharing you with this, right? Because he said on a stream last night, okay, after the recording, right? He said actually did an experiment because cousin T-Tar's like 6'3". He's an athlete. He was an athlete, right? He's been a male stripper, that kind of stuff, right? So he said he was actually going to approach for like a year. He was actually going to approach overweight fours and see what happens, right? So he's actually going to approach them, right? Okay. And he said he couldn't get past 2 months. I said, why? I said, I actually knew why, right? It's because they ran for the hills, okay? Because they were afraid that, number one, he was too good to be true and he was up to something. Why would a guy like him approach me that's a mediocre four that's overweight?
In other words, you know where you rank.
You know where you rank. That's why when women say that every woman's beautiful, because I got daughters, I know that is bullshit, okay? And so he said, I'm going to try it since these women think that every woman's beautiful and everyone was ranked and deserves a high quality man because he's got money, he's got the looks, he's got the body, all in the conversation, all the kind of stuff that a woman would ideally want in a so-called high value man, right? I'm going to approach these so-called, I would say, lower ranked women in SMV, right? He said, I'm going to try this for a whole year, and I'm going to see what happens, right? He said he couldn't get past 2 months. Because every woman that he approached that in that category ran like they were burning rubber, ran like he was Satan. Okay, yeah.
Real quick, short story. Sister Z, younger Sister Z, got a chance to meet Miss Haiti a few years, like this is a while ago now, much more than a few years ago.
Okay.
But so it was the funniest thing. This is going to what you're saying, by the way, BCS. So she met Miss Haiti, and she came home, and she had me and my mom dying. She was like, y'all lied to me. Y'all told me I was pretty my whole life.
Hey! Did she lock herself in the room for like 2 weeks?
No, she was joking, but because both of my sisters have never struggled with men ever. They never had ever had an issue.
But they know where they rank, though.
Yeah, but it's because Miss Haiti at that time it was a darker chocolate sister. She was gorgeous, absolutely stunning. Because I met her a little bit later too, a few years after that. The former Miss Haiti, and so when my sister met her, she came home and she was like, "Y'all lied to me." Everybody, she said because my dad was in Haiti at the time, she called him and said, "You liar!" Right? She's just messing around. She was kind of messing around, but it was just so funny because just like you're saying, like if you're a 7 or a 6, you know when the 9 walks in the room.
Yeah, you do.
You know when the 9 walks in the room. You know what that is, right?
Yeah. That's why you like old Stefco, because she's honest.
Stefco was BGS was here. A lot of us were here. All of these women were talking colorism, futurism, texturism, and Stefco came in the room and she was like, pretty privilege. And she laid it out, and because none of them would say it. And it made it worse because in that same clip that I'm referring to, she said, I've met women that look just like me, but that are married. And that just killed everything. It put a kibosh on a lot of the framing of the conversation of desirability. Right?
First of all, Stefco was in California when she first dropped that video. I'm like, man, even when
it don't matter. It don't matter.
Even when you're done up, you still a 4. You ain't not in this.
You know what though?
No, she was raised in Texas as a girl. She went through the same shit. Okay. And California just got worse. That's all.
And to make it even worse, if y'all remember the young sister, I think you covered her. You might have covered her, BGS, or somebody in this space covered her. The sister with the little pixie cut. To me, she looked cute enough. I would date her. And she said like the black men in California are just not dating black women.
Oh yeah, yeah.
She was like, yeah, yeah. I was like, she's
I
true.
remember.
No, I would date her, right?
Was
But clearly in California, man.
Okay, okay. The thing is, okay, there's a couple things, right? Okay,
Mhm.
looks is one, and attitude is the other, right? If basically men are not stupid, okay, men are going to go where they can get the best deal, okay.
Right.
Basically, what did Kevin say? Men will date down in looks to get better cooperation,
Cooperation.
right?
Yep,
Right?
yep.
Okay.
And that's a fact.
And so in other words, that white woman you might be a 7, okay, but that white woman is like a 5 or a 6. But guess what? She cooperates like a motherfucker, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, but
You
but
we can
Go ahead.
that
upgrade.
bullshit, that chick with that pissy haircut, what she really was saying is the men that I want to approach me aren't approaching me.
Good point.
No,
Yeah.
but no. She's not kidding, okay. The black men where she is in San Diego don't approach her, okay. They don't. Even the ones that are mediocre,
Not
they don't
that
approach her.
one. Not that one. Be just. I know which one you talking about. That sister. She's just broken. I'm talking about there was another clip of a
Oh, in
sister.
L.A.
She had a little. Yeah, she was in L.A.
Yeah.
She specifically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
She
and
was.
where she
you
went
know.
to the mixer and basically
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Yep, I
only a
think that's what
couple of
happened.
couples or
Yep,
yeah,
yep,
because
yep.
guess who's getting cleaned up on is the Latinos
The
are taking all
brothers.
your men. Yeah,
The brothers.
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly.
Why should I
Exactly.
date you? Because my son has done that, right?
Hmm.
The black woman that he had dated previously are much better looking than the Latinos. Well, guess what
Hmm.
he did? He traded in looks for what? Cooperation.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, and the socialization part was being established back in like kindergarten and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
mean, those brothers knew who were going to treat them decently long before they even started getting erections. They
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
learned that shit, man. So
Facts.
it's not even for these women to get to be 23, and now they're suddenly these black women get to be 23 years old and are now shocked that
And
the black guys are
Black
choosing up
Guru.
on
Let
them
me
with teens.
reframe that.
That's some disingenuous
L-
bullshit.
let me frame that. Wait, so y'all really mean it? Y'all really not gonna talk to me? That's what it really is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly.
But my mama said.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what it really is. Wait, so y'all mean it? Oh,
Yeah, just like what's going on with the election, right? You mean you're not really not gonna vote
say
Kamala
but
Harris?
you might as
You
well
really,
read it then, BGS. You might as well read it. Go ahead.
okay. This election will be the fall of Black America. If Kamala wins, it'll be the black women's verification of their independence from black men. If Trump wins, black women will not forgive or forget. Either way, Black America will be
And
divided like it's not already.
Yeah.
Thank you.
and
I mean, to that question about
And
no,
after
you
this, we'll
really
get
not
to
gonna.
you. Y'all go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna approach you. You know why? And as a person who just had a singles mixer, you know why I want to approach you? Because I don't have to.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, say that again with your chest, black man.
I don't
Because I
have to.
don't fucking have to.
Yes,
Amen.
it's called. It's what did Neo said before he's actually killed by what's his name? Okay,
Smith,
because
because I choose to.
because I choose to.
Because I choose to.
Right.
Yeah.
And let me get I think
Why
Bernie was trying to jump in and then we'll get to you.
Mr. Anderson?
Why
Because
do you
I
persist?
because choose to.
Because I choose to.
Hey, choice, bro. Choice.
So
Choice is great for you, and it sucks for everyone else. Go ahead, yo.
I don't know about y'all, but like I'm so sick and tired of this shit. Kamala sends like 4 fucking mailers every goddamn day.
Yo,
Yeah, of
my
course she
phone
has
is
to.
blowing up with these texts, man.
Yeah.
Hey, let me say it. Let me say it better. You let me say it.
Ooh, I'm glad
Every
I-
time I'm in the kitchen, you in the goddamn kitchen. Go ahead, yo.
They're not even asking for money anymore. They're asking for you to actually get on a call and call people now. That's how bad it is.
Oh yeah, y'all remember I worked for the Florida Democratic Party back in
Yeah.
2016. Yeah, that's what we did. Canvassing, you call people and ask them
Yeah.
to come in and help you call.
And
Yeah,
help
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
call. Yeah, they do. I got about 4 texts yesterday with that. Can you call at this certain time and encourage people to vote for Kamala Harris? Okay, and there's going to be people on there with you. Okay.
6 or 7 for me. Phone blowing up all
Yeah,
damn.
and that's the thing. That what does that tell you about this election and how they feel about it?
Help!
I have not.
Help!
I have not seen one from Trump at all. Not one.
Play the Titanic. Play the song.
my heart will go on, right?
No,
Before you go, Socrates, real quick, yo.
The song that the band was playing when the shit was
When the
going
boat was
down.
going down.
Oh, what song was that?
That band.
I don't
They were
even
just
know.
playing.
Oh.
Yeah, they was just
started
playing.
it wasn't a specific song. The guys with the violins, they just started playing.
Yeah.
Knowing the shit was going down.
Let me let Toya go and then Socrates. Go ahead, Toya. What's going on? The fact that y'all let Toya be able to do this,
because she's Toya. She's the only one that can do
Right.
that. Everybody else has
What's going on,
tried
Toya?
and failed. Okay.
I just had to
I don't
properly
know what
greet my
you're doing.
brother.
Hell, I've been listening to her for years. I still don't know what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, I know, though. She's the only one that can actually do it. You know, and she did it the
Aw.
first time.
It's a car blow-off valve. It's so turbocharged cars to release the pressure of the built-up air. They
Yeah.
have these little blow-off valves, and
Yeah.
so that's what it's the sound. It's pretty much a modified turbo car blow-off valve. That's all.
Oh, yeah,
and it's
yeah.
a specific type of blow-off valve that does it too. Pause on all this.
When I was a
Go ahead.
teenager, we just have to build those things, those turbochargers. Yeah.
Shout out to the Toyota Supra. But
I'm saying she's Jamaican. Of course, she would say that. Go ahead, yo.
I wanted to just corroborate what y'all were talking about earlier and say that another woman will tell you where you rank before anybody else
Yes,
will.
they do. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
that's how I had to figure out I was ranking myself lower than everybody else was because I
Nope.
would walk in rooms and be like, well, damn, like I didn't even say anything yet,
Yeah.
you know? So yeah, that's how I came to know what that even means just by
Mm-hmm.
seeing what other women's reactions to
Mm-hmm.
me were.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm grateful to have listened to BGS to get me on the straight and narrow because I'm his favorite failed 92. And I'm still out here.
Don't say it like that.
I say it lovingly, I promise.
Toya, you know when a woman is fine is not when the women look at her. Is when the women look at the men looking at her.
Look at her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. What
very-
what Halle Berry say in what you call it? Don't you turn your fucking head.
You turn around and say,
Don't you turn your head.
When
I
you
remember
see the
that. Yeah, that
futility in the eyes of the women as they're looking at the men look at that woman, you
Yeah.
know that's a bad bitch.
Well, you know what? You know the some of the most pleasing things, right? You know, sometimes you're at work and you're looking at your Facebook, right, and going through your old pictures with old girlfriends. When you see a woman that actually peek over your shoulder and actually bow her head, like, oh shit. oh, that's what you were on. Oh, never mind. Or they tear up your old girlfriend's pictures. Okay.
Yeah.
Which I've had done several times, but that's neither here nor there. But
No.
Hmm?
But I think it'll still continue to rot given to where I was where I went last week. Everybody can't go, but I do see slowly but surely more black men going outside and just practice. Success rate is about, but the practice that more black men are doing it. Because like I said, only 4 black men were there when I was at that location. I was only two of us were talking to women. Obviously not our race. I was talking to a Korean chick. Other brother was talking to a white girl.
Okay. And well, that's going to well that it's already that's what America wants anyway.
That's what they want anyway. Add mixture.
That's what they wanted. And you know what? You're gonna get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because right now Keisha has terrible PR.
Well, she deserves terrible PR.
That too. Yeah.
Yeah.
He showed
I
her
was on BGS the other day, and my little
Go ahead.
cousin got married to a white man. I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, good. Okay, is she happy?
As far as I know,
Okay,
I
fine.
haven't heard anything from her and her sister married to white dudes, and their brother married to a white woman. So like, okay,
Yeah,
works for me.
it's basically that's the way it's going to work. So I don't know what all this
And
fuss
it
and fight
really
is
has
about.
to do with the environment because when my cousin moved out to North Carolina, they started going to a mixed church. So I was like, okay, it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
But yeah, the response to the environment, as you said, BGS, like going out and me seeing it for real time, I'm like, yeah, it's happening.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's happening, sweetheart.
In fact, shout out to my cousin. Shout out to my cousin. She said, I have come to the conclusion that I'm going to have mixed grandbabies. I was like, okay. Well,
Okay.
she said this a while back ago. I was like, well, and their kids proved her right. So I'm like, okay.
Okay.
And
Go ahead. No,
real quick,
sorry.
let me read this. No, let me read this real quick, BTS. And Afro Nationalist is $40 buddy tax hashtag support black male media. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
I mean,
$40. This nigga
I
said
mean, here's the thing
$40.
though.
Funniest
Here's
thing
the
in the
sad
world.
part about it. Like if Toya was at this, if Toya was at this event, Toya would easily be the best black woman, best black woman looking there, the best looking black woman there immediately. It's like not even fair.
Well,
That's
thank you. I
that.
appreciate that. But that's what I was getting ready to say. This is the
Mm-hmm.
thing about the way I present myself is very intentional. I
Mm-hmm.
will not
Mm-hmm.
walk out of the house in sweatpants and a t-shirt,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because I enjoy the favor that it affords me when I'm put well together. And
Mm-hmm.
so for me, it's about constantly being aware of that and also understanding that regardless of what room I walk into, I'm going to gain the ire of lookers on. So, it is what it is. I'm not actively trying to be the best looking woman in the room, but what I won't be is the worst.
Lips, dreads,
Yeah,
fit. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, there, yeah.
yeah.
You, I
Hate.
always coach men to maximize what you have, evaluate yourself
Like,
properly, and then maximize your strengths and try to lessen your weaknesses, just like anything else. Okay,
mm-hmm.
Yep,
no different. Free little Dirk.
absolutely. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I got a bit of the story, and thank you for the super chat, Dre. Thank you for the super chat. I got a bit of the story from a coworker, and hey, bro, stop. I'm not about necessarily antagonizing artists, especially rappers, about what they're gonna do because something happened to one of their boys. Because then they might try to do it, and then maybe get in trouble. Maybe possibly. I'm not saying anything, but maybe possibly. Yeah. I'm just saying, stop telling them to go do something about it because they might try to and get in trouble. Anyway, moving along. Thank you for the super chat, Dre. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah,
You said
rumor
that
has
they
it. Anyway,
might.
I mean,
They
did
might.
little
yeah,
Dirk
Nah,
just
they
saying.
definitely.
did little
Mm.
Dirk do it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not saying
I
Easy
mean,
E said I ain't say shit. That's what Easy
okay.
E said.
Look, look. The way I see it, like these situations are inevitable because of affiliations and connections, and it's like the Hatfield and the McCoys.
Mm-hmm.
Once someone's close to them dies, they have to be retaliation. And once retaliation happens, there'll be a retaliation, and it'll just keep going back and forth until either everyone's dead or everyone's in jail.
I guess everybody should be watching Penguin right about now, huh?
Hey, me and my lady are watching it. I'm
Yeah,
about 2 episodes behind. I'm doing that on purpose.
and
But yeah, me and my lady are watching it.
the Penguin is pretty much the game of being in that kind of life. I mean, it's a little bit more
Mm-hmm.
extreme, but thing is, it's pretty
Mm-hmm.
close. Okay, that's the game. Okay.
Penguin is
Yeah, the thing is,
amazing.
the thing is that for people not involved in it, if someone, whether you have a brother or a sister or someone close to you, if they get killed, and you know the people who did it, you're not gonna let that slide. You remember every day, right?
Basically, when my brother-in-law, this got to be like 25 years ago, right? He was involved in. He was actually involved in well, developing rappers and stuff like that from the street, right? Okay. And he asked me a question. I said, "You got two ways, okay? Either the legal way, okay, which
Uh-oh.
is with contracts and going to court and that kind of stuff, or the street way, all right? Okay. If street way, how you going to enforce your contract? If it's by the street with no paperwork, how you going to enforce your contract? That
You
means you
better have
got
sugar on your team.
I'm putting cases
that
all
means
you
you need to go upside his head with the butt of that gun to enforce your contract, right?
I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
Because
listen. Do not pull a gun on me. Don't do it. Don't pull a gun on me.
Unless you go shoot.
if I got a drop on you, I'm pulling the gun, boss.
Right.
And then you have to figure it
You
out.
have to figure what you're gonna do
What do you
afterwards.
say? And what do you say when you aim? Don't miss.
Right.
Hey, from this distance with this caliber, if I miss, I can't miss. Okay.
Hey, look. That's why people buy semi-autos or fully autos, and
what
that's why
what
people buy shotguns. Really,
I don't
shotguns.
want to
Shotguns
hear
is
it.
what
even
I'm
if I
saying.
miss, I don't
What
miss.
I'm saying is, if you go outside the bounds of legality, okay, how do you enforce the contract? For
Man,
the contracts to enforce a different way in that lifestyle.
Consequences and repercussions.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
just real quick, BGS, you
Because
been watching
I'm gonna go get my money. Okay. Go ahead.
BGS, you
Sorry.
been watching Penguin?
Say what?
You've been watching Penguin?
I watched a little bit of it, but the thing is, it's when I start looking at it, it's like, okay, I've seen this like 100 times before.
The the
I've,
the, the
I've
base plot, the base plot. Yeah.
the base plot. I've seen this kind of stuff in real life. So
I was about to
basically,
say, you probably seen it in real life, so.
I
You
mean,
know what show you
if
actually should watch? Tulsa King.
so what?
Tulsa King.
Tulsa
Sylvester Stallone.
King. You can watch. You can look at what is it? Snowfall. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I really
When he
like
came to
Snowfall. I
go
don't watch
get
the rest.
when he came to go and get his money. Okay. He had to bring his boys and go get his money. Okay. He had to go to his
Let,
uncle, go get his money. Okay.
let me say this to KMS real quick. KMS, if you know, I mean, I don't know if KMS is joking, but Dirk is a rapper out of Chicago. He's been out for forever, but he really started to blow up over the past
Yeah.
5-ish years. But Dirk been out for shit, what, a decade, something
Yeah,
like.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he been out for a minute. So
Is he
yeah,
good? Is he good?
Yeah, he's good.
Chicago rapper, he's alright.
Like,
You know, he make hits.
nah,
It's not about his lyrical ability per se. You
Oh, so
know, he's alright. He's alright.
he got beats.
Yeah, he got
Dirk is
the
no
beats really carry him, but no,
worldwide.
Dirk is alright. Dirk is alright.
Okay.
It's not
And he
his
came.
face. He's no worldwide.
Yeah, and he was
Is he?
actually out before
Yeah,
Chief Keef, but Chief Keef blew up before him. Chief Keef was the rapper that everybody know about from like
So
2012-ish
okay.
era.
Okay.
So yeah, so he
I
was
mean,
out before him, but
you know what?
What
You
I
know,
understand,
I might have heard these people, but I can't differentiate them between anybody else.
Don't
So
feel bad, BGS. I can't either. I'm getting old.
it's like,
so
okay,
yeah,
you sound like
but
the next guy. Okay, go ahead.
wait a minute, Black
so
Guru wants to say something. What's your son?
they got him because he was trying to get retribution for the killing of a serial killer. Because King Von
Yeah.
was a fucking
I wasn't trying to say
serial
all of that, Black Guru.
Yeah.
I said it without saying it, but go ahead, go ahead. No, go ahead, go
killer. I
ahead.
mean,
Go ahead.
if a Chicagoan like myself, I'm kind of really happy they got this guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, okay, there's the black street way to do it, which I had to let people know that I did it to you, and there's the other kind of way where nobody knows. You just disappear one day.
Well,
No, people would have knew.
Yeah,
People would have knew. People would have
No,
knew.
no,
the
you know
problem,
what the thing is
they're not.
they might have assumed that they can't know because
Yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
okay,
You're right.
if
You're
that,
like just like CIA, if you die in your sleep one day and nobody knows, or you get a fentanyl patch on your arm and you wake
Shout
up
out to
one
the
day.
Russians with the Utonium T or
Yeah,
plutonium
yeah,
T, whatever
yeah.
the fuck they
Another,
put.
if I sneak in and put a fentanyl patch on your arm and hold you down, okay, while you die, and then I leave and lock the door, okay.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
Did y'all
that's
know
actually,
Z was on fentanyl? What the
well,
hell? Z was
yeah,
on goddamn fentanyl.
yeah. In other words, yeah, I didn't know he was on fentanyl, but he got a fentanyl
Mhm.
patch on his arm. Where they come from?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
well, to what Black Rule said, that's actually something I've been saying for a while now. I've been saying it's crazy how people praise King Von like that when like he's known for serial deletions, and it's like every chat that I see him mention, it's like
Allegedly.
it's a bunch of Keishas in there defending him. I'm like, this is crazy, man.
That's not allegedly.
Oh, yeah, well, because Keisha's like guys like him, and that's fine. Okay.
Well,
Yeah, they like
King Von,
Uh,
like King Von, his chick that he was messing with at the time when he died, she said that she doesn't like that was like that Asian doll or Cuban doll, whatever her name was, but she was like she doesn't mess with anybody that doesn't have a body. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because you're in that world. You need guys
Mhm.
to can plant a body or two, because otherwise you can't exist in that environment.
Same.
Correct.
And
I know what
yeah,
I know what it
but
is, but that's how come I'm not in. I don't want to be that guy. That's why I'm not in that environment, because
nope.
I could. Yeah, I thought about making a few people disappear. And I could have done it, but it's like, okay, I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's almost like in that world, people think that these people are irrational, but if you understand the paradigm that they exist in, their behavior is actually very
It
rational.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And also, organized crime or the mob, they're like the referees of the criminal world. That's one of the services they provide in their domains and in their jurisdictions. What they do is formalize crime. So
Yeah.
if you have an issue, you go
Yeah,
to
That's why
them.
that's why it's called organized.
Most mobsters are not irrational killers. The thing with Vaughn had a rep for being like a mass killer. It wasn't just rational doing business, gang business. It was about being a fucking serial killer.
Yeah.
So
That was the difference between him and those other guys.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Allegedly.
in order to be in that world, you need a couple of serial killers on your team.
And
You
well,
need
the
people
thing,
who are comfortable with
Yeah,
killing
every,
people.
yeah, but the
every, every,
problem is when
every,
that
every,
serial killer is also a platinum rapper and
okay.
is marketing that shit to the whole damn world, that's a problem.
Well, the thing is though, that might have been a problem. The thing is, evidently, the benefits outweighed the downside because he's still there.
Well, no, the serial killer is dead. He got killed a few years ago.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep,
What I'm saying is, well, how could he actually go through all this stuff and still be breathing unless it's a benefit to people?
yep.
Could have never
Well,
got that
I
high.
mean, it wasn't benefit to the people he was killing, but okay.
And well, on balance, the people that could actually do something about him.
Correct.
Anybody can be.
But
Trump proved anybody can get touched. Okay. The thing is, how come you
no,
don't get touched?
it's a benefit.
Let's
It's like people need to
Because,
understand that
and after
economies of
Socrates,
crime.
let's like KMS go after Socrates.
because when I was younger, okay, you did anything to my kids, okay, I don't care who you are, you're gonna get touched. I'll figure it out.
I've come to the conclusion a long time ago that certain neighborhoods or certain environments are the way they are because it's permissible,
It's
and
permissible, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
and
definitely,
it's also
yeah.
and it's also economic benefit to it, and people don't think so. Like, how could you? What's the economic benefit to create a society for poverty or crime? I said, I'll explain to you. The prison industrial complex with slave labor, the social industrial complex with government programs don't actually do nothing but give people $400,000 income to sit around and do nothing. The 50% of law enforcement budgets are to do drug enforcement, but drugs are more pervasive than they ever been. The war on drugs, which funnels billions and billions of black dollars and real dollars into programs that absolutely do nothing except probably bring more drugs in here. Right? So like,
There's a
very
very
lucrative.
good. There's a very good book printed by the Loose Group, like 40 years ago, called "Dope Incorporated," right? About the English important drugs into India and also into China. Okay, Dope Incorporated, right? It's a big business, been
China.
there for like 500 years. It's not new. Okay,
I give this analogy.
Goddamn led to the
If there's
opium
a
wars.
if there's a war on drugs, America has 16 intelligence agencies. It has satellites all around the world. It can find a goat herder in the middle of Afghanistan on a mountain and shoot a missile up that goat's behind. They can do
okay.
that, but they can't find the cartel in the middle of Mexico and on the mountain with the Olympic pool that you can see from space, with the giant walls, with the gold guns, with the tigers, and the local villagers make songs to their honor. They can't find him.
I
He's
mean,
so
the,
elusive.
the crack era should have told you. Miami Vice told you that was bullshit, right? Back in the 1980s, okay? Go back and watch Miami Vice. Watch the whole series, right?
Yep,
To tell you that's bullshit, right?
yep.
Basically, I actually said that the reason the crack era was actually an error is because they dropped the price of cocaine from $50,000 a kilo to $3,000. You can't do that without some kind of permission, okay? So all this kind of war on drugs, this kind of is, when Reagan said it was bullshit then.
I thought the Iron Contra affair proved it. I thought Barry Seal proved. Like, there's so public information that
Yep.
have been undisclosed that Gary Webb, that the government is literally involved in this
Yeah,
in
Yeah,
order
rest in
to,
peace.
like, come on.
yeah,
When you need to when you need to pay an African warlord to do some black operations, you can't have that on your budget and do it publicly. So where do you get the money from? Come on.
and once the operation was done, it took 10 million black men going to prison to clean it up. Okay.
Yeah, but the 10 million black men are also working for pennies on the dollar
No,
in the prison.
no, it's not, you're not listening to me, okay?
Go
To
ahead.
stop the wave of crack cocaine and the drugs and clean up the operation, that they started to take 10 million black men off the street, okay? That's what it costs.
A third
Okay?
of black men at the time.
If you want to stop
Okay.
fentanyl, it's going to cost. You're going to have to send 30 million white men to prison, okay? If you want to stop fentanyl, you can stop it. It's going to cost you 30 million white men going to prison. You can stop
That's
it.
about a third of their population.
Third of the population. Same thing with third of the black male population went to prison, right?
Literally.
During
Literally.
during the late 80s and early 2000s. Literally, right? Okay, that's what it took to stop that. Okay, you can stop it if you want to, but it's gonna take that because in China it would stop. Okay, in China you
But
get enough
China did it
executions.
another way, though, Dave. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, China did it
Yeah,
another way.
you can stop it. The thing is, what it's gonna cost.
Yeah. Unless you try to off people. That's how China did it.
So they'd rather send out Narcan and let 100,000 white men die a year. Good for them.
I'm saying.
I have
But
no sympathy for fentanyl and 100,000 white men dying because of what you did to our people. Don't have no
yep.
sympathy at all.
Yep. Yeah, that
Let
sounds
me
like
let
I mean,
KMS go real
Let
quick,
me.
y'all.
that's them
I'm
getting
gonna
off.
push my soapbox back underneath the bed now. Okay.
No, no,
That's
no,
keep,
that's
no.
them getting off.
No,
your
it's definitely
soapbox
That's
out.
them
understandable.
getting off.
Keep your
That's
soapbox
them
out,
getting off
Biggie.
easy as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Only
Be,
100,000 white men
be,
dying every year. That's them getting off easy.
because oligarchs in Russia were running havoc over Russia, right? Okay. Putin came in and stopped that shit within like 6 years. Okay.
Yeah,
For real.
He stopped it. You can stop it if you want to.
that's a
You
fact.
think Putin gonna survive? I always think Putin is gonna get assassinated.
Who's gonna kill him?
Mm.
And
Yeah, who's motivated to
okay,
kill him?
number one, who's
Who's
gonna kill?
motivated to kill
Who's gonna kill him? Are you willing to pay the price to get it done? Because you don't
Yep,
get a
him?
blow.
Yeah.
You
yep,
get
yep,
blowback.
yep.
So
Are you willing to
this
pay
is
that
no,
price?
no. This is my theory. So he's getting older, right? And I think once he gets old enough where it's easy to just take him out and make it look like it's natural, they'll do so. One of your problem is once he's
Why are
gone.
you gonna do that and risk destabilizing
And
relationship with China?
why? And in other words, why? Who benefits from doing that?
And you got
Okay,
to think his
there's
whole.
several
Theoretically,
factions.
America.
No.
There's,
Ain't that many factions? Because the thing is, if got to remember, these are the best forensic people on the planet, right? You do that
mhm.
shit, they will look for you. Are you willing to pay that
and,
price?
and most of
And this
Putin's
dude
circle
is
is Putin.
One
KGB.
time, one time, one
Yep,
time.
This guy's
yep, yep,
KGB.
yep,
So
yep. Facts.
who got the inside on the inside?
Well, wasn't he the
I
administrator
hear
at
you.
one point?
Now
I think that.
but you're not doing the calculus. I know you.
Yeah.
That's what you think. You're not doing the calculus. Okay.
And you
Well,
have
I
to
think.
consider
But, mhm.
real,
What?
real quick, Socrates. You have to consider Putin's circle is Putin. Putin's circle is just like him. I mean, like they're
Yeah.
literally like
Eh,
borderline buddies.
In fact,
They
in
Borderline.
fact, he's a
Yeah,
moderate in that circle. Okay. So,
yeah.
so now, why do you think that? Who's the faction, and are they willing to actually pay that price? Who's the faction that will actually do this?
Well, one
No,
faction
no,
I
no,
know is
Nate. Who's that?
wait,
Who's that?
I know one faction. Well, one faction is the organized crime. They
No, it's
want
not.
payback for what he
No,
did.
No, they
no,
work with him and for him.
no. But basically, he
Many of
said
them.
you can make your money. You can make your money
Hmm.
as long as you use this. They have no
Yep,
problems
yep.
with Putin. Okay.
the
The biggest.
organized crime guys in Russia buy NBA teams, man. Come on.
In
Those
other
guys
words,
are hooked up.
in other words,
Those guys are
Football
hooked up,
teams in
man.
Britain.
Yeah.
I'm gonna civilize this instead of you worried about getting blown up in your car.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Hmm.
organize this, make your money, and live a good lifestyle. Okay. If you do that and do what I tell you to do, you won't have no problems from me or the people.
And
And
his biggest adversary.
we gonna hook this thing up with China and slow
Yeah.
walk to taking over the whole goddamn thing.
Yeah.
And his biggest adversary was what Alexei not Pashenko, was it the last name? I can't remember the whole name. Anyway, but
Navalny.
yeah, he died in
Alexei
prison like last year,
Navalny.
right?
Can we talk
Yeah.
about
Navalny.
the mayor,
Yeah,
the
Navalny died
guy
in
who
prison
ran?
what last year or something?
Yeah.
Or yeah.
You
That was the end to me. I was like, okay,
you
it's over.
but basically you got to remember the people that Putin knows that are his friends that are involved with kill heads of states. Are you willing to take
Yep,
that risk?
yep.
Man, they have already taken out at least a dozen so-called usurpers. Man, they
Usurpers.
taking
But
them guys there. They
hey, you
taking
see what
guys
his
out
name helicopter fell out the sky?
off of
Hold on.
conversation. Some guy had
Yep,
a conversation at lunch and was dead by dinner.
Hold up. I
I'm
mean,
saying.
but forget heads of state. There was a journalist who was just writing bad, scathing articles about him. He reached out, got that
Yep.
motherfucker in a whole nother country. He got him in Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got him in
Yeah,
London
yeah,
too.
that was the
One
plutonium
time.
tea. That was the tea. That was
Yeah,
the
it
As
was
tea
a
that I was
plutonium.
plutonium.
Yeah,
referring
it
to
was
earlier.
plutonium. Yeah.
Better you.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
Didn't they
that
was.
was
take
the.
No,
some
but it,
pussy-ass feminists or something over there? They
yeah.
not playing around
Yeah.
over there, man.
Nope. As a matter of fact,
I,
to me, what better you mentioned was the number one most gangster thing that Putin did that I know of, and the second one was one of his detractors that was close to Red Square and was walking on a bridge, and the girlfriend was with him. They offed him right there, and they kept on ongoing and the girlfriend's still alive or the wife. I'm like, oh, so yeah, that's definitely like everybody know what that is. Ain't nobody gonna say shit.
In other words,
The
you have
wife
a
was the one. The wife
yeah.
was the one who got him on the bridge, homie.
Oh,
Yeah.
got
Mona Lisa, boy.
this.
Y'all trying to get us all caught up in some shit. I never heard shit. I'm not even here.
Hey.
Okay. But one thing is clear. Obviously, this guy is not gonna live forever, and once Putin dies,
Okay.
there's definitely gonna be a destabilizing situation.
Why?
For vital power, because no one's gonna trust a person to take his take his spot and not clear out anyone who might be disloyal to him. That's what happens. This is
No. In other words, is your country stable? Is your country stable? Okay. Is Russia stable right now?
No.
Relatively, yes.
It is stable, right?
They have a war. They have a war right now. Stability.
No. Is their country internally stable?
Yes.
For the most part.
Relatively, yes.
Is it doing better than it was 10 years ago?
Yes, it's not hard. I mean,
I can't
maybe.
No, ain't no. You know or you don't know. Okay,
no, because I'll tell you why. Because the alcoholism rate is pretty high. They have negative birth rates. The country is not doing well in terms of trajectory. No.
What do you mean? They're making more money. They may have better internal business. They're actually doing better internationally. They're actually hosting BRICS. Okay, they're not doing better.
Yep.
Really?
Their interest and influence in Africa.
Yeah.
Like,
and wait. There's something to think about too, Socrates. Not only what Black Uru just said, with that, they are also helping to form the next quote unquote, I'm gonna call it the Axis Powers 2.0, but that's not what they're gonna call it.
Okay.
Right? So so China, Iran, North Korea.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Socrates, what was Russia like before he actually became on the scene? What was it like?
You mean during the USSR before Putin was power?
No. I'm talking about Russia before he actually came on the scene in the 90s.
Yeah.
What was it like?
Yeah, at the collapse of the USSR, it was completely horrible. It was destabilized. It was messed up. People were selling military things.
So when he dies, you want to go back to that?
I'm not saying they want to go back to. I'm saying that's inevitable because
no, it's not.
No clear.
How you inevitable?
Because with a strong man, with a person who consolidated power, and the power is based on themselves. When they die, there is no easy transition unless you have a similar strong person who comes to
unless you have continuity of government.
Continuity of government, yeah.
They don't have. There's no real government.
Yes, they do have. What are you talking about, man?
I would say they do because you saw Putin come in power and it didn't collapse. You saw what's Alexander, the one that he had as president for a hot second while he was running things in the background. That was in the early 2000s. You saw him run things. Thank you.
Wait. So when Mao came to power and he died, did China collapse?
No.
Nah.
Deng Xiaoping ran things and everything was.
I understand, but the difference between China has a Politburo, so their committee is actually the one that has the most power.
Yeah,
so you don't think there's a Politburo in Russia?
Yeah.
No, I think it's completely based on Putin.
No,
Putin
it's not.
killed people. Putin killed people and took their assets. That's why he's the richest person in the world.
He didn't take their assets. That's a lie.
What do you mean?
He didn't take their assets. Go back and read because you're not reading, right? He said you can have your assets and make your money, but I need this from you to actually make this country better. That's what he said. Go back and look at it.
Putin is worth $80 billion. He actually did kill certain people who did not follow his program. He did.
But it wasn't about making money. They allowed them to make money. What did they do?
The ones who allowed, this is what he did. He took certain businesses. He killed the people in charge of them. He installed his own people in top of those businesses. They're loyal to him. I don't know. I understand they're loyal to him.
I'll tell you. Basically, the people that are actually behind Putin are much more radical than he is. He's a moderate.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
He's a moderate. So,
hey, let's put it this way: if somebody would have been flipped on Putin if Putin was who you say he is, and there were cracks in the armor, the U.S. would have already paid somebody to get him out of here.
Yeah.
But there's
It would
people
have been
have
happening.
tried. No, people have tried. They just failed. Like for instance,
Who tried? Where's that? Where is it?
There was a one military guy who ran his own company who was marching on
You mean the one
Moscow.
that died in a horrific helicopter accident?
I
That one?
told you they failed. but he tried. He was
No,
marching on.
no, he didn't. He wasn't even marching on that. He didn't get that far.
Why did he die if he wasn't attempting to do something to Putin then?
It's because he's ruining the other plans. Because Putin had before for whatchamacallit, right? He had actually Putin helped him start that. He was Putin's friend.
Yeah, he did. He did.
And he actually wanted them to actually pivot to Africa.
Wait. Because no. We're missing something. This goes right back around to what you just said earlier, Socrates, which is why when BGS was trying to get you to understand earlier, when you were saying it's the money, no, and you were saying that Putin has offed certain adversaries. No, what did you just say about what's his name that had that organization? He bit the hand that fed him, and Putin had to put him down.
Yeah.
That's what you just said without saying it.
I mean, okay. Say whatever. Say Blackwater, okay, in the United States, right? Blackwater did the similar thing in the United States.
Nancy
What would happen to
Pelosi's
him?
brother.
Yeah. What would happen to him? What happened to Eric Prince?
Yeah, Eric Prince. Yeah, that's his name. Yep.
What almost happened to a certain former president
Uh-oh.
No.
that went against the status quo?
People started popping up.
No.
in the White House
I'm going to
randomly.
have Socrates answer that. What almost happened to him?
Assassinated.
Almost, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So
you mean that?
are we going to collapse tomorrow if Biden goes out of office?
But we don't have. It's not the same situation. There's a deep. I believe there's an entrenched deep state in America.
What's the key word that you just used?
I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't believe the same thing in Russia.
I don't. What's the key word you just used?
I don't.
I believe. You don't know.
Okay.
You're guessing.
Let me read this real quick. I gotta read this.
If Russia,
real quick, Socrates, real quick. And Dre says black SUV outside tax. I didn't hear anything.
No.
And you said that you believe, right? No, guess what? Nobody that evaluates Russia thinks the way you do.
Okay.
Nobody. None of them.
Oh, okay. We'll see. We'll see, right? We'll see. How would you want to? I bet by the time that Putin dies, right, there will be instability in Russia, and there will be a serious issue with the transfer to power. It will not be.
Okay.
That's what you have to step down.
I'll match my record against yours. Okay.
Okay.
How many times have you been correct in your analysis?
I don't often make prognosis about the future.
Hey, exactly. I do all the time. Guess what? I'm 90%.
Oh, then you should play the stock market.
Wait, good. That's a good question, Rocky.
I mean, but to be honest, the part of the problem. See, you're young,
and after this, we get KMS. Go ahead.
We're old enough to remember the Soviet Union, and then the fall of the Soviet Union, then all the mercenary grabbing and killing. I mean, I think part of the problem is you see Putin a certain way, but you don't see him from the perspective of that history of the Soviet Union overall. From the perspective of the history of the Soviet, it's pretty damn good. It's very damn good historically. If you compare it over the last 100 years, all of what happened with Stalin, going back to Lenin, then Stalin. And Khrushchev, and when you look at all of that, and if you're a Russian, you like, this shit ain't really that bad, man.
Let's put it this way. Let me say this to Socrates real quick. Gorbachev isn't necessarily seen as the hero that the West makes him out to be. He's low-key seen as a sellout in Russia. Right? Because he helped to bring literally
the carpetbaggers, the oligarchs and carpetbaggers into Russia, yeah.
And you see what I'm saying, and eventually bring down the Soviet Union, right? So and so when Putin comes in after what's his name, the drunkard that was before him, that was essentially that was Russia's Trump in many ways. That they kind of joke, the people that people make fun of, they made fun of him. And so when Putin comes in as this serious former KGB and by the way, he muscled what's his name out the way. By the way, right? And so when he comes in, they're like, this is a godsend.
Yeah, the people love Putin. That's the thing. The people
I'm
actually
just
love
saying.
Putin. Yeah.
They love him, or they better love him.
I mean, if somebody makes your life better, do you
It's
not
so
love
funny
him?
when people. Yeah, I know.
Yeltsin, thank you,
When
Joe.
people listen,
Yeltsin.
when these countries talk about what the people feel, I'm like, yeah, of course they feel that way. Wink, wink. Like, yeah, how do you feel about Putin? Putin is amazing.
I mean,
Well,
it's
what
not
did you
full
hear?
on Kim Jong Il. I
Okay,
get what
okay.
he's saying. I get what he's saying. He's saying it.
Socrates. Why
Yeah.
do people in Russia love him?
Because he's better.
Because he made
It's
their life better. Would you not love a person
They
that way?
better believe that. They better
no,
believe
no,
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 that.
no,
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 no, no,
no,
no,
no,
no.
no,
That's
no.
bullshit, man. That's bullshit. Okay.
No,
No,
no.
it's not.
Okay. Real quick, BGS. Let me say this, y'all. Let me say
Socrates,
this.
that's bullshit. You know it's bullshit. But go
No,
ahead.
it's not. Go
Let
to
me say
Russia.
this. Wait, Socrates. Wait. I get what you're
Yeah.
trying to say, but it's not the Kim Jong Il thing. He's like Socrates is
Really?
saying, like we all saw when Kim Jong Il died and all those damn North Koreans fake crying their asses off. We saw it. We know that. I would argue that's not what's going on in Russia. I get what you're trying to say,
Oh,
but that's not.
so
I wouldn't say that's what's going on in Russia.
you could
Prove
be a
it.
blogger. Hold on. So you could be a blogger in Russia and say, I have some
Yes.
criticism about the Putin regime and everything is fine.
Goddamn KMS! I was really trying to get you in there. Y'all
Can you do that in China?
No,
How come China doesn't collapse?
I told you China has the. I said the same thing. China has a committee that runs things. Not
You
a person.
you don't think there's a committee behind Putin?
I gotta pause y'all for. Let me pause y'all for. Let's pause the conversation for 2 seconds. Let's get KMS in. We'll come back around. We still
Then
on
you
topic.
need to reread your stuff, man. You really do.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, KMS. What's going on with you?
Oh no! Thank you guys so much for having me up. I greatly appreciate it. I just want to say this one thing. I finally read Dirk's Wikipedia page. In the industry I'm in, that's just really just an occupational hazard. That's really
Right.
what that is. It's no more, no less. I don't understand the free Dirk things. I mean, Dirk is completely conscious of what he's doing. He's a businessman within the environment, within the system he works in. It's simple as that. And then the second thing, as far as with this whole Putin thing about the vacuum of power and all this stuff, things going to be unstable. My only question really is this, just to reduce it down to a key point. If Putin is a strong man, you don't think there's any other strongmen that come behind him to destabilize it? I mean, we've had kings for centuries. They're more or less these strongmen, and one king leaves, other king comes in and tries to stabilize it just for any other reason to be able to rule properly. So there being turbulence when Putin leaves, yeah, naturally. But as far as it completely falling apart, probably
See,
not.
but KMS, I don't even know if there's going to be turbulence, though. I don't even think so. But go ahead. Who was trying to speak?
That's me. It's
Go
better.
ahead. Go ahead.
So, like, I think we're kind of spoiled from our perspective because even in terms of America, nothing is pretty rich compared to most other places in the world. And Russia historically has been a backwater. If you read certain accounts from World War II, there were Russian soldiers who were armed to the gills who had no fucking food and their rations were spoiled.
That's a fact.
So they resorted to boiling and eating any leather products they can find, including their boots. And you fast forward that to, well, you know what? I got a job and then I could go to a store that's food in it. Like that's
20.
That's
Remember,
progress.
I want to make sure that we say this. Russia lost more people than anybody else in World War II. 24 million?
23, yeah.
Oh yeah.
23 million people in World War II.
And couple
One
that
country.
with Chernobyl.
Go ahead.
And
Yeah,
couple that with
that was
Chernobyl.
later. Yep. And remember, this is only a few decades from the revolution, the Russian Revolution.
After the Soviet Union failed, they lost a third of their people. A third of their people left after that. Okay.
And how many people did Stalin kill?
Yes, that's the KMS about kings. There's a strict succession of kings, and when they're
You went
out. You got to come back. We can't hear you.
I hear what people saying, but the thing is, they have nothing to base that on. I keep asking, what do you base that on?
Well, BGS, what you said earlier is like, when you're asking if Russia is stable, yes, it's like overall it's stable, but like you said, like there are leaders that are criticizing Putin for not being more aggressive. Because like this shit in Ukraine could have ended a lot faster than it is. Like if you really wanted to get to it.
If he really want to end Ukraine, he could have done it within 6 months. If he really wanted to do it and spend that kind of money, he could have done it.
Yeah.
Rocky,
Okay.
I'm saying yes to that. By the way, let me say this, and this is going to what Trail is saying. Trail is saying Stalin purged about 80 million. I
Yeah.
want to say this, and I've said this. It's gonna sound random, but I've said this multiple times. Swear the black manosphere got some of the most well-informed, smartest people. Period. Number one. Number two. I said it. Gynocracy, gynocracy, gynocracy. I'm being funny. I'm saying that because they want to say that we a bunch of he-man woman haters here. Clearly not. Number three. I always said put us in a like group jeopardy against whichever group you want to go to. Whether it's the black women luxury people, whether it's FD and his crowd. Put it. We could pretty much beat all of these people if you give us like 15 or 10 of our people versus their people.
They
We'll crush
stay as
them.
far away from us as
I'm
possible,
just saying.
including what's in them, Destiny and FD
Yeah, yeah.
Signifier
We know these numbers
and the Jared Balls
at
and those
heart.
kind of
Yeah,
folks. They stay away from us. They
yeah,
run from us like Satan. Okay.
yeah.
Well,
And
Destiny
I'm
tried
Well,
to.
all right,
Destiny
FBS,
tried. He had
too,
some
bro.
angry man.
and
Yeah,
I want to stress this.
and I will tell the Socrates, man, I spent like 6 hours a day, 3 years studying this shit. Okay, if you know more than me, go ahead and prove it. All right.
And the reason why I brought this up is we're not just talking to be talking here. Like, yes, barbershop talk, there's banter, there's jokes and whatever. But it really and KMS was the first one to really get me to think about this when we were joking around with Jay Moore about the party boat with the brothers with the extra long slongs,
Mm-hmm.
handling some business for some money. Anyway, but and he said, who was joking, and KMS said, don't interrupt the think tank we have going on here. And when he said that, I mean, I've heard people say things like that in this space, but I don't know why that was the time when it really registered for me. Like, yeah, we are
Well,
doing a
Z,
think tank here for real. Go ahead, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Z. My only argument with what you just said is like throw a pause in there, fam.
Right. True. That's true.
Yeah, yeah,
Had
that's
us on
true.
the Diddy
True.
cruise.
I don't even know how the hell we got on Putin in the first place, man. I was
But no, but it
curious.
was good. But no. I like what you notice. Like, I direct the conversations on the channel, but when we go on these tangents, I don't. Because but number one, we have people listening.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's brothers that I'll be like replay gang, and I'll say that 4 hours in, 5 hours in, and somebody will put a replay gang in the comments because they listen to the whole thing. That's number one. Number two, it
Yeah.
shows that we can engage in these larger geopolitical conversations because we're actually interested. And yes, we are black people born and raised in America or in America, but we're also citizens of the world, and we
Yeah.
can speak about these things that are affecting us.
And that's
Yeah,
why
yeah.
that's why what's in South you're saying talk to the civilians is detracting sometimes. Okay.
Yeah,
I would.
I think it
I,
was a. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh, I would say this. We're very multidimensional men, and
Mm-hmm.
even
Multifaceted.
something
Shout out
like
to
I'm sorry,
shout out to Charles.
even like
No. I cut you off. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, like I was talking to my homegirl one day, and I was explaining why I got problems with Kamala, and I talked about de-dollarization. She was like, "What's that?" I was like, "Man, I ain't got time to go back to square one."
And
Oh
did you did
gosh.
you did you have to
Yeah,
did you have to tell her about the petrodollar and all that other stuff that she ain't know about?
Oh man,
I would say start with the movie Rollover, okay, and then have her watch the movie Syriana, okay.
I will.
And,
Let me share that. Go ahead.
yeah, so
I,
start with the movie Rollover from
Rolo.
1979. Rollover, okay.
Okay,
Half these
With
people are gonna go to sleep. BGS.
no, it's actually a pretty good movie, and then Syriana. Okay,
let, let me.
they're
I
like
remember
30 years apart.
Syriana.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
like almost 30 years apart. But
Hey,
Go ahead.
Wait, let's do KMS and then I think that's Meech. Go
well,
ahead,
I'm about
KMS and then Meech.
to go
go ahead.
ahead.
Yeah, I just want to give the biggest compliments to this chat and to the greater manosphere in this regard, particularly as it falls to this election. You're right, BGS, because there's times where I'm trying to talk to people in my family and I can just only stare at them because, like, for the whole Kamala thing, I remember because I made the same mistake a lot of people make. And I try to explain to them, well, I'm always more geopolitical about the petrodollar. So I talked to one of my aunts and told her about the petrodollar, and she was like, "What the fuck this got to do about gas money?" I was like, you know what?
Wait,
I was like, you know what?
wait.
I was like, you know what? Like, you know what?
KMS, bro.
U turn. Yeah.
I was like, you know what? I just don't like her pantsuit. That's why I'm not voting for it.
And she understood that though, didn't she?
So I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I'm about to get out of here real quick, right? But I wanted to let Black Uru know that earlier he was talking about men being the ones on the job sites that actually get shit done.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's still here or not. Okay, so
He is.
there's a tech problem I've been trying to resolve for the past couple of weeks. I called Apple 5 times. Always got females, right? They couldn't resolve it. First mail I got resolved it in 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes.
Every time.
Shout out to Joe.
I called him about 5 times over the past 2 weeks. He solved it in 3 fucking minutes.
Shout out to Theo Wolf.
Hey man.
Shout out to Trell. Shout out to all the tech guys.
Jesus Christ.
The reason for that, I would argue, having been in several troubleshooting positions, women are more so trained to follow the script.
Yeah, they are.
As a man, especially payroll troubleshooting and going in those systems in ADP, because we had systems that really went back to MS-DOS. And it was one of those things when I had spare time, me and a lot of the other guys who were really good at what we did, we would literally go in those test accounts, try to break shit, fuck it up, and unfuck it.
And that's what we do as men. We go to try to actually see how it works. We want to know how it works.
I doubt that.
Hey, I got a super chat for you there, Black Uru.
Go ahead and read that, Black Uru, when you're done, if you don't mind.
I doubt there are 100 women in this country who could program a DOS. I doubt. Any that could are probably dead by now.
They are so old that they're grandmothers. Yeah.
But I'll say this: I don't think they too many people see DOS nowadays.
Let's let Black Uru read that real quick.
Black Uru strikes back.
And thank you for that, Meech. Thank you for that. And Cam
No problem.
all right, thank you, and thank you for coming up, Meech. And Cam says, and this is funny, women are not trained to think outside the box or her own box, to be honest.
That's true. Yeah, inside her own box. It is very true. Yeah.
Hear you.
Women can't. I don't think innately women can. I think it's an evolutionary difference between males and human males and human females. Not saying that there isn't some on the Bell chart, on the far right who can do it, but I don't think they're built for thinking that way. Most of them, I just don't think they are.
Yeah. No, agreed. Yeah, no, I think there's a level of selfishness that women have that's necessary as far as rearing children, particularly in the younger ages. I think the problem with our society is that we've now weaponized that and fueled that to the point to where it's unattainable on this scale. I think that's where we're at. But yeah, no, I don't think they can.
For men in discovery and invention, there's a level of ego inflation that I think is more likely to occur in men than women. I think when men are discovering, when men are tinkering, when men are putting shit together, when they're invention, there's an enlightening of the spirit that is more endemic to human males than it is females.
Absolutely. I do believe that, and I think it's more tied to how we can affect the environment. I think women are real quick to say that, look, I'm doing this. This is great, as opposed to women who are more eternal. They want to see themselves as great. They don't really see themselves as having to impact society to make a mark on it. That's my example. That's my experience.
I just want to say this real quick, because there's a huge super chat.
Actually, I wanted to let me read this one first. And the cloud engineer says, for the Theo Wolf tax, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
Shout out to Saint Mookie. Shout out. Yeah.
Right. And because I want to read, there's two I'm leaving on purpose because I want to read them back to back because they disagree with each other, and I think that's a whole conversation. And we have about 20 minutes, you guys. A split, because I can't do the second part can't be reckless. A Split Jim says, and thank you for the super chat, a Split Jim. He says, had to go out and touch grass during the partnership presentation. Came back to Geopolitics talk. This is what I dig about this side of the manosphere. Thank you, brother. Thank you. And that exactly. And that's my point. We engage in that type of conversation, and you see how invested we were. You see the back and forth between Socrates and me, Socrates and BGS. Black Uru, everybody pitching in, KMS, everybody pitching in, y'all pitching it in the comments. The point, and we know what we're talking about, whether you agree with whatever side or not, and we know what we're talking about.
Shut up, nigga.
I'm just saying, right?
Well, and you know the sad part about it is that they don't invest in the education of black men and boys. Yeah. Imagine if they had invested in black men and boys over the generations the way they have in females, where we would be.
Let me to go on to what Black Uru was saying. Some of this is obviously college education for me, and you know I did take multiple history classes, undergrad, and three different type of poli-sci classes. With that, most of what Mr. Z knows, y'all ain't gonna believe it, is a whole lot of article reading, because I rarely have time to read books nowadays, and straight up being a YouTube junkie. But what am I watching and really listening to when I'm at work? All the boring stuff, all the stuff that make you go to sleep, right? And I'm here now. You like what Black Uru was saying. If that's me with very little time and social media mainly. If you actually invest in the boys and they have decades to develop, decades, you know what you could produce in a 30-year-old if you really invested. If you have a Black Uru as a dad, a BGS as a dad or grandfather, shout out to Army Osei Frimpong. Army Osei Frimpong, if his kids follow his path, they're going to be a problem. If you have somebody like a funky academic as a dad, it's a problem. Well, but nobody trying to invest in the boys, so hey, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go. So, and exactly what Black Uru was saying. So, yeah, and thank you for that Split Jim. You just brought the temperature down, goddamn Split Jim. Now everything's sober. No, I'm playing. But yeah, no, yeah. The point, and here's the argument, y'all. Here's the argument. Y'all ready? All right. And Elkston says, and thank you for the super chat. Erasure of ADOS people is nothing to be encouraged about. Date out if you must, but don't gloat about it. And Big Mo responds, and thank you for the super chat. Black men should be able to gloat about finding happiness. Where do y'all stand? What do we agree with, or what do we disagree with? There y'all go.
Well, Elston is obviously a gynocrat. Y'all can continue after.
Goddamn, you don't got to say all that, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, why the fuck? My question is, why the fuck not? Everybody else gets to.
Good point. Good point. So y'all are saying why not rub a little salt in the wound?
Everybody else gets to, because you can tell with this political shit, because it's like, okay, so on one hand, black men have no power, but then we have everybody have so much to say about black men. Which one is it?
Well, if I may say something. First of all, I can sum it up. I can bring up one example of why men should gloat about their happiness. One person within our own group. Snowman.
Yeah.
He talks about he talks about his wife and how much she makes him happy and everything.
Brings him joy.
Yeah.
She brings him joy. And vice versa. They complete each other apparently.
Yeah. And you hear her in the background sometimes when he makes a comment, and she even engages with BGS. Yeah.
I don't think BGS heard me say it.
I mean, how do you teach people who have been bereft of even any feeling that they even should be happy without some percentage of men who actually have found happiness sharing it with everybody else?
So it's okay. It's okay for women to brag about their happiness and their accomplishments and how they feel about themselves, but men can't. So where does that come from?
Yeah, like where the fuck not?
So I've been making this hard again.
If I may, what do we mean by gloating in this context? Is it simply
that's a good
I found this and me speaking about it, or is it just the for lack of a better term, like the ha 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 ha. There you
Because
go.
really,
If you
the
still
first
here,
one,
Elton, that's the
honestly,
question. That's a good
well,
question, Billy.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's from a matriarchal standpoint, it's the first one. From a matriarchal standpoint, it's the second one. What you said, better you. From a gynecology standpoint, it's the first one. How dare you be happy?
Yeah, without me.
So to answer Betty U's question is like, from what I've seen, it's basically like just saying that like you went somewhere else and you found someone that like actually is for you, like that's considered gloating automatically. And I've been saying this for a while, is that other people like most likely have said the same thing as well. Is that like white boys been talking about geomaxing for over a fucking decade, but as soon as like black people came out and started talking about passport bros, it's a problem.
Let me say what you just said a little differently. Not the geomaxing part, but it's seen as gloating for black men to simply say, I found someone who values me. Values me. And what makes it even worse is that we live in an anti-black society, and this non-black woman, oh, talk about embarrassing. This non-black woman sees value in me in a anti-black society, and the black women that I grew up with that had the first right of refusal did not. Or even if they did not, well, they did not pick me up. Oh well.
Or basically just saying this woman understood her burden performance, you didn't.
Ooh.
For me. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So for me, I feel like anything you do would come across as gloating in that type of situation, because those women will realize, okay, I missed the boat. Because there's always some chick that's gonna look back at you and be like, God damn it, I remember when I was with them, and now he's with, just for example, now he with that slim ass Becky chick.
Okay. Yeah, you done fucked up, AA Ron.
Yeah.
I think it's more sinister and nefarious, and I don't think it's about black men gloating. I think it's about black men finding any form of happiness in any capacity.
Yeah,
because it's an issue. Go ahead.
It's not even just that; it's the fact that you actually went out and did it.
Yeah.
In other words,
go ahead with that, Thomas. Yeah, because here's what it is. It's the mud seal principle. As in the mud seal, that is the base. That's what you build the rest of the things on, like a structure, a construct, or a society. You can't have the mud seal. You can't have your lowest rung elevating or thinking better of itself. Because then how can I keep everyone else in check? I mean,
you got to also understand the mentality of women to understand why they're particularly bothered by a black man openly celebrating his happiness.
Oh, expound on that, please.
Because they themselves tend to have more of a herd mentality, then they automatically presume that if he's happy by way of this particular methodology, is going to encourage and motivate
other black men,
many more black men, because of the way I think. Because I'm a pack animal. And I respond based on information, PR information, that he's going to do the same that I do.
And what you're saying rolls exactly to what I'm saying, because it's the shifting of the mud seal, it's the shifting of the foundation. And anyone who owns any homeowner knows that foundation shift. Everything above is fucked.
Yeah.
And you know what? And there's two things though. It's well, you know what? I'm gonna quote that motherfucker. He said, "You scaring the hoes." Yes, we're scaring the hoes by freeing we're scaring the hoes by freeing the men's mind.
By freeing the men's mind. And what do women say? Go be happy, but don't tell nobody. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I'm telling everybody.
Who? Somebody's trying to say something but you coming in very low. That's you, Dre. Go ahead.
That's me, Z. I got a little bit of pushback for you because you were talking about like they're mad at like black men dating non-black women. It's not just dating non-black women, because you can go to the heart of Africa and find the blackest black woman you could ever fucking see in your life, and they'll be like, she's a dirty foot, and you just want to.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but the thing is, she's black, so they have to.
They can only go so far with
that. They can only go so far with that. That's yeah.
Well, see,
And
this is
low
what I
key,
feel like we should do.
you could always pull the, if we're gonna do the black thing, I'm not saying to do it, but if you're gonna do that, you can always pull the top trumps and be like, bitch, she African, what you talking about? Right? Like if we're gonna do the top trumps black thing, I mean, I got me a Lupita, what you talking about? Right? Like you can do the top trumps thing, but yeah, there's only so far they can go with that. I agree with you, by the way, on the whole like she's a lesser
Well,
she's
no,
a lesser
in
woman
that
thing. Go ahead.
scenario, you trafficked her,
Yeah,
you're
yep,
controlling her,
Yeah.
you manipulated her,
Mm-hmm.
you're exploiting her. So
Mm-hmm.
then they flip over to that particular script.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. That
Money,
I agree.
isn't that
I'm
the
trying to
same
say,
thing you want to
it's
do to
almost
men?
Yeah.
Well, this is what I
And
think
once again,
every
thank you,
guy
Split
should
Jim.
do.
Go ahead, better.
Know your place, homie. Know your place. All right.
This is what
Yeah,
I think every
exactly.
guy should do. You remember like those big ass boom boxes from the 90s?
Or the ones you
Yeah.
carried on your shoulder?
Yeah, I think we should get
Yep.
those big ass boom boxes. Get that Bobby Womack tape.
If
Stand
you think you're
outside the
lonely now.
house. If you think you're lonely now.
I think Casey and JoJo them did a good job on it too. I think they did a good cover. That was a good cover. So yeah,
I say we update the song.
Nah, can't nobody do it like
gonna,
Bobby. Bobby
I
had a
mean,
certain
yeah,
kind of
true.
had a
I'd
certain
rather
kind of
play.
energy.
I'd rather play.
That man
Hey,
said, when the
when,
bones in your closet start chasing you around your living
Right.
room.
hey, we're gonna play that when GTA 6 comes out, right?
Oh, you already know. Oh, you already know.
We're gonna
Oh,
we
you
gonna we
already
gonna we gonna we
know.
gonna tune it up. In fact, I got it when it comes out. I have it already ready. If you think you're lonely now, okay?
BGS, you gonna play GTA 6?
Huh? Huh?
BGS, you gonna play GTA 6? I'm gonna need
No,
you to answer.
my grandson and his father will play GTA 6. But the thing, when it comes out, guess what's gonna happen? If you think
Yo,
you're
look.
lonely now,
Those tumbleweeds. Those Western tumbleweeds.
Yeah,
By the way,
it's gonna be a national
BGS.
holiday.
Yes, sir.
Let me say this to BGS real quick. This is the greatest discipline tool you have ever gotten. This is how you scare the crap out of your grandson. Just threaten, tell him, I'll make sure your parents don't let you play. I promise you, if you need him to sit down and study,
Man.
that's the greatest training tool you got right now. I'm telling you, just letting you know.
the thing is, I threaten him with more work. Okay. If you don't want to learn it within this amount of time, guess what? I have other books for you to go to. Okay, Grandpa.
I respect that, BGS, but if you threaten him with GT6, he'll be in Carnegie Hall by the end of the year.
I'm telling you.
I'm actually surprised BGS knows about GTA 6 because we've been waiting on that for like a decade now.
Literally.
You got to remember how far back I go with playing video games, man. Back to the 70s. Okay, I didn't just start yesterday.
GTA 6 ain't coming out.
I remember GTA 1. What are you talking about?
I played all of
GTA
them.
1.
GTA 6 ain't coming
Yeah,
out.
the
Old
first
school. That's
one.
the top down view.
Yes.
I remember that.
And
That's
Anubis,
when it
thank you for the.
it was a PC game, actually. It was first a PC game.
Yeah.
And let me say this really. And, Anubis, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. He sends me a beer mug, so thank you. Mr. Z ain't really big on the beer. I only drink beer for real. I only drink beer when I'm out with white coworkers. That's the real time when I drink beer. Only time I drink beer is when I'm out with white coworkers and I drink it pretty damn quick because warm beer is the worst thing on the planet. Warm beer, who even does that? I mess around and let it get warm one time, and it was the worst thing I ever did in my life because I had to force myself to drink it. But yeah, I only drink
I mean,
beer.
y'all niggas need to go back to old school Donkey Kong, all right?
But with Mario?
80 Mario, yeah. In 82, okay?
BGS, you talking about some old nigga games. You talking about Donkey Kong?
Oh, okay. Anubis said yak, not beer. Okay, thank you, Anubis. He said yak, not beer.
Yes, old nigga games. Yeah, they're on the phones now. I was just playing some of the old nigga games on phones, okay? They're on phones now.
Oh, man. Some Atari, some Pong.
Nah, actually, it's called Monster Kill. You actually run through and leap over shit, man, and shoot monsters. A little stick figure, okay? So,
Man, look, I'm this is. I mean, I'm more of a racing game person, so it's all a different thing for me. It's we go back to the racing games back, when it used to be the super basic pixels and the car wouldn't turn, just with shift in the lane. or we just move over in the lane and move over on the screen. But yeah,
Go,
it's a
go
little
back to
different.
the Atari when racing games were you changing lanes, okay?
Yeah,
Back and
that's what I'm
forth,
saying.
okay? In
Yeah.
1981, all right? That's
And
how
it didn't
far
look
back.
like you would. It didn't look like the car was actually moving on the track. It's like the track was moving.
And Max
The
Jack
track
was
was
moving
coming
underneath
to
it. Yeah,
you.
coming to you. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, Z, like I know you're into cars, so I know you were a Gran Turismo fan.
Oh,
What was the other
definitely.
game?
Of course.
Forza
That
for
other,
Xbox.
yeah,
Um,
Forza.
um,
Like
yeah.
I was
Gran
more
Turismo
of
for
a
PlayStation.
I was more of a Need for Speed fan.
Yeah.
It depends
Need
on
for
the
Speed.
real how realistic you want it. Like what I found is when I was in middle school, this is when I really understood how different of a person I was when it came to cars. I liked Gran Turismo because it was the closest you could get to reality without going all the way to like the computer games that were damn near real ass simulators, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
and everybody else would rather play like Midnight Club or something like that, right? Dub Edition or some
Hey,
middle
don't
school
jump
and high
on
school. That's
Midnight
what
Club.
everybody was on, right? Midnight
And
Club or Test Drive or something like that. So yeah,
gotta remember, I've been a PC gamer, man, since '83. So that's how I learned. So Sims
So Doom.
like no, even before that, it's called was it AH-64 back in 1983 with the helicopter, Apache helicopter, which is a sim
Mm-hmm.
game. Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
I always loved that the U.S. murked all these people and then named
Yeah,
its
and
attack.
before Doom was actually was it count? It was called Transylvania,
Wolfenstein.
Castlevania. Yeah,
Castlevania.
Wolfenstein came after that.
But
I,
there was both Chris Doom and Wolfenstein.
I played Wolfenstein. Yeah.
real quick.
I only had the demos for all of them kids. Y'all was baller.
Real quick, so when BJS was speaking about the Apache helicopter in the game and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
I love the fact that the U.S. white folks murked all these goddamn people and then named their attack equipment after these people.
Yeah.
Tomahawk missile, Apache
Tomahawk missile,
helicopter.
heavy
Y'all
helicopters.
some
Yeah.
dirty mofo's. Y'all some
That's
dirty.
what
We gonna
that's
murk
what that
y'all and then
was.
name our attack shit after you.
So,
Ugh.
so basically,
That's
but most of
exactly
the Sims came from the military and then got ported to the computers and stuff like that. So those were actually the first real life Sims. Actually, airplane Sims, especially helicopter and jet Sims back in
Yeah.
the early '80s. That's how far back I go. So yeah, so GTA 6 is just another version of what's been going on. Okay, that's all it is.
GTA
Black
6
Widow.
ain't coming out in any of our lifetimes.
Wait,
Oh
real
yeah,
quick, real quick.
no, they're going to come out next year. That's the word. They want to make money.
Black Widow, are you still there? Because I want to torture you real quick. I want to have.
Yeah.
Black Widow, do you mind reading this super chat? Because KMS on your head tough.
Oh, God. It's not this guy again. All right, KMS. Black Uru, quote, start the channel, end quote, tax. BGS, make him start the fucking channel. He'll listen to you. Shout out the rest of the men on the panel and the chat. I've learned so much. We prove the stereotypes incorrect every day. Thank you all.
Right then, thank you, KMS. Thank you.
Yeah.
KMS is on. KMS is on Black Widow. He on him tough, right? But yeah, no, it's good. I think what it really is barbershop. I think that was one of the most genius titles Ed gave anything that and Ed is a one-liner king.
He is.
But the barbershop, it really is. And you have elders, you have the young folks, you have college educated, not college educated, blue collar, white collar, all the brothers just
all right,
all
BGS,
over
you have
in
a
this
seat.
space, right? Like, and that's what I actually do enjoy this space for that. I do, and we get to what distance makes a problem, we fix it with social media and the internet, and that's a great thing.
Yeah,
right. That's a great thing.
Which is why you've changed the world in less than 10 years. Okay.
Well, like to Black Guru, like you really should start a channel because like Art like actually put it on his community like a while back. It was like an older gentleman, like I think he's from Cali, I'm not sure, but it was an older gentleman. I think it was like that Pharaoh dude or whatever.
You're not talking about Beasley, are you?
No, his channel's like Pharaoh said that. I believe that's his channel. And like,
Pharaoh
like,
says, what about him?
Yeah, Art. Well, I'm just saying, it's just like for the fact that like he's an older dude. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Oh,
assuming he's
I know
older
what you're
than
talking
both
about.
of
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
I'm not sure,
yeah.
but he seems like an older guy.
He
Just
is.
looking at him, he looks older.
He's
And
an
both
old
of you,
hotep, as we call him. Yeah.
it's just and like
Oh.
that dude has a lot of subs, and like you got a lot of people in chat. Even though I've looked at his chat and I seen some stuff I didn't like, but I'm not going to comment on that. But
Thank you.
yeah, but yeah, you know. What I'm trying to say is that like yeah, it would
We
be
need
beneficial.
rational elders.
It
That's what you're
exactly
saying.
like yeah,
I hear you.
it would be beneficial if you started a channel, Black Guru, because I see you on panels and stuff, and like I like to hear what you say, but like bruh, like you don't have your own channel, so we can go there.
BG,
We can go
we
there.
need multiple gray swords in here that are rational. That's what he's saying. He can't leave BGS
Yeah,
out here, the only one swinging
Well,
yeah,
with the gray lightsaber.
a lot of
yeah.
guys. Me, we'll tell you, there's a lot of guys that can do things that they have money and position. They can't
Yep.
publicly. Yeah.
And
They got too much to lose.
Got too much to lose.
Lightsaber is turning gray too, so we can't just have Art
Well,
New Style and BGS out here with the gray lightsabers.
They're wearing on him. Yeah.
Z, Z, I actually hate that you just said that because I was about to say that, but it's your channel. Like, yeah, we need some more gray lightsabers out here.
Yeah, rational, intelligent, like gray lightsabers. The elders. That's what we need.
Just like Black Socrates, man. Y'all have no idea how long I've actually been doing this shit, man. You guys were babies or kids when I was actually doing this shit. When I started doing this stuff. Okay.
Spain man said, "Oh, Ninja Round Table." I'm saying
it is now Ninja Round Table.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold up.
People tell you shit about. People tell you shit that you lived through. Okay, I remember when they were actually raping Russia out of metals and money and stuff like that, and Putin came in and actually stopped all that shit. Okay.
Yep.
Well,
that's
kind of the problem because like you should be listening to your elders, but like like these days it's like young niggas is like yeah, fuck these old niggas, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, when I ask people for proof, where did you get it from? It's not there. Okay, and basically, Z can tell you, I have books and articles and all kind of shit to back up what I
Yeah,
say.
done fucked up BGS because I'm going there right now. With that BGS, you and Black Uru have to appreciate most of the elders do not sound like y'all.
No. That's
so
true.
that so it's easy for some of the brothers to say fuck the elders. I don't speak like that to none of the elders, but I know why they're saying it because most of the elders are not where y'all at.
The ones that you hear are not there. The ones that you don't hear, that me and Uru talk to all the time behind the scenes, agree with us 100%. Okay, but they can't say it is because they have shit to lose. Uru is one of the few that's in a position that can say it. We can disagree with if he actually wants to, but I would say that. There's a lot of guys that next to Uru that could say the exact same thing, but they can't because they have too much to lose.
Well, BGS, like I'm not gonna say that you invented this term, but like I first heard it from you. Like it was the whole like chew the meat, spit out the bones. It's like people.
Oh, that's a whole. That's an old African term. Okay.
Yeah, I first heard it from you. So
one of the other problems that you will encounter is, and BGS does a great job of managing it. Although at times even he gets a little afraid. There is a certain level of lack of decorum amongst younger people that you have to become accustomed to.
True.
And most most brothers don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
Some of it's disrespect, some of it's just like not really, just lack of sort of protocols. There's certain kind of things that men, we were raised to think certain kind of things that men weren't supposed to say, or supposed to say a certain way, or present themselves a certain way, particularly to older men, that is often violated in these environments. And most older brothers, they don't want to tolerate that. They don't want to deal with that.
No.
Yeah.
I don't blame
this is why I followed behind Raj when Raj implemented the elder rule, right? So that's me following behind Raj, because when I would be on his channel and he would implement that, I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's yeah, no, yeah, right, exactly. And so going to what Black Uru was saying, that's why that's there. It's a certain level of protocol, right? Um, yeah, so that we can have, we can have people hear something wiser, potentially, hopefully wiser and older, and just something to think about, something different, right? Than your circle of friends that are all 27 years old, right?
Well,
Like,
we're old, so it's different. It's difficult to imagine. But imagine if a brother that was like 80 was on the channel.
Oh yeah.
Of course, BGS and I are going to be very deferential to him.
And we're gonna ask a question about what did you see? What did you know? What happened when you were this age? What really happened? Give me the lowdown. Yeah.
So
let me read.
So and a lot of times that's kind of missing from this environment. Yeah.
And let me read this from Dre. And Dre says, "Oh, nigga, appreciation day, LOL, hysterical. It is. That's what we turned it into." And Meech says, and Black Uru, Meech on your head tough too. And Meech is really Black Uru. Really, Black Uru strikes. Start the damn channel, angry face, right? And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
I'm gonna tell this Socrates. Basically, I was sitting in ROTC in 1977 when one of the, I was trying to remember his name. It used to be Kennedy's Secretary of State, right? Told us, so it was actually gonna fall before 1990. Okay, 1977. He actually told us that. Okay. I knew that before it actually
I feel
fell.
like I know the name you're saying, but I can't think of it.
McNamara was his name.
Robert.
Yeah. Robert McNamara.
Yeah. Robert McNamara told us in a speech. I was actually in class, Air Force ROTC, when they actually told us that in 1977. Right. I knew that before it actually happened. Okay. Like 12 years ahead of time. Okay. That's how far back I go.
Okay? Shout out to Carter and spin them into oblivion.
I am not pulling this stuff out of my rectum, okay?
Well, I will say this. I find that there's a lot of value in having well-articulated elders like yourself, like Mr. Uru. Y'all are a little bit younger than my pops, and my pops at the age where I can kind of see where he in his golden years. He's slowing down. He enjoying life. He traveling. But like that difference in perspective and opinion and that life experience, because sometimes there's a folly with youth. And frankly, sometimes there's some things that you don't see that you're blind to that somebody who's been there before, who's seen a little few more things can.
In other words, you haven't been wrong enough, okay?
If
you've been wrong enough, okay, you'll learn the right direction because you've been. Oh, I've been down that path. I was wrong, okay. So this is the right way. It's been proven this is the right way. If you become wrong enough, okay, long enough, you actually find the right path.
Wrong enough, long enough. Yes. Oh, put it in the book. Wrong enough, long enough.
They say that in the stock market. If you can survive long enough and survive your mistakes long enough, you actually start to actually make money.
No, I'm turning it on the ladies. That's funny. And accurate. Ooh, wrong enough, long enough.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, it's like that's what I was saying earlier. Because I'm sure you know about like Big Dirk when he came home. When Big Dirk came home, like Lil Durk, like he got into Islam, and he was like trying to do like he was trying to make a change, but it was already too late at that point.
Well, the thing is, in other words, if you want to make a change and you're into this life, you got to leave.
You know what I was trying to get there before you did, BGS, because this is what I was gonna say. Hey, where's Keith right now, Dre?
Where is he?
Keith is in Cali, I believe. And
Thank you. But where's he from?
He's from Chicago, and he got.
And that means he's halfway around the country. He's he's from the Midwest, and he's all the way in Cali. Why?
Because he got banned from Chicago. Lil Durk was
but it also goes back to what BGS just said. If you want to change, you got to do what? What you said, BGS?
You got to leave. In other words,
you got to move. You got to leave.
If you got money like that, you should be halfway around the world, not halfway around the country. Okay.
Oh well, that's a different. Yeah, but yeah,
And
yeah,
and then you'll be out completely then.
yeah, yeah.
But then who are you halfway around the world? You would stay in that spot because you are somebody in that system. That's why.
Say that.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I brought it up was it was an example of an elder because like Lil Durk's like Big Dirk, like his dad, like he was in jail for like 15, 20 years or some shit. And he came home like 2 years ago. And like since he came home, like Lil Durk, like he got into Islam and he was trying to like preach positivity, but like he was already like too deep at that point. So and he had a
Yeah.
history, so
You have to get out. He's not out. Okay.
Yeah.
You got to get out.
well
He's still
That
in.
was my point.
at the time he was out, but it was just like
No, he wasn't
like
out.
well,
He
No.
wasn't out.
he wasn't
Okay.
fully out. He wasn't fully out.
There,
He was doing the 1 foot in,
there
one
is
foot
no
out
one
type
fit
stuff.
in stuff. Okay, it doesn't work that way.
Either you're in or you're out.
And
Are
some
you in or you out?
and some things you can't get out. Say like you
Serious.
like special forces, you can never get out. Okay,
Serious.
it will follow you no matter where you go on this planet. It will follow you. Okay, you're never out.
Once
And
I
let me
just
read
got
this
out, they pulled me right back in.
Remember the Born Identity when he actually went from Europe to all the way to Southeast Asia and they followed him. Okay,
Yeah.
you're never out.
And Cyrus says, and thank you for the super chat. I need BGS and Officer Charles to do a live reaction to the Cole Black Ops 5 trailer for the culture. Right? Okay. And then we will see if we can organize that for you, Mr. Cyrus Burke. I said Cyrus Black. Cyrus Burke. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
Man, I haven't played that in years, man.
And let me say this real quick, and then we got you better. You and then Leon says Black Uru, they grow up with these women and still truly have not worked in the workforce with men. Plus, I have not put my hand on them. Black women minded trained, and so what you try? Leon said a good fist to the face fix them. A good knock upside the head will fix them. We'll get them to think different.
That's like
maybe not.
And you step over them and wait. Okay, pick yourself up. Whatever we learned. Okay.
Right. a good knock to the noggin.
I'm not gonna let you kill
her.
I'm not gonna let you kill her, but you know.
Right.
Are you gonna do
this? No, he's talking
again?
about the dudes. He's talking about the young. He's talking about the young men. He's talking about the young men. But it still applies. It still applies.
Whatever we learned. Yeah.
A knock to the noggin will get him right.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not a bullet over your head. Okay.
Yeah, you say that.
Or a shotgun to the face.
I try to talk to younger men. I try to talk to them about the world and how the world works, and just think of what you see about you. What sort of regard do you see other groups of men pay to the elders of their group? And in productive communities, your elder men are valued. Don't necessarily mean you do everything they want you to do and believe in everything they want you to believe, but there's a general baseline level of respect for people who've actually been on the earth a little bit longer, like on the actual planet, have actually been alive, right? Have actually seen Ronald Reagan live or Richard Nixon live, not just in theory, right? But like who these people were and how they operate, who actually were around when the Iran-Contra thing that was bringing drugs into South Central LA, how it was actually going down.
Yeah.
What you said about Oliver North? Anyway.
Exactly. He wasn't the biggest one. He was just one of them. Yeah.
No, he was just a fall guy. He was a stooge, But I mean, he basically took the fall for Reagan and those.
Reagan and John Deutsch and a few other people that were involved. Yeah.
So when you have seen it, I mean, both BGS and I, maybe BGS. I don't think you were old enough to vote in '76, but 80.
No. We used to call Carter the 10 grin back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you go back to Reaganomics and 40-cent gasoline, you've seen a different world, man. You felt a different world. You've heard a different world.
Yeah, when
You know,
Nixon was going through
and
Watergate in '74, man, well, you know.
yeah, I mean, sometimes I think sometimes and you can correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
BGS, but
Yeah.
sometimes I think the worst thing that happened to this country was prosecuting Nixon. I think it has
Ooh, the
made
Watergate scandal.
impossible the
Mm-hmm.
political system in this country now, because I think
Could be.
everything has been about
Getting them back.
basically fighting. Oh yeah, payback for
Yep.
Nixon. I,
Yeah.
I,
Could
I
be.
mean, I
Yeah.
could be wrong. I'm sure
Is
I'm
that you
missing some
beeping,
part of
Mr.
it.
Z? Is
No,
that
I
you
ain't
beeping?
beeping. No,
Okay.
no, no. Yeah, it
Not
might be
me.
me because I keep on my phone charger is going in and out and it's
Oh,
charging
okay.
when it's
Oh,
not
okay.
charging. So,
Well,
but I
well,
am gonna have to
BGS.
leave it in a minute though because
Okay.
can't do the reckless streams at yeah. We
Yeah,
got an
it's that
event today.
time. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So
Well, and
let me.
the only reason I say that is because I remember, like, when I first started my career, and
Mm-hmm.
you started in the CBA, and you're around a lot of conservative white guys,
Mm-hmm.
and this is the '80s,
Yeah.
early '80s. They were
Okay.
sore as fuck about Nixon, and all those guys are in power now.
Yeah.
Like all those guys
just
run the major corporations and all of that, and it seemed like all of the political. Prior to that, you could get amendments and shit passed.
Yeah.
But like now, it's
Filibuster.
almost impossible.
what
It's
just
almost impossible
What
to have any sort of real comedy between the political parties now.
Good
yeah,
point.
what this
Yeah.
Nixon actually divided the parties. With the
Mm.
Hmm.
Southern strategy and stuff like that, actually
Yeah.
divided the
Yeah. Yeah.
parties.
what just real
And then
quick. I'm glad.
Reagan made it worse. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Just real quick.
Go ahead, Dre,
I'm
because
glad.
I gotta close out in like a minute because I'm gonna have
Yeah.
better you read his own goddamn super chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I'm glad BGS brought up the beeping because I was hearing that for a while and I was like, one of y'all niggas
Is
is
it me?
retarded, man. It's like one of
Oh.
y'all niggas is off right now. This look like the Lil Durk. Shit happening in real
Yeah.
time,
Trust
bro.
me, if they were listening to us, it's not for Dirk. Trust me, that ain't the reason they listening. If they
So,
listening to
I ain't
us,
saying it's for Durk. I'm just saying
in
it's
other words,
similar.
the lifestyle, the gangster lifestyle that you guys celebrate right now, I grew up with in the early '70s with the Crips and the Bloods when they first started. Right, I know this shit. The drug lifestyle in '81 when they start shipping that shit in, I lived that shit. So I know what I'm fucking talking about. Okay, you have to get out. I've been
yeah.
recruited by so many people that actually sell that shit on the street and deal with that shit. I refuse. I didn't want to be that guy. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
intentionally.
BGS, like me
Wait,
personally, I moved to
Dre, we got to end up because I got a
All
couple
right.
minutes. So let's do this. Better you go ahead and read your own Sam super chats, and thank you for the super chat. Better you, thank you for the super chat.
At Black Uru, at BGS. When y'all go tie Z up and make him go get that goddamn PhD?
Well, we had to talk to his lady first. She has to agree. Number two, and then we had to do what they call a drop squad on his ass, right?
Right.
And lock him up in a fucking room and shove books at him. Go for it, all right?
Or beat him upside the head with the books.
Well,
Oh man,
just real quick, like Z, you missed a couple of big super chats that happened, bro.
no, I read
And he
everything.
got them all.
No,
He
I got
got
them
them all.
all. I got them all. I got everything. I got the big. I see KMS and Anubis.
Yeah, he got them
I
all.
see KMS and Anubis and then a split gym. No, I got them. I got
He
all
got
of
them
them.
all.
And thank
He
you.
got them all.
Yeah.
No. After that, there was like 4 big ones that came through, bro. Like
He got them all.
you
I'm
Yeah,
looking at them.
no.
He got them all. I'm
Yeah,
looking
no, I
at
got
them.
them all. I read everything. Yeah.
Hit
No,
star. If you hit star, they'll all come up. He got them all.
yeah. Oh wait, what's the? Oh yeah. No, I did. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's
yeah,
we make sure we make look, Mr. Z. Make sure that I read random super chats, especially when y'all say something very interesting, very funny, very insightful, and I
Yeah.
definitely make sure that I read the super chats. I mean, like if people are going to be listening and donating money and giving money, at least I can highlight, and that's especially for me because sometimes I can play with the time a little bit. I leave the super chat on way longer than most people to highlight your super chat.
Yeah.
That's why I be on for like damn 5-10 minutes sometimes.
Yeah.
So thank y'all very much. But Mr. Z got to go, right? Talking about the super chats, we got to go make the
Go
other
ahead.
monies.
Go ahead and say it. Love.
Love, peace, and chicken grease. We'll pause right here. Y'all check out other Black Manosphere content. like if BGS is gonna do something later on today. Y'all check out. Look what I just did. You see what I just did? You see that coming?
Bullshit.
Right. So we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere
come on, we
content,
gotta
other
go. We gotta go to
non-Manosphere
Atlanta.
content.
The code breakers are on right now. Go check them out.
I might listen to them if I can. So we'll go check out the Black Manosphere.
Oh, how you doing? What?
And we'll end down right there. And y'all have a great rest of y'all day. All right, Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.
We're waiting the offline.